Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to World's 2023 LCK Regional Qualification match. The final one that we have, the final time that we'll be here for a domestic Lowell Park best of 5 until the World Championship in theory. This is extraordinarily exciting because Life Esports are taking on D+, and we get to debut this particular TriCast that we've never done before, which is super exciting. I'm here flanked by Orcs and Wolf. Gentlemen, this is going to be a really interesting match.
I think it really will be a best of 5 to determine who will be our final seed representing Korea in Korea. And we did have an upward trend here for D+ Kia, a little bit of a downward trend in terms of the drafting here for Hanwha Life. I think in terms of our group here on the global side, we're definitely favoring Damwon coming into this one.
Yep. I just think it's crazy how many world champions we have on both teams and how many reigning current world champions we have as well in this match between these two. So pretty stacked rosters.
No, it's absolutely absurd. The last 3 years of world champions are kind of all represented. As this is the qualification bracket, KT dispatched with Life Esports somewhat simply, as did D+ over DRX yesterday. And now we have that final showdown for the final spot. Whose spirit is going to be more unbreakable? Kingin and Zekka's or Deft's? Deft has done this so many times before though, guys. He's like, what, 9-3 now in World's qualification matches?
He has quite the successful record in Deft, a player who has so much experience, and when you consider Viper on the other side, also a world champion himself, it is very exciting, that bottom lane matchup. As you look at these stats in terms of head-to-head for these teams in 2023 LCK, D+ getting the better of them, but not in that spring best of 5.
Yeah, the spring best of 5 not necessarily working out. The last time that they met as well in the regular season didn't quite go D+'s way, but D+ were going through some struggles at that point in time, to say the least, and we'll see whether they've shored up how they play the game and also the mentality heading into this, because I strongly feel that D+ is the team most capable of beating D+.
Yep, I think that is very true, and I think unfortunately when you look at that, it doesn't tell the story of how D+ kind of faltered when it mattered. Right, yeah. They win first round in spring, they lost to Life Esports, but also in that summer round 2, that was a deciding match for seeding, and it allowed Life Esports to face against DRX. It put D+ against T1, and we all know how that went, which wasn't great for D+.
The big game here is 6 world champions, 3 on each side here to battle it out. It is going to be very exciting to see how these teams do collide here in this best of 5, and it's so interesting when you consider that the duo that stayed together the most, the one duo that has been a constant since their title, is Showmaker and Canyon, and they really showed up yesterday in that best of 5, and I think they are going to be the critical duo that D+ needs to win this best of 5 tonight.
And we're going to highlight that mid lane matchup, of course. Canyon and Showmaker have never not made Worlds. Ever since their inception into the LCK on Damwon Gaming in 2019, they have just been at the tournament every single time. Fans praying for it, but up against Zekka here in this mid lane, Showmaker demonstrating a couple of pretty good games on the Silas. Zekka's pretty good at that champion.
Yeah, and he's been such a monster. You know, Life Esports had a rough playoffs run, but when we look back to the end of the regular season, Zekka was absolutely on fire, getting a ton of favor in the All Pros, even in the MVP votes, because of how much of a driving force he was for this Life Esports and their return to form.
And Hanwha Life are a team that showed us that their preparation for the KT series was very lackluster, still leaning on some comfort picks for Grizzly, and the drafts left us overall pretty disappointed. I think the gameplay was fine, but they left themselves with very few tools and options, whereas the drafts yesterday from D+ were very creative, very much in sync with what we've been seeing from top teams like Gen G in the Grand Finals. Something has to change going into this best of 5 today in terms of Hanwha Life's drafting, or history may repeat itself.
Yeah, could be definitely a dangerous time. Let's introduce D+ Kia to Lowell Park. Hanwha Life Esports getting settled in their seats. Of course, they will have the side selection moving into this one because they come from the upper bracket. Having to fight from the bottom means that you won't have that added advantage in this best of 5, and we'll see whether it matters for this squad that looked utterly dominating yesterday. It was against DRX, though. They are the 6th place team, and, you know, they were last year, and, you know, there are barrel memes all over the place, and I've been the start of a lot of them. But they are now dead. That is gone. And now D+ need to prove themselves up against Harmon Life Esports, a team full of world champions themselves.
Yeah, and it's nice to get that little bit of a warm-up against DRX, come in off a win. Because if you look at Harmon Life Esports, they've lost 9 out of their last 10 games because of the 0-3s obviously went through in playoffs.
Yeah.
So, you know, you really need to have a strong mentality to bounce back from that. But I feel like D+, in the form they showed yesterday, if they still have a clear view on their draft plans and what they're going to execute, they should be strong. But obviously, with the fact they're coming from the lower seed, they won't necessarily get to execute that game 1 with Harmon Life Esports having that side selection.
Now, if we take a look at the stats here for the bottom lane here, this is playoffs plus regional qualifiers, so there's a little bit more games played here for Viper. But look at the kill participation here for Deft. It is massive. He is so critical for his team's success, but they have been getting him ahead. Also, the laning here, gold difference at 14, massively favoring Deft here. Again, smaller sample size, so take these stats with a little bit of a grain of salt, but Deft has just been so clean. His Kai'Sa performance yesterday was incredible. His Aphelios has been so good in terms of positioning here, and I definitely feel like in the isolated laning phase, most of us would have leaned towards, especially look back to regular season, Viper and Life being a more dominant 2v2 with Kellen's kind of up and downs. But yesterday, we saw great performances from Kellen on the Alistar. I don't think that pick will be allowed to be played by either team tonight.
But honestly, I'd say Viper stats are pretty good considering the series. Like the teams you have to go up against are always going to damage your stats so heavily. So the fact that he hasn't come out being like minus 2,000 gold at 40 minutes, he's been doing okay. I don't think he has been the issue with Harmon Life Esports in the series against the stronger matchups.
And I also think that Viper is a bit better than Potter. I know it's a kind of crazy thing to say,
Whoa, that's
but
a bit of a hot take.
I think that Viper might be more opposition than what Deft faced yesterday. And we'll just have to see, because Deft was playing out of his mind. I think no one can really challenge the fact that his mechanics looked absolutely on point, but this is a different opposition. This is the biggest mismatch, though.
Yeah.
It is the Battle of the Bears. And I think the Polar Bear, as we've discovered, you know, you had a bunch of bear facts prepared for us when this matchup first started, and a polar bear is like, what, triple the size?
Like, the smallest polar bear is as heavy as, like, the heaviest grizzly. Like, it's not even in the same weight class. It wouldn't be a fair fight.
And I want to go back to one of the fan signs that we showed before. We have a bit of a translation. She said apparently she bought beer because she couldn't watch this series sober because she's so worried about what could potentially happen.
That's valid.
And do you know what? I completely sympathize 100%, because last time these teams sat down for a best of 5, we were like, D+, easy victory. And it was not. They got crushed.
Yeah, I do think that some of the preparation that went into the series for D+ is what I trust a lot in their ability to potentially take the series, and I predict them to take the series tonight here. But it's based on what we saw from Hanwha against KT, where they didn't have a great read on the meta, whereas yesterday the adaptations we saw from Genji were adopted by D+. They had great drafts, and Showmaker stole the show. Deft had a phenomenal performance. Even Kana showed up. And again, a weaker opposition than what Hanwha has faced, right, in DRX. But they looked like they had a great read. And KT, notwithstanding, Hanwha Life, the drafts, we really didn't like them in isolation.
Yeah, and I think against DRX, they actually had some pretty good drafts, but the player strength, the quality of the team just wasn't there to match up to D+. Whereas with the KT series, you know, Harmon Life Esports may have lost that anyway, but the drafts were so rough to watch that it just felt like they didn't even give themselves a good shot. So I think starting off at this point, they really need to come in strong. And on the blue side as well, something Huni always says on desk is that you really need to be winning that game 1 when you're on blue side. When you have side selection, you want to be taking that 1-0.
Speaking of the jungle matchup, Grizzly going to be targeted here significantly. The same will be said of Showmaker. He won't be able to play that Tristana here, but Sejuani and this Maokai already taken away some strong first picks here that Hanwha could have used, especially when you consider the Sejuani and Yone that Zeka has been so good at. Going to remove those.
This is a bit dangerous, because that Poppy says to me that they're looking for a first pick Azir, and first pick Azir into D+ doesn't seem like the safest of options. There is the Sejuani ban, which does stop the Jack Sejuani like 1-2 punch to come through immediately afterwards. We'll see exactly what D+ do decide to ban away here. This is the flexible point, right? You've got rid of 2 of those.
The Viego as well.
Wow, yeah. Grizzly is not allowed to play any of his comfort picks, but the Xayah will be locked in for Viper, and that is huge.
Yeah, it's been super high priority throughout playoffs, and especially in the regionals, this pick. There's still options in return. You know, the Zeri's available, the Kai'Sa's available, so Deft should be fine here. I wonder how much priority will be put towards the jungle now from D+, or if they'll lean towards the mid lane with things like the Azir still open.
The Azir is critical, but also you've got the Rakan versus Alistar angle here. Rel is still available, and Rel can be a flex pick in this draft. So you could go Rel and Rakan right now and showcase what you have. And then this does weaken the Alistar pick quite significantly in terms of the laning phase. And because you still have that third pick here, you can still get the Zeri in answer, or the Kai'Sa if that's what you'd prefer here. And I think this is probably the duo you're looking for because the Rakan Xayah synergy is just too much to allow Hanwha to have.
Yeah, also just like having extra engage on top of the Rel, especially Rakan who can dive on top of you and then layer it, is really potent. But it looks like they're willing to give it up, not showing their cards and going for the Zeri here. I will say one thing is if they'd taken the Rakan here and they had to take AD on 3, that would give Hanwha Life Esports a lot of room to potentially pick mid, and then there wouldn't be a response able for D+ without giving up the AD carry pick.
Yeah, and that's why I think this is kind of smart, because having counterpick on both the first phase and the second phase is kind of important here, because this means that when this Azir comes through, you have the potential to pick something up. The Sylas is actually kind of huge, because now the Alistar is locked in. If they go Alistar Azir, then Showmaker can just go back to what worked so well yesterday.
Yeah, I think you have to. And I think the Azir makes a lot of sense when you're into the Rel with all the dive threat, but this would be a
okay.
It goes for the Xerath, and the thing is, this actually is so good into both Xayah and Azir. They do so well when things are diving into them. They have fantastic peel, but when you're outranged by a Xerath, they're really going to suffer.
They really will, but it doesn't have a ton of synergy with that Rel pick here. That can still, of course, be flexed to jungle, can be a support pick. We don't know yet, which is why I like the Zeri lock-in afterwards. And because they don't take the Rakan here, you still have that option. It's very awkward here for Hanwha, whether they want to ban that one away or not. The Nocturne is incredibly strong into Xerath, allows you to close the gap and fix that range problem. So that's a really smart ban away here, as the Jax will also be taken away from Kana. And in terms of side laning for the Zeri, we saw what Kana can do on this pick yesterday. I think this is a very wise choice for Hanwha Life to ban away.
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation now, though, because what does Grizzly play? What has he been practicing? Because there are 5, like 6 jungle bans, technically 7 because Canyon's in this game and Nico's been banned away. There are not a lot of options left, and Canyon can even pick another one if he wants to, because the Rel can be flexed to bot lane.
I feel like if you come into this series, you have to prepare for a situation like this. You know that the jungle matchup is going to potentially be a rough one. You know there's potential for this to be targeted out. So I'm hoping the Hanwha Life Esports have a jungle pick that they can lean on in this situation.
Yeah, I'll be really worried if we see a Lee Sin lock in here, you know, because it's just going down the list into comfort, and it's something that I wouldn't be shocked if we see, but it won't spark joy in terms of what it means for this draft here and the lack of pick potential. And here comes the K'Sante lock-in here for the top side of the map. Very safe, keeping that Rel still flexible.
You know, it'd definitely be a weird one, but I wouldn't really hate like something like a Zac pick from Hanwha Life Esports. We obviously saw it yesterday, but I think like the main thing is going to be getting on top of Showmaker on the Xerath. If you aren't able to do that, you're going to struggle. So I think taking something that has that long range engage could be really powerful, but looks like they're just trying to solidify a top lane pick, and it might just be the Gnar for Kingin, which is pretty fine into K'Sante ultimately.
Jarvan?
That fits the bill.
So interesting, it really does, and you've got a lot of follow-up for this.
Balrang, where have you been? I guess he's Grizzly now. This is... I mean, Lee Sin is available. There are a few other junglers available. Zac, like you mentioned, has been finding a lot of success. This would feel pretty Grizzly, though. You know, you got some early ganking potential, and the Jarvan can definitely work. But there's the Lee Sin like we were expecting.
This is a pick that can work, and you can be aggressive with it early, and it works well with the level 6 here for Azir. But I'm very concerned about how we've seen Grizzly constantly be behind the play on enemy junglers. Canyon has been he was our #1 in POG points because of his dominant performances. He's on the Rel that has a lot of agency early, and there's just, you're playing into a Leona now bottom side, so diving becomes so incredibly difficult. I am worried for Grizzly in this first game.
And you have to have such a good game on this Lee Sin, because yes, Lee Sin can find engages, especially if he's ahead, especially if he has the momentum in the game, but it's not like Jarvan where you can fall behind and still just press R on Xerath and at minimum burn a flash. So they're putting a lot of faith in Grizzly here. I feel like for a lot of fans, the faith has been shaken a little bit. He had such a good debut, and it's been a little bit rough since then, but clearly Hanwha Life Esports still confident in their rookie jungler to step up on this Lee Sin pick.
I do think that outside of the Lee Sin, D+ indexed extraordinarily heavily into trying to make sure that Grizzly is uncomfortable. I don't think Lee Sin is an uncomfortable pick for any jungler in Korea, ever.
True.
It is just, like, you're going to be happy playing Lee Sin. That is how you get into the LCK, is you're judged on your Lee Sin capabilities. Grizzly has already passed that test. He, of course, surpassed Guwon, who was a Lee Sin one-trick in their challenger roster.
My concern, though, Atlas, is that when you look at a Rel, similarly to how you talked about Jarvan Ox, the Lee Sin falls behind in team fights later on. He can set up picks maybe. Rel's Magnet Storm is a game-changing ability no matter where you are, no matter what the game state in. There's always going to be a higher impact for Canyon in this game.
Yep, absolutely agree. And I think ultimately it's going to be on Grizzly to find that pressure early, make the ganks happen.
See whether it works out. Viper on the Xayah is a scary prospect as well, but D+ looked dominant yesterday. Let's jump onto the Rift for game one. Thank you so much, Kesman and Khan, for the introduction of our teams. And now we are here for game number one. HLE Esports getting side selection because they were in the upper bracket of the qualifier. And D+, after their victory against DRX, have a shot at the World Championship. 3 players on each team trying to get back.
Yeah, it's Kingen, Zeka, and Viper up against Canyon, Showmaker, and Deft. This will be, if I'm not mistaken, Deft's 8th Worlds qualifier he's played in as a player. He's been around for so long across so many different rosters, and it doesn't matter how old this player gets, he is just always looking for one more dance.
Yeah, and he tends to play pretty well when it comes to these sort of matches. We all remember, you know, DRX last year, but HLE Esports as well, where that roster was not looking too hot. And then they come into the regional qualifier and just smurf it. That was good old Morgan on his Camille, where he'd go 0-2, and they still won the game. As Zeka versus Showmaker here in the mid lane, and it does feel like the more things change, the more they stay the same. This is one of the most common matchups in 2014. Was Xerath versus Azir, a good old Shuriman battle.
And I think it's going to be so important because in this matchup, as a Xerath, you want to be applying pressure into the Azir, but you're also significantly more vulnerable in terms of gank setup, especially if you burn your flash early, you're probably just dead at level 6. And I think from what we've seen of D+ throughout the regular season, when Showmaker was struggling, it would have such a knock-on effect on Canyon, and then as a result, the whole team would seem to falter. So they really need a solid performance from Showmaker in this game.
Yeah, speaking of solid, Def going to take a chunk of his health here at level 1. Won't be too impactful, but still does hurt. And like you said, the mid matchup is so important. There are a lot of ways to set Grizzly up for success in this game and make sure you can hit those cues. For example, Xerath, when he's ulting, is going to be stationary, so if Grizzly has enough vision or enough control over the map to look for a play to get on top of him, then kick him into the fight, that's a huge opportunity. Obviously, Emperor's Divide works really well with Lee Sin once he has level 6, and Zeka opted into Hail of Blades here in this matchup. We've seen this before, just to offer an additional amount of Sand Soldier damage when Showmaker is walking forward and trying to set up some of those Comet procs. So, like this choice here is Canyon's going to invade early.
Bit of a yoink there.
All the little ones there.
Yeah.
I think it's Yaz Prio bot lane, so he's going to get first assistance. I think Grizzly might end up just having to give it up. You can see Life is moving, but Viper is not, so he's just to try and take the Krugs and get what he can.
The abuse of early Alistar. We've seen the best teams do it. Get that extra prio, and then you can start taking jungle camps away. Rel's so impactful at setting up CC in the early game. Zeri does a lot of damage even at level 2, so Lee Sin just not going to be able to hang around.
You know, and I think if the clue wasn't the 5 jungle bans from D+, this early play definitely solidifies their plan for the series, which is to target Grizzly and make him feel, as you said, Atlas, as uncomfortable as possible.
And so far, in the jungle, it seems to be working. This is something that Rel's do in the early game all the time. I think it was Owner the one that really started to popularize the bullying Rel. And it's working out very well here for Canyon also. As Zeka's going to get slowed down, will shift the sands to get out, spends the rest of his mana, and he's going to have to go home. Grizzly coming on up and looking to try and contest this blue buff. There is full vision. They know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, this is kind of tricky. Zeka's backed, and you see a rotation over from Showmaker, and I don't think they can actually hold on to this one. They will delay Canyon here slightly, but He's going to have to back here and rush over to that top side scuttle to make sure he doesn't get double scuttled, but this is a huge advantage here that Canyon has picked up in the jungle. A lot of wasted time ultimately here for Grizzly. Now this lead in the bottom side also not that huge, but you consider Deft is going to catch this wave here. Will miss a few of these CS here, but just going to find himself about 10 behind.
There's a cull though. It's a cull difference here on this bottom side, and that does kind of shore up any sort of disadvantage that you will have in this early game once that does cash in.
I will say, it felt like that play into the blue buff was very reactionary. Like, oh, you know, we've been targeted. Grizzly didn't have much to do. His jungle camp's going up. Let's try and make something happen. And obviously didn't pan out. Whereas D+, two of them actually 3 of them have just died in the last like 30 seconds. But they had so many wards on the bottom side of the map. It very felt like a telestrate, orchestrate. This is our play we're going for. We'll make it work. And Grizzly is just kind of like, well, let's see what happens if I walk into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I completely agree, and this has kind of been Grizzly's MO. I feel like he started very strong when he was able to play his comfort picks, but as LCK teams have kind of figured out where his weaknesses are, he has been bullied a lot. He's often been behind the play in the early game. I think he will have a lot of agency once Zeka hits level 6, and then once he subsequently hits level 6 to threaten Showmaker here in this lane, try to grab flashes. But beyond that, he is very much behind the curve in terms of farm right now, and this is a huge problem for trying to hit that impactful level 6 so he can make a bigger impact across the map.
We're going to see level 6 hit for Showmaker here. Does have the rights to the Arcane. That's what happens when you get level 6. You get the rights to the Arcane, so then you can use Right of the Arcane. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
And Zeka will be able to make it there as well. So both of our mid laners with their pretty impactful ultimates. I'm really interested to see how Showmaker's going to play this. Of course, historically, one of our better Zoe players, playing poke has been something that he's really created a career around in a lot of other metas. And so we'll just have to see whether he's going to be able to find more, as we have a Q landing here towards his top side. Decent little dash away from Canna to avoid boulders and things like that the King is throwing around.
Yeah, I feel like Showmaker even pulled this pick out at MSI against RNG in the finals as well. I know that's a really long time ago now, but he loves to play this pick. It's kind of a niche pocket pick for him, and I love how he also let the wave crash into his turret there, knowing he was under threat of potentially getting Emperor's Divided. Doesn't want to lose his flash for that follow-up gank from Grizzly once he hits level 6, playing very respectfully around this timing window for the Azir. Another back going to come through for Zeka to grab those Merc Treads.
And I think the summon is going to be such an important point for Life Esports. You know, if you get that flash from Azerath, that sets up for so many future plays. It means Azerath can comfortably step up to wave clear. And it just puts you in a really positive position where if the game keeps playing on like this, as it's been going so far, D+ just kind of edging ahead, but not too much action, then I think D+ will be a lot more confident with the outcome.
And that is the Drake going over to them. Next one going to be a Mountain, so we're going to need Orcs, like, just stay vigilant.
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, we've got a bit of an engage though, as Viper's going to have to flash. All the way in goes Kellen. The Ignite is ticking, but it's not going to quite be enough. Thankfully, you know, our pros, they drink their potions to keep themselves alive, but this is actually huge towards the bottom side. Yeah, could mean some plates and could mean some denial.
Yeah, a lot of CS will be denied. A plate should go over here with the next wave for Deft, and this was also a play by Showmaker, you know, where he sets up the rights of the Arcane to make an impact down here, and the Leona versus the Alistar this early on, you could stop that initial engage, but there's just too much follow-up damage here. Viper does not have any follow-up. Now down both summoners, and as you mentioned, the CS, the plate as well.
I think this is the power of the Xerath, the fact that you can just walk such a small distance and contribute. You're obviously not going to do as much as if like Zeka was there in person on his ear, but it's so easy. Step on a lane for 2 seconds, Kellen finds the engage, you get all that damage down, and the potion's definitely a factor, but also the level up from Viper, I think, may well have been what saved him. That was super close to him just going down there, but the damage, regardless of whether he died or not, is still very impactful.
So much of it comes down to Showmaker being able to consistently push Zeka out of lane, though. Zeka has been forced to go home multiple times, and each time, DK have grabbed something more from it, right? They're playing around these sort of micro advantages that they're picking up around the map, and that is something that they haven't been able to capitalize on quite as much in the past. Grizzly, though, will be able to grab this Herald by the looks of things. Zeka going to come over and help him, and it looks like Canyon is not interested in trying to contest. So that is going to be an injection of gold that Life Esports sorely need.
And I actually think not just the gold, but the Herald is so important because you need to break the mid tier.
Solar Flare is going to just slow up Viper a little bit. He's got Feather Storm.
Yeah, I think breaking the mid-tier 1 for Life Esports is going to be so important because this Xerath just wants to safely position there, wave clear endlessly, and it's going to be very hard to ever find an angle to threaten that tower without the use of a Herald. So I think Life Esports get the first Herald is great. They need to put it down mid, get a couple of plates there, and then have the second one to secure the T1 as soon as they can.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I really love the way Showmaker has played so respectfully in this matchup. He pushes the waves when he needs to fight objectives, otherwise let them push into him, so he's not under threat of Grizzly ganking here or getting Emperors divided. And he's maintained an even CS while manipulating the wave extremely well. But because of that fast buy of the Merc Treads, that money that you're talking about, that gold injection is so important. Zeka looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Emperor's divided is going to come down. There's the flash from Showmaker. The kickback from Grizzly connects the Q, and Showmaker is dead. First blood goes to Grizzly.
And finally, it does happen. Finally, they do find that angle. A bit of a caster curse there for me as Showmaker will step too far forward, and now it's going to be a ton of plate gold going into Zeka here. You don't always get the opportunity to get the kill and the plates here, as Canyon's going to try to deny this. He will be unsuccessful, but that plate is also damaged there, so on the next wave, Zeka, pretty good chance he could take that one out. Showmaker's teleport coming up right now, but finally, they're able to capitalize on this strong combo, the Azir Lee Sin.
Yeah, so well played. Also the flash from Grizzly to dodge the stun to ensure that they were able to get the play. And on top of that, you look at the end result, right? Lee Sin flash down, sure, but you have flash advantage between Zeka and Showmaker. It's going to be so easy to find a repeat play once that ultimate's back up and available.
Yeah, the next opportunity for that scoop going to be pretty comfortable here from Zeka, and we'll see whether Grizzly's going to be able to come back and get a little bit more of it.
Let's take a look at his positioning here as he steps forward here to clear the wave and is just in range of Shuffle. And this is Grizzly, of course, following up. This is his first-person view. Flashes for the kick, making sure there's no way Showmaker can get in there. Got him, calls out no flash, and as you said, the repeat play, definitely a huge opportunity.
Only going to mean about 300 gold, the advantage, now about 2 as things get closed up. Showmaker able to very comfortably clear waves. And this is actually this is the safety point for the Xerath when you do manage to get enough items so that you can just eradicate minion waves and then stay in Fog of War, because then getting scooped up becomes a whole lot more difficult. But we'll see whether he can continue to stay safe throughout this game. Canyon grabs his Radiant Virtue, and we do have Grizzly completing his Gore Drinker as well as Trinity Force just done here for King.
Yeah, and we see really good vision setup coming in from D+. If we look towards the bot river, we can see there's like a string of 3 blue wards that are nowhere near the river itself for the side of Honor Life Esports. That entire area near the dragon is locked down, and this is going to be so important if you're going to try and get control of these dragons, because if you give a window, give a little gap for Honor Life Esports to push in, it's going to be very hard to protect your Xerath. So you can see Honor Life Esports now trying to force in and clear out some of this vision. I think D+ need to move in to defend this, maybe land some poke onto any members who push forwards.
Yeah, if they don't actually get any of this poke to land, like you say, they will get control of the choke, and then the Xerath, once these wards are removed, won't actually have any vision to fire with. Will need his teammates to actually step forward here. Zeri sitting on a Shiv right now. This is not her angle just yet to fight. Now, if anyone gets picked here by Canyon just setting up a really aggressive crash down with a follow-up damage from Showmaker, then that's just the end of the story here as Viper is rotating in now. And look at the poke starting to land. They have this really nice setup where he's got bodyguards here. Very difficult to engage now as Hanwha Life.
And I do like the idea of this setup from D+. Having Canyon and Kellen together get that Solar Flare Magnet Storm combo, and then the Xerath damage will be absurd. Def's going to grab a second plate here towards the bottom side. Already has his Cull Cash in as well, and does have a bit of added CS on top of this one over Viper. So the Zeri actually flourishing here with the focus in mid.
We actually saw Honor Life Esports lean Zeka mid, so they got the prio mid, which meant they were able to push in a bit more into the river, but they lose out in the bot lane, right? Viper moved up, and now Def gets some extra gold. Both teams just really are very back and forth trying to set up for this dragon. You can see they're both prioritizing it heavily. D+ still have the better control of the area, but you can see Showmaker with no flash, so scared to step up.
Oh, Zenith Blade is going to connect. Grizzly is just going to get pounced on, and Showmaker collects it.
That's that.
Yeah.
That's the Drake. And, you know, we talked about it. All you need is one pick, and it's over. And they're just too busy trying to handle that bottom wave, and that's the power of Static Shiv. It's not going to offer you a lot in team fights, but every time Def goes down to clash with Viper, he gets wave clear advantage, and Hanwha Life getting chipped out by minions on the bottom side, getting chipped out by Xerath poke in that poke brush here. They're not able to get control, and Grizzly tries to step up a little bit to maybe threaten the Xerath, and then ultimately gets caught by a engage of the Leona, followed up by the Rel. Super easy pick, and that's the second dragon going to D+.
And you know, this was such a rough moment in the game game, D+ being down the Flash and the Xerath meant there was windows, but it's back up now and they've navigated it. And this play felt like, you know, in high school movies where there's the main bully and he's got the two cronies who hold them still.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Crab and Goyle, man.
Yeah,
Crab and Goyle come in and they just, it's not okay.
It's not nice, you know. Hold them still, get the right to the arcane, firing down. You can't miss.
Yeah, Malfoy just stayed in the mid lane and just threw arcane stuff at him.
Yeah,
it's unfair.
The thing is, like, I mentioned that perhaps he was trying to step up to threaten an angle on the Xerath, but you've got to know that those engaged champions are sitting in that brush and you're just straight in the range. Notice also, neither Canyon nor Kellen had to flash to make that play happen. He was just that close, that far forward, and there were no great targets there. And eventually you got to make the call to back out there if you're not going to find that angle. Stepping up like that, it's going to cost you big.
Well, Kellen is now going to pay a visit towards his top side as Grizzly gets to work on this second Herald. This is going to be an important one for D+ to fight for. You can see Def already here. Canyon going to give up on his red buff for now and look to try and get in here for the contest. They do have Magnet Storm back up and available once again. Showmaker towards that top side as Canna has teleported in. Canyon going to collect it very comfortably here as now Life is looking for Def. Grizzly chases after him. There's the flash for the crash down from Canyon. The Q is going to land though, and Grizzly will be able to take down the AD carry. Still, DK, they're going to try and get out of here. The Q is going to miss though from Grizzly, and that might spell his demise. Canna going to dive on top of him. Kingin though getting in amongst it, and Grizzly is staying alive. Another crash down comes in, and now the rest of the team is here. The right of the arcane crashes down, and Grizzly will go, but it's still a one-team fight here for Home of Life Esports.
They don't get the Herald though, which I think is a critical factor. But what can they get of the Aftermath? Low health bars. They can look for more here.
Big wave, Gnar.
Yeah, Life is going to get underneath this turret. There is the pushback though from Canna, really beautifully done. Kellen gonna flash to try and get on top of Viper, but the Feather Storm is there. Still, Kellen underneath this turret is so close to death, and Zeka is going to be able to lock him down. Home of Life Esports, huge team fight.
Yeah, that was really close there. Zeka skirts around the edge of that turret aggro. They didn't have the Gnar bar anymore, but they're still able to finish those kills off. And Grizzly with phenomenal play, taking Deft out. If Deft doesn't die in this fight initially, the Zeri is going to have a field day with a team fight like this with all of the control of the walls that she has. And he sets it up and then subsequently avoids all of the follow-up, as this is going to be a secure here, the Extendo Beam trying to link it together, but ultimately that is part of why Deft gets left on here, because he's trying to make sure that Extendo Beam can secure the smite. The Q is fantastic after the kick, and then watch Grizzly get out of dodge here, jumps to a control ward to avoid that follow-up from Showmaker, and buys the rest of his teammates enough time to collapse on the turret.
I think ultimately what really didn't favor D+ here was with Deft dead, you know, the Xerath isn't doing that much damage at this point, and also is very skill shot reliant. The rest of the team are tanked. You know, the Casante's ult had ended, and as a result, even though Grizzly was very overextended there, it took a very long time to take him down, gave Home of Life Esports time to reposition, and as much as this was a bit scrappy, a bit messy, Canada does a nice job of absorbing the CC, still favorable to the side of Home of Life Esports.
Really nicely played, and now as the dust settles, we'll see whether they can use this to try and crack open the structures on this map. Haven't been able to do it just yet, and without the Rift Herald, it's going to be tough. Canyon was able to pick up the eye. That is a big deal. So they might be able to get to work on some of these turrets themselves. The bottom one very, very low right now. It's a 500 gold lead, though. It is definitely not the end of the world, and it's a Cloud Soul. You love to see it.
I think the big takeaway as well, though, for Home of Life Esports, what's positive to them, is the summoner check, because everyone in D+ been those flashes, and we talked about the importance of like Xerath having that flash available. I really want to see them look to leverage that, get set up for this Dragon in a minute, maybe threaten the mid-tier 1, and use that lack of summoners to really find some of these windows. You know, Zeka still has his flash available, and he's always looking for the streamer shuffles.
I mean, critically, the Zeri flash still not up as well, and if Deft gets picked even one more time, I mean, he's going to find himself falling super far behind of this Xayah, and they need the Zeri follow-up damage because it's not burst, it's not assassination the Xerath is looking for. He went for the Leandri's variant, which is more common these days, so you're offering a lot of poke damage very safely, and then Zeri's looking to clean up some of those squishy, low-health members very easily over walls, and then engaging over once the engage is gone for Hanwha. Once Grizzly's used his kick, once he's vulnerable, that's when Deft can shine in these fights, but if he dies like he did in the last one very early on, it becomes so difficult, and I think that's going to be continually the MO for Hanwha Life, is to catch one of these carries, especially while they're flashless here, and look for that pick.
Well, 15 seconds on the Drake. That's what we're looking to fight over next. Sonic Wave is going to connect onto Kellen. Not exactly a priority target there. And Zeka is still on this top side. Has teleport at the ready. As Canyon going to do that Rift Herald thing. Try and grab control of the mid lane and then guarantee control around the Dragon. Zeka going to trade it though, and first turret was still on the cards, and that is going to go over to Life Esports, so a bit of extra gold as Kingen still pushing in on this bottom side as well, and so D+, yeah, they might get the Drake, but I think that Life Esports are trading back really nicely in this instance.
Yeah, playing for the side lane pressure, but they gave up a lot of control around mid, but they're still looking to find an angle. TP coming in.
Yeah, in comes Zeka. He's off a fresh buy as well as King and Nabar in a great spot. And D+ not wanting to risk it. Grizzly goes on over to grab this Drake. It's now down to 4,000. Full information now as Canyon dives into the pit, but he's kicked out. The headbutt comes through still. It's not going to stop him from stealing this one away. Let's see whether Canyon can make it out with his life, though, as the Ride of the Arcane doesn't quite do enough. Deft is ulted, but the rest of Life Esports look just fine as they move further forward. Still, Drake is going to go over to D+, and they get themselves soul point.
It was a clutch play from Canyon to still secure over the wall, but this is one of those moments for D+. We talk about their objective setup, very weak here in terms of the control they had. They give up 2 turrets nearly, as that second turret bottom side likely will go down, but top turret goes down, it's in trade. They had all of the control over Dragon, and yet still lose out on the play. Zeka gets to teleport in for free, and the Hanwha Life, full control of this pit, and Canyon comes in here, is pushed out by Life, still flashes and gets the steal. That's a great play by him, but that arguably shouldn't have actually been able to happen here, and then Hanwha Life still in full control. And Xerath doing some decent poke here, but there was just no setup for D+.
You know, this is a similar steal we saw with the Herald, where Canyon uses the E and the Q from the Rel, which are both buff damage to monsters, sinks it with the smite so well. Not really much that Grizzly can do to contest the smite itself. You have to make sure he's not able to get in the pit, and ultimately, it's a 1 kill for Dragon Trade. D+ really happy with that, and once again, it's a return where Showmaker flashback up, Deft flashback up. They've navigated a tricky portion of the game where there were down summoners, and it's kind of returned to a more comfortable spot.
Yeah, Viper does have his summoner spells back up again as well. Speaking of which, he's here in the mid lane. I wonder whether they're going to be able to get any of these as Featherstorm comes through. That is the least massively long cooldown. Does have his cleanse now on cooldown as well, but the flash being still available is definitely very important.
Yeah, all flashes up for Hanwha Life, including Grizzly. He's got that advantage over Canyon because Canyon had to expend his for that Drake take, and that's going to limit some of his engage opportunities, but I don't think they're too worried about it. My concern was that D+ had all of that control, and it still came down to a close fight while Hanwha Life were getting objectives across the map, and that's something that cannot continue to happen here in this game because you have a 3 Drake lead, but you don't have Soul, you don't have control of any of these Barons just yet, and if D+ are going to kind of fall behind on the play and play this very slowly like it might happen here, this is the weakness of D+.
Yeah, D+ are going to get information as Deft is now able to move over. The rest of the team kind of scattered to the wind. Canyon will turn off the lights here with his control ward in a great position. He Magnet Storms over. Can he get the steal is the question. So many are dying as Canyon is untouched. And Deft comes on over. Oh no, Life Esports. That was not the play you were looking for.
Such a big flub. It's so hard to keep a Rel out of the pit. But on top of that, Canyon went in so early because he knew he has a Zeri, he has a Xerath. They both hit over the wall and they got it low
kill
enough.
It from about that health as
well.
That like,
is also
it's ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention the idea of doing the Baron, I'm a big fan of, and I think they kind of caught D+ a little bit unawares initially, but they didn't have any sort of control for it. It was just a race, a rush, and if you're not going to actually commit to the control, which they didn't have a setup to do, you got to back off the Baron, otherwise you just turn it into a 50-50 that you failed already once on the opposing objective bottom side on the Dragon, and they have a ward over the wall, and they think that's good enough, and guess what? It isn't.
Yeah, I mean, you see the damage layered with the CC, Deft and Showmaker doing a great job. And you just see both the Alice and the Lee Sin. This is too late. You move to the back like, hey, we should probably stop them going in.
My goodness.
Just to get deleted. I feel like if you're doing a Baron setup, you don't even want the jungler over the wall. You want to not even let them get that close. And the fact that Canyon's able to be there, gets the steal, gets a ton of kills as well. This game, where Life Esports had a gold lead, has suddenly gone completely out of control.
Yeah, I mean, you're at least in here, so you have insane mobility yourself. You could have been over the pit there, and the Extendo Beam plus Rel's damage plus the Smite is just so difficult to deal with when you've got a Xerath on top of it all. There's just so many different ways to secure this. If you can't keep them away from the pit, you can't be taking 50-50s like this, and now D+ taking the gold lead back here, and they're going to have Baron control for the Soul. And that's another thing that's really going against Hanwha Life here. They will have Prio, so they can set up for their poke, set up for Deft to have success. Did have to use both of his summoners, so he's down sums, but he's got enough control of the map where it might not matter.
Yeah, it's almost like a layering of really rough stuff.
Grizzly?
Speaking of which, Grizzly going to get stunned up. The chain CC kind of working out as look at these Arcano pulses. There's the ride of the Arcane. He's going to have to move left to the Arc. There it goes. And the last one's going to do it. Oh, the buffs to Xerath really coming in clutch.
One more shot. One of the buffs that actually we saw not too long ago was an extra number of shots, and that made the difference there. But ultimately, Grizzly did all he could with the fancy feet, but he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
It's the second time he's died in the exact same spot, the almost exact same scenario. No follow-up, no reason to be there except trying to get some information around the Drake. But it's Baron buff, and you're going to have to get grouped up and hope for a lucky steal. If you're taking this objective away, you're not going to just walk up and start getting vision alone. And it makes another rookie mistake here, and this is going to be D+, not only getting the Drake, but further map control. A plate, or rather a turret, will go to Deft on the bottom side. As this is Showmaker, sees Grizzly, the poke comes through, and then instantly Glacial Augment and Canyon come over, and then we'll watch his first person view with the fireworks show.
Yeah. Let's see how many of these we can actually throw down. Fine's the last one.
And you know, I feel like the first few hit, you should have realized that maybe you shouldn't get hit by the follow-up stun, especially since the max range stun is like 2.25 seconds. It's very lengthy, even with Merc Treads, because he's still going to be stunned for a while. And I think just not really playing with respect there. And now the Cloud Soul in hand, obviously massive for champions like Zeri, but even the Xerath is going to be so much harder to pick off when he's got 15% extra movement speed constantly for this whole game.
I mean, what about a turbo vacuum cleaner as well, which is basically what a Rel is with Magnus Storm Cloud Soul.
Showmaker's bought the Magi's. Like, he knows what's going on in this game, and even if... Oh,
here it is.
God.
Oh, Viper, the DDR, is it going to come through? Decides to go for the 2-for-1 special on the Stake and Pigeon.
What I was going to mention is even if Grizzly doesn't die there, he used Flash, and he's down low, so he has to back. So regardless of whether he dies or not, they get that objective. It's just a difference in gold of actually securing the kill. But even using Showmaker's ultimate as he did here just furthers your ability to poke in, get some additional prio on the map, and then with those low health bars, Hanwha Life can't contest anything. You get free backs all over the place. Zeri now with Runins online.
Oh, Canna. That was rude.
And I mean, all you got to do is just control the map from here.
And I think this is the point where Hanwha Life Esports composition is really going to struggle because you don't have that much reliable engage, right?
I can see the point where they started to struggle.
That's a great assessment. But like, Gnar needs Mega, so it's not always going to be available. Lee Sin kind of needs the right setup and ideally Flash. Alistair can do a decent job, but also it's not like you're playing Nautilus or something, which is super reliable, can just off from a distance. So now you're dealing with a Xerath who is level 16, has the extra movement speed from Cloud Soul, has the extra movement speed from 10 stacks on the Medjais, and if you don't engage on him, you will just lose. If he's able to stand there and free fire, you will just lose every setup for an objective. And this is now the problem Hanwha Life Esports need to solve, because it's Baron in a minute, Elder in 4.
It's so great into Xayah as well, because she's a champion that relies on her ability to avoid burst, but he's got constant damage. He's going to be able to apply it even after she ults, and if she can ult the Rel ultimate and get away from the Magnet Storm, that's just the first step of things she'll have to avoid as Kana gets on top there as well. Gets some slows stacked down. Leona with Glacial Augment. It's really hard for this low-range Xayah to play the game. Viper's 2-0 and 2. He's almost got that third item LDR here to help deal with the Cassante. But I don't know if he ever really gets into position to use these items in this game if D+ continue to have this much control.
And the ridiculous thing as well is the fact that D+ basically have the best snowball soul in the game. Because having extra out of combat movement speed when you want to get to these other lanes and stretch your opposition around the map, it is so oppressive. And Kellen not going to get caught out of position here as D+ fighting for vision of this area. Baron's going to be up in 10 seconds time, and Hanwha Life Esports are grouped to try and actually get there. No one in the side lane on D+'s side. And Canyon is just going to dive in on top of them. Oh my goodness, Deft is going to ult as well. Grizzly trying to get out of there, but now Kingin going to come forward. Canna gets rid of him. Zeka does find a decent ultimate, and now Deft is down to his GA. Life now looking for him here as this fight is not over yet. Still, Canyon gonna get booped away with the headbutt. And D+, they lose Canna, and no one is dead on Hanwha Life Esports' side. Deft now trying to find an opportunity. The pulverize is massive, but he's still gonna go down. But this Zeri is gonna die as well. They take down one, but they're not gonna find more, and Showmaker is the last damage dealer alive.
And Honor Life Esports able to turn it around, should just be able to get Baron off this. The CC, the engage, wasn't really layered well from D+. It was Canyon going in solo. A couple of rights to the Arcane didn't connect from Showmaker, and then suddenly Deft is going down to his GA. Zekka's on a flank, and Honor Life Esports just picked them apart.
All right, so that's Baron here, and like you say, Deft needs to be the last one standing in these fights because Xerath isn't going to be able to apply the same type of consistent damage. He's got some poke, he's got his ultimate here, but Deft goes in for this play, flashes in with the ultimate, takes a lot of his health bar here. Viper survives for so long. Now, Showmaker's just trying to find these low health targets, but he can't get in there. It's too risky to move forward against all of this engage, and Deft will just get picked here. And King gets over the wall here. Showmaker has to flash, and now this fight is just completely broken up.
And there's also just no way for them to get on top of Viper. Like, the headbutt pulverize, like, just the way Life has been playing this Alistar has just been glorious.
Yeah, and once you get Deft in that knockup one more time, it's impossible for Grizzly to miss that Q. And if he's going to hit those, I mean, you're going to kill Deft in this situation. Now GA is down for a very long time. Baron gives you a bunch of map control here, and this game's turned a little bit on its head.
And you know, it's kind of at the point of the game where everything else that happened doesn't really matter, because if you get Elder, you can just win the game of that. And we're looking at a scenario where, once again, carries of D+ don't have summoners. Grizzly has flash, Zekka has flash. If they find Deft, I think D+'s composition really just falls apart. You know, they need him to be the sustained damage in these team fights. His GA's down, and he is going to be a focus for Honor Life Esports.
100%.
There is 40 seconds on this Elder, and I don't think Deft is going to have that GA back up and available, at least not as it's spawning.
It won't, and I mean, they have Cryo here with the Baron they picked up. Hanwha have complete control over this game right now.
Kingen gonna get pushed back, does have to flash there as Cannon doesn't have his available life. He's gonna get spotted, good ward by D+. As Canyon going to be able to secure his own blue buff. Deft grabs the Gromp as well.
Yeah, importantly secures it for Showmaker as well with the changes where you can share it. So he has the blue buff, but you see, because they over-focused on the blue, they get pushed in mid, and now Honor Life Esports have control of the river.
So much control. Kingen is pushing down that turret as well. He's got his Narvar starting to get set up. He hits level 18. D+ is going to try to break through the center here, but they know exactly where Showmaker is. If they collapse on him, it's a big problem. I love Deft's positioning here on the left side. And the split push is just such a big threat here. They're going to have to send some people home. Hanwha playing the map very well.
Kingen is just kind of winning the game. While D+ too focused on this Elder.
And there's no one to poke here. If Hanwha just sit way back, and if they start the Elder, then Hanwha can engage, and he can just teleport in. Kingen is just saying checkmate.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen. Who's more necessary, the Xerath or this Gnar? As this could come down to another smite fight, as now Deft is divided to the backline, and Deft, he's surviving for a long time, but it doesn't work out because Viper's there. He pulls back the feathers. Cannon's not going to be able to do anything, and this will be Honor Life Esports from the jaws of defeat, snatching away victory here in game number 1. Unless there is some sort of massively heroic defense, but I just don't see it.
I don't think they can do it. You know, they have the super minions coming in. Actually, not on this wave, will be later, but either way, there's enough members to defend. Showmaker can't step up. This should be it.
It looks like it is going to be it. And Hanwha just catching D+ unawares, winning one fight. And then they take the Baron. They set up the map perfectly. And if you can't poke anybody while you're trying to get on top of Elder, those Baron buff minions will win the game with a Gnar split pushing. And so they have to decide, do we try to force this fight and try to rush it and then come back and defend our base, or do we send multiple members back to deal with the Gnar? The second they send the Xerath back, that's the go button for Hanwha Life. They push onto that Elder, and then a heroic engage from Zekka. Scoop stepped up. We talked about how he's so important. If he dies, it's over. He's caught by Emperor's Divide, doesn't have summoners, and that's the end of the game.
And you know, this is honestly a bit reminiscent of the Spring series, because in that one, we saw D+ going for like Varus Heimer. They would win lane, they'd come out ahead, but like, oh, this looks great for them. And then Honor Life Esports would just send it in team fights, often on the back of the Yone for Zekka. But same concept here. Look, I mean, look at the damage from Showmaker. Look at the gold graph. They weren't winning most of this game, but Honor Life Esports really, they just personify the last fight is the only one that matters.
Absolutely, and I'm going to go out and say it. This is an absolute tilter. If D+ are anything like what they've been throughout this entire year, we could start the Welcome to Worlds to Honor Life Esports right now.
Yeah,
they're going to need to really turn it around.
Yeah, it's definitely going to do wonders for Grizzly as well. Had a terrible early game, but was able to turn things around in the mid to late. Hanwha looking strong here on objective setup and map control.
Yeah, this is an incredible start for Hanwha Life Esports. Now they're going to have to win on the red side as well. Of course, starting off on blue was a decent advantage. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Spacers are going to break down that game 1, and we'll see you for game 2.
들어볼게.
안 치는 게 낫지 않아?
아 이거 앞에 때려. 나 앞에 싸우자. 기다려봐. 내 앞에 제리 걸어줄 수 있어? 아 나 앞에서 때려. 제리. 나이스. 스페한테 받을게.
나와줘.
야 2초씩 왼쪽으로. 나 이거 바텀 그냥 1대1로 끝내면 돼 내가. 바텀 가자. 성아 레오 레일 여기 정도에서 걸어갈 거야. 우리 갈게. 다음에 써야 돼. 안 급해도 된다. 오케이. 내가 나를 유지해줄 수 있냐?
이거 레일 노플일 거야 아마.
바로 없어진다 이거. 클리어 되거든 이거.
야,
이거 앞으로 가.
그
내가 이거 그냥 내가 메가로 오나. 메가로 막았어.
야, 괜찮이 말해. 내 말 들어. 야, 제라스한테 깜짝 스킬 쓰게 해봐.
아 내가 풀 빠질게.
야,
따나 봐봐 이거. 내가 그냥 타워쳐. 타워쳐 그냥 나 가인이 있어. 아 타워쳐.
알겠다. 다음 게임 준비하자. 내가 좀 급했지? 가비.
아니야. 아 좋다.
and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1. I am Valdez. With me is Hooney and Chronicler today, and that was a doozy of a game. Number 1 that we just had. It was all over the place, and eventually one of the teams won.
If that happens to you in solo queue, that's when you're like, let's go take a little break. Let's go for a walk outside, maybe get a coffee or something, because that's a tilter.
That's gonna make a change.
Yeah,
No matter what. That's a change where it started from. So
yeah, it's not a good time.
take a deep breath. Refresh the air.
Yeah, it's. You can take away from the game that I think for a large part, I think D+ played a lot better. But as we have seen in the past, their issues with team fights remain very much in place.
Yeah, especially one later on in the game. Things were decent before that. Let's take a look at the draft, which obviously had a lot of bans towards Grizzly. He was able to pick up the Lee Sin at the end.
So we collectively love the J4, but the fact that the mistakes that Grizzly made this game, which there were a lot of, I don't think the champion that he plays actually matter. I think that the first 2 bans are great because those champions have such insane value regardless of individual performance. But the Viego and the Vi in particular, I think the champions are not that strong, and you need to really play aggressive for those to work, which right now Hanwha doesn't really play towards. And the Lee, his mechanical play was good, but he got caught out a bunch of times. I feel like he still got something that he was happy with, even though they used 5 bans, which kind of defeated the purpose.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can't say I like the HLE draft. I like it personally because the reason why you're actually not winning mid, not winning bottom as well. That's why the game was was so one-sided until the mid game. What happened to until the happened thingy to the D+ Kia just throw it. But it is what it is.
It is what it is, and it started off with some really early shenanigans, actually, on this Drake, which DK looked primed and ready to take, but then eventually Grizzly struck, and things went pretty well for Hanwha Life Esports in this fight.
And this is after Grizzly has made a couple of big mistakes when it comes to his positioning, got caught already a bunch of times, and even though his Q doesn't hit there and he ends up dying, he still baits D+ into this, and these type of fights, D+ always take, and they often shouldn't. And it's something that they've been doing for the entire year, and it's such a big problem because this leads to them, again, having a big lead and kind of losing it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would like to shout out to Grizzly. He actually played really well in this fight, just popped the animated carry, and it's still, I think the D+ Kia actually just was trying to stay in the turret, but wasn't enough, actually, because the team fight was already over since they lost AD carry. The fight was super one-sided, and the Bing ends up, they just lost more member.
Yeah, so the game pretty swingy, started off pretty good on that fight, at least for Hanwha Life Esports. Then we got to the second highlight, which more of a low light, perhaps, because Hanwha Life Esports, they really just kind of sent it.
Yeah, in a bad way, as they just take in front of D+ this Baron, while Showmaker is taking 3 pot shots. Devs can just come over the wall, and Kingen ended up TPing in with no Narbar. So Hanwha Life at this point, I think, should have lost the game. And the reason why we don't like this is because stop trying to flip objectives versus Rel. I know Lee has his little execute, which that's nice.
Cute.
But yeah, it's not enough. You have Q, which has about 700 total damage because there's almost 500 damage to monsters, which is insane. And then you also have your E, which gives you, which actually was the thing that ended up saving it together with Smite. The E, which gives you bonus max health and bonus damage to monsters. So actually stealing from Rel is really hard. And if Rel can get near the pitch, she's so tanky. Actually denying steals is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to know why HLE was that much desperate in the Baron. The reason why the Rel also steal the Drake before. So they were on the soul point, so they make the decision making on let's do the Baron. Otherwise the game is really bad. But it's still against Rel.
It's fine.
Yeah. And the game ended up pretty bad, but then DK, they had one fight which was pretty iffy, and then it got to an even state, and we had this Elder fight.
The key thing here is Deft doesn't have his flash, and he dies. That's it.
That's what happened.
I mean, also the thing is really important for HLE. Look at the King where he actually spotted it. He's beam pressuring you.
The Hooney thing.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Nara, just do not group. Especially when you're mini Nara, just pressure enemy team. You get the Baron, you get the inhibitor. Just keep going until you find the Nexus.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was kind of crazy because it just felt like DK were in control. Even after the first highlight, you guys remember, which went the way of Life Esports, DK took back control, and it just felt in their favor. But then one wrong fight goes, and then all of a sudden, Deft, your main carry that you needed to do damage, doesn't have his flash, doesn't have his GA, and they have to fight for Elder, so it's really rough.
And what led to that, we didn't get to show it because there were so many things happening in this game. But there was a fight before that why Def didn't have GA, why he didn't have flash, right? And it was just another messy fight from D+, similar to what happened before on top. If they can clean up their team fights...
Viper's angry, man.
Yeah.
He is so
with the
getting heated.
With the laning leads that they get, and the team should be fine. But instead, when it comes to team fighting, this is something we saw in playoffs last spring as well. It actually ends up being how Grizzly is having some wrist issues. Yeah. I don't know if it's that or if they're just, you know, having a good time together.
You know,
having a moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is even though they got the win, like this is like not like real happy win, honestly. So they're probably like hit it up. You know, like
I mean,
there's a lot of things that they could have done better job.
And Viper at the end quoted saying, "Just listen to me." We'll have to see if Life Esports will do that and if they can continue to get more wins or if DK can come back. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of game number 1. And yes, here we are. Bit of a zoom in onto Grizzly there, who was getting his hand held by Dandy. Of course, a bit of a one-on-one there because Dandy is relatively well known in the jungle space. The guy has a world championship himself. Back when it was in Korea, not the last time, but the time before. In 2014.
I was there live watching it. Was a great
I wish
experience.
I was there. I was so sad that I missed that one.
That was 9
Almost
years ago.
flew over.
That was a long time.
It was a long time, yeah. Yeah. Dandy did not go back after that. Joined Avicii Gaming, I believe, in the LPL immediately afterwards.
So let's talk about this draft for a minute because we saw the targets of Grizzly last time, and Chronicler mentioned it. Atlas, you were talking to me about how you felt about it. If you're the better jungle player, do you really need to index this heavily on targeting Grizzly and leaving other prio picks like the Xayah up? We'll be actually Hanwha Life on red side who banned that Xayah away. We'll see if they continue to do every bans towards Grizzly here, because I don't think you necessarily have to as D+.
I would agree. The Nico ban is an interesting one now because Azir is going to be taken away. Do D+, then go for a Nico first pick if it's left up and available, and then flex it to jungle. It is something that you could do, or do they priority pick the row?
I think... I mean,
it's banned,
so
I guess
not even
have the discussion.
Good question, but...
That was a great question, and I had a phenomenal answer, but you won't get to hear it, so we'll leave it till next time.
I am honestly shocked that they left the rel open, because this was a huge problem for them on every single objective fight. Canyon destroyed the early game. Now he's got blue side, so you could get some additional prio there bottom side for Deft, and then repeat this, especially with the Alistar lock-in here. I think this is a mistake from Hanwha Life. I'd rather have seen them leave open either the Nico or the Xayah. Now they're going to think that the Alistar is the answer again.
Well, there's the Kai'Sa locked in alongside it as well. The Aphelios to come through. Aphelios Lulu for that extra lane control. Something that Deft played extraordinarily well yesterday was the Aphelios didn't have the added power of the support there. And Zeka, he's thinking that maybe it's his time, of course. Doesn't have the Alistar on the other side, but Magnet Storm and Wild Growth sound pretty scary. That's the Nocturne being considered, though, here for Grizzly as well, so we'll get his hands on more of the premium picks in the jungle.
I think the Nocturne's just so good when you are playing a dive composition, because not only is the fact you can get onto the champion no matter what, but the confusion that the ult offers is so impactful, and with the draft that has come so far, with the fact you have the Kai'Sa Alistar, the fact they have the Aphelios Lulu, you know you have to fully commit onto this dive, that you have to be able to kill this Aphelios, or the game is not going to go in your favor.
Yeah, Jack's going to get banned here. Now, I wonder if Malphite gets a look here as well, because Malphite works so well with the dive they already have, and this was what the answer was attempted with yesterday to Deft's Aphelios. Was able to outplay it, and we'll see if Hanwha Life have a similar idea in mind here for Kingen, as it's not really a champion that he prefers to play. It's not really one he often picks up, but Ahri going to be taken away here. The Ahri very strong with the Nocturne. You already know you're up against this squishy Lulu, so you really have to be careful about these really strong dive threats and pick threats here if you're D+.
I think as well, because they have the Kai'Sa already, they're really comfortable. They want to lean into like the Yone in the mid lane. They could even take top on 4 and then leave that counter pick to secure a good matchup, but think there's a lot of options for Zeka in this situation. Honor Life Esports, banned away the Jax, could go for something like the Cassante as well. Actually going for the LeBlanc here.
Yeah, LeBlanc has been largely banned. We haven't actually seen him picked up almost at all.
I feel like the LeBlanc and the Jax are two different champions that can cause side lane problems for you to buy time for the Aphelios to get online. And Showmaker's a fantastic LeBlanc. It's still one of his top most played this season, even though it's not as popular right now. And it has been targeted against him by basically every team that's played against D+. So I like that ban. The Yone that you were talking about is now removed from Zeka. So the Sylas still an option here that he could pick up. And again, that Malphite, another champion that does index very well into this composition.
I'm getting a little bit scared. We saw Beryl actually decide to ban away Yasuo in the last game. I don't know whether Showmaker really wants to go down that route, but I'm seeing the Magnet Storm and the Wild Growth, and I'm getting a little bit worried.
As much as, you know, the Lulu and Ralts are good in a pinch, I don't really feel like they're that fantastic for the Sylas. So I like that if they are going to go towards it, they would leave it till 5. But, you know, it is something that yesterday Showmaker had a fantastic game on. He's got some great choices with the Alistar ult. He may just secure it himself.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think that they took a risk on the side of Hamalife Esports, and now he can just go towards it. Notices that he now has the better Gnar ult as well.
Yeah.
Paranoia, Killer Instinct, Gnar, and the Unbreakable Will. I mean, there is not a bad choice.
You either get the utility of the Nocturne ult, you get the invincibility of the Alistar ult, or the Gnar ult has a, if you slam them to a wall, it's 150% AP ratio. It's pretty monstrous, and considering the plan for Honor Life Esports was clearly we are going to try and kill Deft in this game, they're now going to have to deal with Showmaker running rampant with a fantastic selection of ultimates available.
I like this Cassante pick, even though Gnar is kind of a soft counter to the pick, and it's going to offer you such an insane front line. You have Sylas, you have Cassante, you have Rel, and the Lulu survivability to add on top of the ability for Aphelios to be okay in fights and do massive damage here. But it does create a bit of an issue in terms of potential side lane threats. And the Akali into the Sylas. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this one. I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I think it is very greedy, and there are a lot of ways to shut this down. And Sylas, not gonna be too fussed about picking that ult up either.
That is true. Killer Instinct is a great one. The perfect execution. But Akali was picked as a Sylas counter like all last year.
I'm going to say something. It's obviously not good to give the enemy Sylas like really strong ult, but you've already given him some of the best. One more. Like, he can only use 1 or 2 in a team.
He's never taking that one when he can take the others.
Yeah, the choice was already too good.
My concern is that Rel is very good into Akali. There's tons of CC in this comp. You can Wild Growth. Zeka has made this choice when he's been pinched in similar situations, whether it's in a counter pick for the Azir, this time the Sylas. And in the individual matchup, you can feel good about it, but in terms of team fight impact, it has just not been a strong pick. It offers very little utility. It is extremely fragile, and if it gets CC'd by any of these champions, they link it together, he dies instantly, then you're reliant only on your AD carry for damage.
And we had that game where we went 5-0 early on the Akali, because we went Super Soul when it was picked then, but we're like, whoa, it's 5-0? Of course he's going to pop off. And then he got solo killed by aiming's Kai'Sa when he tried to flank, and that was just it. The game was just done from there, so not completely convincing. I think on one hand, the pick itself, I'm not super sold on, but on the other hand, it is Zeka, and I don't think I could think of anything else he would pick in this situation that would suit him better. So he needs to have his A game here if he wants to be able to carry on this pick.
I think otherwise, though, this composition, like the amount of dive, the fact that Life is back on the Alistar once again, a pick that he was so good on last game, there are some positives, but that mid lane is going to be fireworks. Excited for it. Let's jump onto the Rift for Game 2. And Zeka is using his own skin as well. You love to see it. Some of our other players here in the LCK decide not to use theirs.
He didn't last time because he said the other skin he was using was his good luck skin.
Yeah, right.
And then he lost, so maybe he's like, you know what? That skin's dead to me.
Yeah.
I'm using my skin.
No more KDA Akali. We're just not seeing it. I think that was the one that he was using. The Prestige.
I think it was the Prestige KDA, yeah.
It was.
The classic. That's the one Deft uses on Kai'Sa, but Viper likes to shout out his former LPL brethren in Jackie Love.
We did see, or did hear in the desk mention that Viper said, like, listen to what I say, basically. Listen to me. And if you watch the player cams going into the game, as well as that draft, it has some real listen to what I say energy when you look at Viper's player cam. And we'll see when those player cams come up here in just a moment and see how much he's talking, because his team has often lacked a distinct shot caller. I think Viper has now really come into this role. He was speaking Chinese when he was playing on EDG. It took him a while to recover and thinking in Chinese oftentimes in terms of his comms. He mentioned in interviews before the spring season. It's been a year of LCK now that he's played through, and he definitely looks hungry to go back to Worlds and potentially grab another title. We'll see how he performs here on this second game, because the early game went very poorly for Hanwha Life. They made some clutch plays later on. Zeka will have the advantage here at level 1.
Yeah, we'll see how it is going to go. Is able to shove this wave forward, as we can see. Showmaker having to deal with that, but should be able to get towards level 2 relatively comfortably. Zeka going to get there first. This minion will die, and then he will be all right.
You know, one of the things in the last game was it felt like there was an over-reliance of depth in the team fights. I think if Showmaker falls behind, we could see a similar situation. I think he's better equipped in this game, right? He's got the Lulu to buff him up, but I think once again we're kind of returning to that thing where mid is so impactful for D+ to have success, not just because of the bleed effect with how it sets up Canyon, but also just taking some weight off Def's shoulders.
I also think that now with the Sylas, we saw yesterday that Showmaker is a legitimate threat on this pick. Because we were having the same issues, right, with these drafts, rightly so, because we felt like it was over-indexing into only one threat, only one carry. And he's pretty good, as we can see.
Yeah, he is very good at Aphelios.
Yeah, putting on the pressure, as you would in this lane.
And the problem that we had with the Xerath pick in the last game is not about its laning phase. It was just about the fact that you have really only sustained damage on the Zeri, and once Def died, that was the end of the story. Similar situation here for D+, but on Hanwha's side, your sustained damage is on Anar, actually, and otherwise you don't have a whole lot of it because you have the burst dive set up with the Kaisa, you have the Akali. You don't really have sustained damage on a longer team fight where this Aphelios has so much to protect him with. So I really do trust that if we get to the late game on even footing here and the Akali isn't just so massively farmed ahead, then I do feel like the fights should, in theory, favor D+. The Gnar is going to have to be a huge impact maker, obviously somewhat conditional engage. You have the dive. You're going to have to kill this Aphelios somehow, some way, and Def proved yesterday that he is just so fantastic. He's got Cleanse, Flash, and Gale Force.
He should still have that as an opportunity. Doesn't have to worry about these big rocks landing on top of him from the top lane. But he does have an angry prehistoric Yordle that could come down and ruin his day. Thankfully, Cleanse in this game instead of the Ghost.
And I think a big adaptation here is the fact that we obviously know the Alistair's in a really rough spot in the early levels, especially against Lulu Aphelios. But we saw in the first game, D+ leveraged that to invade and challenge Grizzly on his red. This time he's made sure that he's pathing away from that side of the map, so he's had a pretty uncontested clear, and especially on a Nocturne, you want a smooth path to level 6, and that's when you can start making the impact.
Definitely true. They also don't have a lane like they did last time to make an impact against Showmaker early with the Lee Sin kick and the Emperor's Divide, so no threat for the Sylas just yet either. Probably going to be focused on objective fights or the bottom side of the map in the 2v2 with this Nocturne once he does hit level 6. A little bit tougher to gank Cassante in the top side as well. So not a whole lot that Grizzly could do in terms of surprising his opponents here. It seems pretty transparent what he is going to do, but doesn't mean it's any less strong.
Well, Showmaker going to lose out on some of these trades in the mid lane. You can see falling behind in farm just a little bit. Something that Zeka has always been incredibly good at is just early laning on these melee champions and staying competitive and keeping his health bar in an okay position. But he's going to have to try and dodge away from this one. There's the flash forward. Canyon still looking for more. The slow comes down and Showmaker just picks up the kill. That's first blood. D+ on the board.
Oh, double flash expended for this, but definitely worth it here to put the Akali behind. And that was so well played from Showmaker. Waits for the flash from Zeka, follows up and gives him the spins.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Canyon didn't do much other than giving him the speed boost, but ultimately being there meant that Zeka couldn't try and turn it around, couldn't follow in the Shuriken and look for a trade, and ends up going down. And considering how much good work he'd done in the early laning phase to get ahead, it's all just been reversed there.
I have to say sorry for the caster curse as well. That was
I had mine last game, you're next, Fox.
Yeah, I guess. It's up to you. Maybe Orc can just bring us a Chemtech Soul, and then that'll be your addition, and it'll be absolutely fine. Zeka is going to be able to teleport back, so he should be all right. Grabs a Hextech cookie, and Showmaker has his lost chapter. Feeling all right about that one. Deft and Kellen getting a big old shove forward. And that is going to allow them to have a pretty nice back. Oh, this plate will be denied, though, as that is just money to the ether.
Feels nice that you deny that from Deft here, but he's otherwise a pretty safe laning phase. He also went for the stopwatch rune, just like he did last game. As I watch this play one more time, Showmaker dashes in, puts that damage in, hits the stun, so Zeka has to flash, and then the speed up comes through, and I'll flash for the final autos.
The shocked Teemo comes through as well. You love to see it. A classic of Showmaker. And now, will the first Drake go to D+ as well?
I feel like it should. I feel like you have so much control of bot, you should set a similar tempo to last game, because it's easy to go like, oh, you lost last game, but 90% of it, maybe like 85% of it was going pretty good. And it started off with that early objective control from Canyon. On top of that, his ability just to secure objectives, even when it was in theory at 50-50 with the rel execute, was a lot more in favor. So here, once again, they reset, they get items for depth, they push in this massive wave. No way Honor Life Esports can contest it. And with Herald in 45, there's also potential for D+ to be ready to match on that as well if they really want to.
Paranoia now up for Grizzly, though. Does hit that level 6, which is so important. Shuriken backflip going to connect onto Showmaker, but he's just going to wait it out. Looks like Zeka's not going to play aggressive. There is that Drake that we expected. Grizzly going to be able to trade it for the topside jungle here of Canyon, though. Going to move in and try and see what they can do there towards that bottom side, but as we can see, looks like Grizzly will be successful, at least for taking away this buff.
Kana has Prio here. Grizzly is not safe to actually contest this Gromp as Canyon's coming over. There's a lot of the spell shield. He has to flash.
Yeah, immediately does just flash away. Showmaker looking to come up. There's the crash down. The flash forward comes in from Kana. He goes all out to make sure the Grizzly's dead. And it is right as Shelly shows up.
And you know, just before that play, I saw a red assist ping in the bot lane. And from the fact that Grizzly immediately flashed, you could tell he wasn't expecting Canyon to be there. He thought he was going to go and lean towards his bot lane and make a play there, and it just backfires massively.
Yeah, that's just Canyon's game sense. He goes straight up to because he wants to help contest the Herald. Now Kinget's going to come over and look for a steal. It won't be successful. But this is, once again, similar to last game where we saw that contest of the blue buff where it's like Grizzly's like, all right, well, they got Dragon, we have no control. I'll make something happen here, but didn't do the proper checks to make sure it was a safe play. They didn't have enough vision covered there, and as soon as he sees Canyon, he flashes. But with the Kana Prio topside, he is going to get taken out. So 2 kills here in the early game, and D+ will also secure Herald, so both objectives are theirs.
I really like the proactivity from Canna as well. Just no hesitation, uses that flash, makes sure they get the kill because the objective on the horizon is guaranteed advantage if they manage to get the kill. It's not just bloodthirst, right? It's not just trying to get a kill to get that 300 gold. It's getting that kill so they can snowball their advantage ever forward. And that's going to mean that the Rift Herald now belongs to them, and it's the opposite situation for what we saw in the last game. Good to see that D+ is still playing with their heads screwed on. We were a little bit worried about them after their initial loss, after all of the control they had in game number 1. It's going to be a different story this time. I think they made the right adaptations in draft. So definitely feeling like a better spot for them, but they're going to have to show us more because Humble Life are just always so scary at the later stages of the game.
Grizzly has not been able to Paranoia yet this game. He's just been denied at every turn, and it's very difficult here without Zeka's help, so he's come down.
Yeah, there's the flash forward. Paranoia comes through here. They're going to see whether they can take down Def, but he's got red-white. It is so dangerous to fight him underneath this turret. They do get the perfect execution for the kill, but now Life and Grizzly are in such an awkward position. Canyon going to help Kellen lock down that kill, and they'll give it over to Showmaker for the second one. It's almost a good dive from Humble Life Esports, but ultimately it's more money for D+.
Yeah, so well played there by D+. The flash from Def to dodge the initial CC, the amount of time bought by Kellen. And honestly, if there was any support other than Alistair, Humble Life Esports would not have gotten out of it, only going 1 for 2. The fact that Canyon's there on a rel of all champs, that is one of the hardest to be diving when she's nearby because of the lockup that happens. You can see here, Life looks for the flash combo, but Def reads it perfectly. The ult coming in from the Lulu buys so much time.
Late cleanse, and
yeah, phenomenal.
And then Canyon also ends up hitting the crash down there, and Def puts so much damage in before he dies that it's really easy to grab these additional kills. They also are able to even give it to Showmaker here. So a big backfire on the play, but they feel like they have to do something with this Nocturne that hasn't gotten any value out of that level 6. They hard force the play, but they come up empty. And Deft, by the way, was about 1 assist away from having stopwatch on that play as well. If he has that, then it's complete dunzo, a huge disaster. So the timing window there was so thin, and they still couldn't get an advantage.
You could almost say it was perfect. Nicely done to be able to at least get their first kill of the game. 1,000 gold, now the lead for D+, though, as the dust settles. And thankfully, I mean, that would have been much larger if this lane in mid was going better for Showmaker. But it's not necessarily in its greatest spot because of Zekka's pretty large CS advantage that he does have. Shelly, though, going to park herself in this bottom lane and look for some money for Deft.
He's going to be able to get 2 plates off the back of this, and I think it was always going to be bot lane, getting those resources on your Aphelios, who's going to get buffed up by the Lulu, but the fact that you have this really strong Aphelios is obviously fantastic, but my concern was that if Showmaker was behind, that could really put over-reliance on Deft. With 3 kills in his pocket, you now have 2 really strong carries in this game. And with Dragon up in 30 seconds, I think D+ can keep pushing the momentum.
And I think it says a lot about the confidence here of D+ in this game state that Deft goes Kraken Slayer first. He knows he has got to keep that stopwatch. He's still holding on to that one. He doesn't go for Gale Force because, yes, it's a dive composition, but he knows that D+ have been able to protect him well enough thus far. They have enough of an objective lead here and a leash on the map to where he's like, I just want to do damage because they can't kill me, and now I'm going to be doing even more than I would have with the Gale Force in these impactful team fights in this early game. I want to snowball their lead.
We haven't even seen Showmaker find a big ultimate stolen away from someone either. Very much looking forward to seeing what he can do with an Unbreakable Will, with a Paranoia, with the big Gnar that he can use at any time. Kingan's not as capable of. Certainly a whole lot of great options here, as Showmaker lurking towards the bottom side is going to be a little bit of that lane swap situation. There are just wards everywhere on this map right now, and you can see Showmaker expects that there is something awry, something amiss in this bottom lane, and he's not going to be baited into overextending towards the Akali.
Yeah, with the amount of vision that D+ have, the fact that you're seeing no one really apart from the Akali and the Kai'Sa does give you a little bit of pause, but they'll wait it out, and you can see Kellen and Canyon pairing up. I think there's an opportunity for them to push in.
the cannon.
Yeah.
Agreed, though, like you're saying, Ox. I mean, there's a lot of safety here for D+, as long as they don't overstep their bounds, and Deft waits out. The Plasma there not going to get ulted by Viper anymore and can just let this wave push through. They have so much prio on this Dragon right now. They're just not concerned about anything but getting picked by a Paranoia combo there. The Akali pushing bottom side, so you know that there's not a flank angle set up there, and Grizzly just missing for long enough now to where they're like, I guess we're safe, and they're going to slowly push this wave in and go towards the Dragon.
Yeah, Canyon actually stepped out of the brush and showed, and Honolulu Peaceful pinged him like 82 times. And you could see Grizzly moving top, like they looked like maybe they could punish Canna, who's already low, look for a dive. But the wave is gone now, and I think D+ are just like, cool, we're just going to commit to the Dragon. They're not aware that Grizzly isn't here. They could be rushing it right now, and it looks like they are eventually going to move on to it. But Grizzly, you know, he's just licking his wounds on the other side. Constellation prize of a blue isn't really weird.
Yeah, I mean, he can engage from a long way away, but I mean, they're just not even going to get this. And because there's no vision here, D+, like, let's just commit the teleport on the play. Make sure there is absolutely no way we lose out on this. And it will be a 2 Drake lead into Cloud again here.
Ooh, you love to see it. But also, like, this was all coordinated with the top lane wave resetting as well, so not going to be able to get any pushes towards that top side of the map. I think the teleport timing from Canna kind of beautiful there. They did have to use it, so it does mean that now there should be a bit of a tempo shift in favor of Hanwha Life Esports. They have first move to a lot of these plays, given the fact that they do have this double teleport there. They're going to have to use them effectively. They have a slight gold advantage at this point in time. But with these 2 Drakes, with the fact that D+ have had a lot of control of the map, definitely does bode well for them.
And I think this is, again, though, going to be a point of strength for Hanwha Life Esports, is Kingan on this Gnar, because last game, obviously, trying to push for the Nexus as the Elder was going, but he has got a pretty sizable lead already has that Triforce, so, you know, I don't think necessarily the Gnar will be enough just to solo win the game, but if they can force D+ to move across the map to try and react to it, put them in an uncomfortable spot, they can definitely get some power out of that.
You can see he has the highest CS in the game and highest per minute as well. He's been farming extremely well into the Cassante. Nice counter matchup that Kana opted into, but love the teleport choice there from Kana last time around. Makes it so they could both cover the Drake, but also he won't be in danger of a cross map either once he leaves the location and can, of course, just come back. We'll sacrifice some of that CS, but as you're saying, the opportunities for Kingen won't be on his side alone. The rest of the team will have to give him those chances to push in a side and be that same threat he was last time once they got the lead.
Yeah, Life sticking around here, actually, looking for an opportunity onto Showmaker, who will push forward. There's the Everfrost. Let's see whether he can keep himself alive. He gets the Unbreakable Will, and he's going to take a lot of killing. Kingslayer also doing so much work, but they're able to tank up so well. Still, he's got a stopwatch, so he's fine.
One of the problems with going for that play
is he your Alistair?
Yeah, you're giving him the best defensive ult a Sylas can get, and then you're surprised he isn't dying. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that was instantly my thought is there any way for them to chain CC him as well?
Here's another dive, as now Viper taking a fair bit of damage. Does have to get himself out of there, but does so quite comfortably. Uses the Killer Instinct instead of the Flash, and therefore that has a lower cooldown still. It's going to make this turret not long for the world.
Gonna have to use a teleport here to defend it, and a lot of CS is denied here from Viper as well. We'll be able to get some of these. Kingen with Narbar trying to make something happen, but we'll get pushed away. But yeah, that bottom side play, just so bizarre. Zeka in trouble now.
Let's see whether he can actually grab this kill. The chain's going to connect as Zeka just gonna get ulted by his own R button and taken down. Solo kill for Showmaker. Man, his Sylas has looked good of the last couple of days.
So well played. And into Zeka as well, that player. Oh, GP coming in.
I think Life might be in trouble as the headbutt is beautiful. Flashes away as well, but there's a Gravitum. Chain Lash is going to do it. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but they'll look at this one as the outer turret goes down in mid.
5 kills on Showmaker Sylas here at 17 minutes and 45 seconds into this game. He is making impacts everywhere, and this one is really looking rough for Hanwha Life. Yeah, you have that massive CS advantage here for your Gnar. You had a CS advantage that was significant enough for Zeka to actually show in the gold graph here, but you're now behind overall, and this Sylas is just so incredibly fed that after he survives the attempt on his life, he can make plays like this. And we talked about the steal on the Akali. Everfrost reveals the reaction here with the chains is beautiful, and he finishes him off there with that Akali ultimate, calls out the subs.
Just hits everything he needs to, and then doesn't miss a beat. TP's in mid because Life is just a bit overextended. Remember, doesn't have the ult from that previous play, and he arrives just to steal a kill from Def there. But I love the fact that he's into Zeka, that player who, whenever we think of melee mid laners, we think Zeka. He takes this matchup. We felt like, you know, it was Hanwha Life Esports setting up for the Sylas pick, and he plays with such strength, such confidence, and it's just dominating the matchup right now.
Looking absolutely fantastic. It's not over yet, though, and you can see in the gold, it is still neck and neck. It's absolutely even, largely to do with these large CS numbers that you can see from the solo lanes.
The jungle as well.
Yeah, jungle also. It's being Grizzly, herbivoring it up. And you love to see that on the Nocturne. Can definitely be a big threat later on in this game. As Zeka taking a bit of damage from Cannon. Probably not his favorite matchup on the Akali, as this Cassante can just do those Cassante things, as we know. He'll head into his Shroud, though. I'm
still concerned about the lack of sustained damage here for Hanwha Life. I think Kingen is the champion you should be most worried about right now if you're a D+ fan, because he's got the ability to be that long-term threat, to be a side lane threat. He can, of course, set up really big fights and set Zeka up for big ults through the entire team. But if he can't find those moments, if they can't get control, even though they're playing the dive comp, even though they're playing the Nocturne composition, they haven't really had any semblance of objective control whatsoever throughout this entire game. So gold being similar, actually now advantage for Hanwha Life, won't mean anything if you can't win any fights. We get down to these critical objectives like Baron and Elder later, and Deft is ready to pop off and do that sustained damage you don't have. And the counterplay has always been Grizzly taking this blue buff, and that's a huge reason why they have a gold lead here, but what does it really mean?
Oh, he nailed it. He did manage to get that blue buff.
D+ like, okay, third dragon stacking up for Soul. Grizzly's like,
3 blue buff
with my name on it. You know, we should have a blue buff tracker on the scoreboard. I think Grizzly's trying to make a case for it right now.
Well, we can see that this gold still not moving past 1,000 in either direction. And D+ going to need to find more advantage than what they've figured out so far. Soul Point, definitely a good way of getting that, and that's why we're talking about D+ having a lead throughout this game, because they have been first to these objectives, and Hanwha Life Esports hasn't been able to find the real answers here. And when you've got Showmaker lurking with Zhonya's and any ultimate that his opposition has, all of them being amazing, it is going to be a very difficult later game to navigate into this Silas that we've seen already that Showmaker is so good at. He also scales absurdly well. Like when you can ult twice in a team fight, that's also pretty silly.
Yeah, the Akali is not super far behind because of that CS advantage, and you know she's got Sork shoes, so is going to be doing a lot here. The Zhonya's is ready, so she can actually offer some deep dive without really any threat of counterplay. As this turret going down is actually pretty huge. That will allow Grizzly and Zeka to potentially dive Deft when he is farming in mid. But I feel like the advantages that HLE needed to have here to make this composition work are just not there. I mean, it's a 700 gold lead, but that is nowhere near enough.
Well, Canyon on a control ward. Kellen moving on over as well. They're protecting Showmaker right now. The Baron has been alive for a minute and a half. That is why we've got so much attention towards this top side. Everfrost, a lot of value, very satisfying. That was nice. And Canna now moving away from Zeka. Not super happy about the 1v1 at this point in time. He's doing all right. Caught back up in farm a little bit, at least against his new opponent in Zeka right now. Kingen just kind of farming at 12 CS a minute or something like that, just trying to get towards these split push items.
I think ultimately when it comes to these team fights, angle of approach is going to be so important for Hanwha Esports with picks like the Akali, like the Gnar. If you can find flank angles to layer with a Nocturne, that's going to make all the difference, because we've seen some Nocturnes feel like they're flying in solo and the rest of the team is kind of just like, see you later. And the support isn't there. Showmaker.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulp does come through here. Showmaker is just never really going to be in
Life learned his lesson.
If
I keep going, he will steal my ult.
Maybe Life was hoping Showmaker put that ult steal on cooldown, you know, like, maybe he won't be able to hijack this one for the next team fight. But Showmaker's not even going to take it. He's just going to wait and hold it out here and let the wave come to him here, and should be totally fine. Deft's picked up his Gale Force now. That stopwatch still unbroken here. And 2 minutes to go until this Cloud Soul, which is just so valuable for a comp that can turn so quickly and will have all that additional movement speed to chase around the map. Very concerned here for Hanwha Life if they do not win this next team fight. And look, it's the CS numbers that keep the gold even. That's what the Korean commentators are talking about. So it looks like Hanwha Life are in a decent position here, but it's really just CS and minions killed. No confidence I have right now for team fights for HLE if they can't win this next one. This is so important.
Yeah, it's when this Baron is going to get started up by either team. And you know that Hanwha Esports are going to be very worried about doing that. Not only is it, a bad memory from last game, but it's also this Rel that is so good, as the desk already mentioned for us. So good at securing it. So even if you start it, if Canyon's anywhere near, there is just no way that you're going to be able to get that objective unless you kill the Rel first and get her out of contention.
And who do you kill who isn't Deft if you actually press R on people? If Deft is just sitting so far back that you have to go in as Nocturne disconnected, as you mentioned, Ox, from the rest of your team, you have a big problem. And the Akali burst isn't going to work out. I mean, look at the itemization here. Going full AP, Canyon to this point is like, well, I mean, it's poke Kaisa, and it's going to be the Akali that needs to do the damage here. There's no sustained damage in team fights. If you don't kill Deft basically within 2 seconds of the start of the fight, I don't think you win these.
They also have no heal deny, so Spirit Visage is going to be a lot of value alongside this Radiant Virtue. I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, also buffing the shield that you get when you dismount as well. And on top of that, you can see Showmaker going for that like Mythic into Zhonya's Banshee's popular Silas option, where you just end up so durable in the team fights as a result. So, you know, they're feeling confident. They're leaning towards the Dragon, trying to get set up for it. Oh! Yeah,
Viper going to have to supercharge out of the way of this one as Deft finds the Gravitum, gets the cleanse. Damn. King ain't going to get a turret, though, so you'll probably take that. Gold trade, cleanse for turret. Probably turret going to give you more gold. That means Hanwha Esports moves to a relatively considerable gold advantage.
His Gnar is going to be down now, though, even though he has teleport, and they're actually going to try to turn this into a Baron. This is a good call here. Zeka trying to sell this Drake approach, but this did not go well for them last time.
Yeah, there's no way that they're going to stick onto this one. Still, Grizzly is going to secure the Rift Scuttler.
And Viper took so much damage from the Baron when they went over the pit, so now he's half HP, and I think D+ are still trying to gather information. They want to make sure it's not going down, but they can really easily secure the Dragon, but I think Hanwha Esports was actually managing to get the reset in, and it bought some time.
These side lanes as well are just going into the nether. There is so much money going missing on D+'s side because of lack of control in the sides. And Akali and Gnar definitely going to be two champions that are very, very good at making sure that that happens. Deft is going to get a little bit of move speed, but kind of happy feeding around this map right now. Once again, vision control goes to Hanwha Esports. And DK, yeah, they're grouped up. Yeah, they're ready for a fight, but they have no control of the rest of the map as Canyon going to get discovered. And Kingen, he might be the target. He flashes into the Baron pit as Paranoia is going to try and deter them, but that is a huge tool. Now missing from any fight coming up. Voidseeker going to connect onto Showmaker, but he's not a great target. Now the Unbreakable Will is going to get snagged from Showmaker. The fight is going to come through. Decent Magnus Storm, but Kingen, he goes golden. Headbutt's going to come through here as I think they're just going to lose their front line, and they are. Humble Esports lose too. That should mean Baron for D+.
All they have to do is wait out the Gnar. They just kite back. They're like, we have damage. Oh, you're paranoid. You can't click on anybody. Your Gnar is down. We just turn around and walk towards you. Viper doing nothing in this fight, unfortunately, except trying to offer some poke because he's not really an AD carry. There's no follow-up. They don't have positional advantage, and what they'll take is a Drake in trade for Baron here, but 2 kills going over to D+, and D+ have just said, I want objectives, I want value on the map, I don't care about sides because you will never win me in a 5v5 team fight against me.
And the thing is, like, Canyon was super overextended here, but he was allowed to be because he's got his team able to push in and follow up because he's so tanky. Kingen is trying to commit to a play, but the fact that they use a Paranoia defensively and Kingen is still going in, it's just such a mistake. He thinks, I'm Mega, they can't turn on me. Well, newsflash, they absolutely can. And they end up losing life as well to try and save him.
So that means Baron. I think that Humble Esports were able to secure the Drake, and so they've denied the Soul. Yes, they were. So the Soul point, once again, still there, so a Soul available in 4.5 minutes. But this is where things start to become worrying.
Banshee's Veil's done?
Yeah. It's not the most massive damage build. It's not like Showmaker has gone towards his death cap again, which we loved so much yesterday. But it means that it's very, very difficult for Showmaker to ever be in trouble.
I feel like this Akali pick really just has not worked out again here. He's got a lot of CS, but not a whole lot of impactful damage in team fights, and they're just pushing down this inhibitor now. 28 minutes in, no contest whatsoever. With all the AP, even the poke that Viper is trying to push back is quite meager.
And, you know, this is an approach you can easily do when you have the Baron. The split pushing from Honor Life isn't going to be as effective when you can just 4-mana lane, quickly take the inhibitor. You know, Honor Life Esports aren't confident to fight, and Zeka, yes, he gets a little bit of pressure down bot, but really not amounting to everything. D+, despite not a significant gold lead, the gold is where it needs to be. You have this Fed Silas, you have Death, now with the more Malmortius. The 5v5 is going to be so hard from this point.
I mean, look at all the AP. You've got Gnaw, you have Banshee's Veil, you have Spirit Visage, Cowl being built here for Kana, who already has Gargoyle Stoneplate. He was able to invest in that. Took him a long time to complete it, but that's high value. So no poke damage to speak of here. And even with the Death Cap coming through here from Zeka, he doesn't have a Void Staff. He'll likely build one next if they have enough time in this game to do so. But he's just not hurting anybody. Viper's not hurting anybody. And D+ just don't care about how many minions you kill, because they're going to kill the turrets, they're going to kill the objectives, and they're looking to kill the Nexus.
And once again, they switch to the other side of the map, right? Zeka deep push this lane, so they go bot instead, and now Kingen is pushing top, sure, but he's got so much time is needed to push the wave in, and you're losing your base in the meantime.
Yeah, Showmaker is going to have his Banshees popped. Humble Esports looking for some options here as Canada just stands back and allows the minions to do their job. Is there going to be any sort of answer, any sort of response? And it's Canyon that has the first word, decides the Magnus Storm forward. Grizzly taking so much damage. Death, what the heck? He's doing so much. Grizzly has to break his stopwatch on the ground to try and stop him. And it is going to work out. He flashes away as well. Now the GA is done for Kingen, but it feels like too little too late because the whole of Humble Esports' base is just rubble on the ground. And yes, D+ ignored side lanes. Yes, they sort of bled gold around the map. But as it turns out, I guess it doesn't really matter if you just kill all of their stuff.
I mean, Death still has his stopwatch rune. He has not broken it. He has not been under any threat this game at all whatsoever. And he's actually the one who goes forward to follow up on Canyon's engage there. That, I think, tells the story of this second game.
And you know, we kind of saw the Silas pick that we felt like Honor Life Esports was set up for in the draft, and maybe waiting to get some more powerful ultimates, which is why they were hoping to get on 5. But I feel like leaving this open here for Showmaker has backfired so heavily. The Akali hasn't been able to have an impact. Showmaker has been taking over this game, and now, you know, even though we had that amazing comeback in the previous game, it feels so much harder for them to find that angle in this one, because even if somehow, by a miracle, you kill Deft, I don't think it's going to be enough with how strong Showmaker is.
And I think if you're Humble Esports, you're just incredibly happy that you managed to stop them from taking the last Drake. Because if this was an Elder that was coming up in a little while and you've got your inhibitors still down for at least 2 minutes, you are never getting that big old dragon, and then Exodia goes to D+, and they win the game. There is the opportunity now for them to wait it out a little bit longer and try and fight under their Nexus turrets.
Look at the item value advantages here. 600 for Showmaker, 600 for Def. That's it. It's a composition difference here, map control that D+ have. I mean, the goal difference here is almost negligible. It's just the fact that HLE can't do anything with this composition right now from behind.
Well, Kenny not going to find the crash down as he was trying to enter the enemy base. And we've got moonshots flying forward. Deft is just so big on this Aphelios' life. Was looking for a flank angle. Now the Unbreakable Will comes through, but they're just staying together as 5. Magnus Storm comes through. Grizzly dives into the backline. Zeka trying to find an opportunity, and Deft is looking to get out of the way of it. He should be able to do so as well. Wild Growth comes in. Now it's Showmaker taking matters into his own hands. Viper not going to do anything. There's the flash forward. Connects the chains. And Showmaker, he wants to go to Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. And he might be able to do it after a win in game number 2. The minions are going to get the work done on these Nexus turrets. And the series will be evened out. Does feel like D+ should be moving to match point now. Thankfully for Homolife Esports, they're able to take game number 1. We'll have to see what this next best of 3 looks like.
And I think it's clear after that game 1, D+ weren't tilted, they were angry, and they certainly brought their wrath onto HLE in this one. Decimated them from minute 1 to the end, felt like complete control. Despite the fact they were obviously giving up CS in the side lane, they just did not care.
And once again, I think Zeka, Grizzly, they look exposed in terms of champion pool. You got the high value Kai'Sa. You felt like you could then force a dive composition with this, but it just never came to fruition because the Sylas pick went to D+, and they wanted to get a Kali, because yeah, Kali works well with dive, sure. But in isolated matchups where you don't get any map control and the objective control goes to D+, they didn't even play around getting those picks. They didn't play around dive. They played around getting CS. And D+ was like, thank you for literally everything else except the minions. And that doesn't matter. The gold difference here, this is one of those games that really showcases gold is not everything in League of Legends. What you do with the items you build and how you play around your AD carry is the true story of this game.
I think Nocturne is one of these champions where you can really measure his impact by how impactful his ults are.
Yeah.
And first ult backfired, and then didn't really use it again, other than that defensive one around Baron and in the end. And it just kind of felt like a no-impact pick.
Kind of did, but now it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down that game number 2, and we'll have game number 3 as we begin the best of 3 that is following up after this evened out series.
알리 봐줘, 나 봐줘. 알리. 노플. 알리 노플.
괜찮아.
더블줄게. 빨리 지 마. 노플이야, 노플.
천천히 돼, 괜찮아. 천천히 땡길게.
노플. 아, 살. 나 이거 맞아.
나 빼는 거 봐줘,
나 불 껐어. 아칼리 여기?
아칼리 여기. 아칼리 본다.
아칼리 칠게. 질 안 나.
노딜이긴 해.
나이스. 아래 나를. 엎어줄게.
끝났는데?
사줄게요.
사일러스 지리는데? 나이스. 이겨보자. 가보자. 사일자클 대회에서는 개쫄리네.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, be our day again. Losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, turn it 2-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why. I'll give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I wanted more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 2, which was more of what we expected after DK gets a lead. They're actually able to pull it together, make it through the entire game, and it was pretty one-sided for most of it. What do you guys think about this one?
Did we keep waiting for D+ to not get it done? Yes, but they did, so it was fine.
I mean, DK has been actually proving like they're actually the strongest team right now in the worst qualifier. You know, like the generating of the lead, and you just never know the DK will keep it until the end or not. So today, I'll say the DK has their hands. It's up to them if they want to win, if they want to lose.
Yeah, especially because Humble Life Esports, I think, you know, a lot of the game, we saw the gold difference. There wasn't much of one, but Humble Life Esports not really confident to take many fights. Take a look at the draft here once again, the prioritization on the mostly jungle bans, at least in the first half, and then we have the Rel first pick from DK.
That Silas was so obvious. Like it was you knew it was coming. And the LeBlanc ban, I'm gonna put some question marks toward it. I think that the LeBlanc, as obnoxious as they can play into in perfect situations, if there's one thing that D+ has shown, even with this, is that the early leads don't matter. They didn't even get that big of a lead in this game, right? It's easy the kill score, very favored, but because we're continuously dropping waves, I think that giving them something that really allows them to like hard force fights and get away with it, like the Silas, into Alistair, which by the way, Life has looked really, really rough on. I just don't think it's that great. And the Alistair priority is what really gets me, because as much as I think that Grizzly is underperforming relative to Canyon, Life has looked really, really rough. And it means that every fight for Hanwha, where they don't like find either the chaos or the lead, they just don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say that I really like D+ Gia draft as well. Like the Silas pick off usually, and also the bottom prio, just that they've been able to just keep playing until like they're limited, like because they just have a win con on the lane phase, and they just keep able to find the opportunity to stack the Drake, only Drake, and then they just no matter what, just reach out to the soul point like as much as they can, and also putting on Kana just Kasante duty. It makes really consistency for him.
Yeah, no, it felt really good for their side. And speaking of which, we can take a look at what Showmaker was able to do early on in the game, which was quite a lot. We have 5 different instances of him setting up plays and getting kills early on. He ended up at 5-0 in the early game, and then he got even farther ahead later on.
It also was a really good example of the defensive build actually working out. We also see the struggles for Grizzly continue. Actually could have maybe ulted towards Showmaker, did have a vision for a second there. But Grizzly getting picked off there for me is both an individual mistake of him, but also just a larger signal that it feels like Humble Life is just all over the place, right? And even in a dive like this, they stack up 3 people, get hit by a Q from Canyon, as well as a crash down. So the execution just isn't really there. Then this is just him, you know, picking up a freebie, but he still uses those freebies, as we see here.
Yeah, I mean, like this is like so critical for just Zeka. Honestly, they just make a play on the bottom, and this is like what Showmaker was almost like he almost died, and then he press B and come back, and then he just gets solo kill instantly. Like it's a really no good start from like HLE, like because the reason why also especially Silas, the Akali matchup, it's just so snowbally. It's just unstoppable. The Silas get 1 kill, he's gonna get 5 kills.
Yeah, and you can see in a lot of the plays as well, like DK are setting them up, they're doing really well, but it's more so like they're capitalizing on Humble Life Esports' mistakes, like oftentimes out of position, questionable dives, you know, Life getting caught that one time as well, and it just feels like nobody on the side of Humble Life Esports, even in a similar position in golds, nobody's willing to like pull the trigger and actually engage. Especially Life, who is, you know, not really doing much on the Alistair.
They're just not. And it leads to situations like this where I think this fight is salvageable. Like, they're hard engaging onto a Mega Gnar with stopwatch. Like, what ends up being a big mistake for King, right? Because King was actually one of the few players that was having a good time on the 2 Gnar games, and then Life also goes in and dies. But like, I don't think that is an unplayable fight if they actually collapse.
Yeah.
But what has been continuously happening is Humble Life keeps looking for an opportunity like they found in game number 1, but they're not creating any opportunities. And D+, as we saw in game 1, actually sometimes gives away games, but in this one they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I said, like, for D plus Kia, like, that should be more solid as much as they can. Like, the consistency is the key, and they are going to be having a lead in all the game, and they are going to be stacking the Drake. But once they get the Baron again, I think it's just over.
Yeah, so obviously DK is like doing pretty well. Game number 1 was a little bit iffy because, you know, they were very far ahead, but they kind of threw it, and Hanwha Life Esports were able to capitalize. What do we want to see out of Hanwha Life here going into the next couple of games? Because, you know, obviously it's not working. I don't feel like they're listening to Viper even after what he said after game number 1, even though he continues to talk and try to lead the team.
I mean, I feel like they should be trying to matching the pressure as much as they can. Also, all the kills keep happening to D plus Key. Like, they're just starting the early game like happy. Like, that's what they want to do. Like, entire as a team. Like, even draft is how they play the style as well. I think it's like HLE, like that. We understand, like we know like they want to go later in the game, like try to make the Viper, you know, like try to late game. But it's not working against D plus GA especially.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty rough. We'll see if they can make the necessary changes here going into game number 3. Let's go back to the casters for game 3.
Thank you so much, astronauts, for the breakdown of game number 2. Yeah, some proactivity, some stuff to be done here on the side of Hanwha Life Esports, but now they have the opportunity to move back to blue side. So far, that has been the most successful side here today. And so maybe they'll be able to earn themselves a match point off the back of this game. And hopefully with some more proactive play as well.
Yeah, I think ultimately, despite the fact they have a score win in game 1, this just felt like 2 games where Hanwha Life has spent the majority of them losing. And I think regardless of the outcome of game 1, there's still a lot of issues that they had to address on that one. I think a big one for me is the rel. They let D+ get 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
It offers so much in the skirmishes, so much in the team fights, and even though it's not being used as a flex, it's just got so much power in these drafts, and it's easy to pick early on.
Yeah, that's the number 1 for me as well. The rel 100% needs to be taken away here from D+. Whether it's picked up by Hanwha Life and Life plays it, or if it's not banned, like 100% D+ will take it. And on red side, you get rel plus something else, and the priority we are seeing here from Hanwha Life hasn't felt great. If they're going to first pick Alistar here, I think D+ will celebrate it. And, I mean, the Xayah, let's see if that gets banned away here by D+. I think it definitely deserves a look.
Yeah, I think that has to be the ban away. It's just such a good pick for Viper to hard carry in late game.
The thing is, I feel like if they don't ban it,
there it goes.
There it is.
I feel like if they let Hanwha Life Esports take it, you'd guarantee yourselves the rel in that situation. So I could have seen an angle where they ended up leaving it open, but here, I think Hanwha Life need to pick up the rel themselves. You know, whether you give it to Life, you give it to Grizzly, I do not want to see them giving it over again.
Yeah, that sign there says you can do it D+, just to contextualize what those messages are there on the wall. And the rel here being discussed, but there's this much discussion about whether you're going for rel or Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa didn't work out at all last time. And once again, the draft, it just doesn't connect with me. We saw weak drafting from Hanwha Life against KT Rolster. 2 games in a row here, giving over the rel, 3 in total in this series already, but utilizing a pick you failed on already. And D+ have got to be feeling good about this.
100%. Is it just going to be rel Azir? You could do that if you want to. The Azir is the last thing that is sort of up and available that Zeka looked very good on in game number 1, but instead it is going to be Azir and Poppy, the 1-2 punch going to come through here. The rel, still a very important pick and something that Grizzly can go towards right now. Like, for example, rel Rakan would be a great 1-2-3 that they could go on blue side.
They, I think, with this Lulu ban, feel like that was a huge problem for them, and they want to maybe go Alistar here again. And I'm very concerned about this, as the Nocturne they got almost no value out of will be locked in again, and they're leaning on Grizzly so heavily, but they will push the Ahri up into this B3 here so they can at least get the Ahri synergy there with Nocturne. Once again, it's going to be a dive composition. Without Lulu, that feeling a little bit less safe on an Aphelios pick, and it looks like instead they'll take the Alistar.
Still do have that bouncer duo of the Poppy Alistar, so any misplayed engages from Hanwha Life Esports will quickly be punished. The rel just passed over here, but I think the Poppy being secured by D+ meant that Hanwha Life Esports hard to take it with all the dash shutdown that champ has, and ultimately this is a hard comp already, regardless of what the AD ends up being for D+, for Hanwha Life to engage on. I do still feel like they can start to target some of the picks like the Zeri that are typically very hard to pin down.
I guarantee that D+ do not ban Rel, because they're probably just thinking they'll pick it. They can put the Poppy into the top lane. They can have just the most CC in the universe, and then, you know, put Deft on Cogmore or something like that. We'll see what he is actually going to be left with, but we know that, you know, both of these AD carries in this game are immune to bans.
Yeah,
they just don't care.
The Zeri is gone here. I think that's a really good shout. You mentioned it, Ox, but also the Rel here feels so good. She is the queen of turn. I mean, and when you're diving, there's always going to be that turn you have to answer. You always have to answer the disengage and then re-engage here. And I do think that is absolutely a possibility, especially if it ends up giving Kana a favorable matchup here. Because they have red side, they can use this Poppy as a flick. So Hanwha Life should be wary of this possibility, but do you want to take another ban here for that and give Deft an opportunity? The Aphelios is still open here, obviously not very flexible, not very safe without the Lulu, but I think Deft might just be confident enough to pick it up regardless.
Yeah, I thought the Jax might come through again. I feel like, especially on red side for D+, if they went AD carry on 4 and Jax on 5, that could cause such an issue with just how much annoyance you can provide in a team fight when you're trying to dive in. So in this situation, they could just go for a top laner like Asante, or in this case Renekton, and really give Deft the most information possible before committing to his pick.
I'd still like the Rel. Personally, I'm kind of okay with it. But no, it's going to be Neela. Neela's coming in. All right.
Budget Rel.
Yeah, I guess it's just another Rel. And Life can pick it up. Of course, Rel Kaiser has been a decent lane. So that flexibility for D+, which is a bit of a gamble, is not going to be utilized.
This is going to get messy, this game, with Rel versus Neela and Ari coming in with Nocturne, the dive on the side of HLE, but the fantastic setup here in terms of AoE and turn for D+ is pretty insane here. The final pick, we'll see what this is going to be here for King, and excuse me, his Life will be the one locking it in.
It's a lot of threats if this Aatrox is going to be locked away. Something that Poppy can actually lane into. So we'll see whether it is going to be a bit of a flex over.
I think especially with the Neela, you need a carry here. Not necessarily like a pure carry, but something that can provide a lot of damage output, like Renekton, I think would fit really well in this situation. The thing is, I actually think this is a great spot for Neela. Sometimes you see her picked in awful spots, but when the enemy team has so much dive, you kind of, it's ideal for a champion like Neela who's so good at surviving against, who has that ability to dodge autos. You get a good matchup for Kana as well into the Aatrox, and it means that even if the Neela isn't super far ahead, the Azir and the Renekton will be able to carry in the longer fights.
And the thing about Aatrox in this meta is it's not a Gore Drinker meta, although I feel like in this draft you could make an argument for building it actually, in fact, with how stacked everybody is going to be up. But if you can't kill Neela because she's so mobile and she is so difficult to kill because she offers her own amount of CC, she can zoom around the team fight, who do you kill to get the Duskblade reset here for Hanwha Life? It's almost impossible to kill Poppy. The Renekton, very tanky, can heal with his Q and his Gorge Ranker. The Azir is going to be sitting back. He's got Emperor's Divide to peel, and the Alistar has ult. So the Aatrox pick here, I'm not super sold on what it's going to mean in team fights.
You know, I think it's funny because last game you were kind of saying how they only had one good option for the Nocturne ult. Now they have 0. Yeah. They've actually reduced that, so they have no real good choices when it comes to that.
Yeah, that's problematic.
Yeah, I would say that that's a negative. It does mean that Grizzly's impact might be a little bit of an issue. Also, a sign in the audience saying, Viper, your Griffin friends are waiting for you. Yeah, so many of them have already made it to Worlds already. Good to see Tarzan back. That's especially good. He was actually here yesterday at LoL Park.
Showing support for Lehens on the day before as well.
Yep. Yeah, and sorry, day before yesterday.
Yeah.
So it was showing the support for Lehens. Like you were talking about, maybe he came yesterday, but we didn't see him on the camera. D+, I do really like this. I think that losing bot lane prio could be a little bit of an issue because Viper could run away with it, but we'll just have to see whether the momentum's going to be too much as we hop into the Rift for Game 3. Thank you once again, Kesman and Khan, for the introduction. Is that Kingen not using his own skin? He used it last time.
Yeah, he just likes to change it up, I guess.
I'm a little bit sad about that.
Yeah, not a good feeling. I feel like we have so many players, especially I think the DRX roster from last year, have been so bad at picking
a little bit
skins.
disappointing, yeah. Yeah, no, I would agree.
You guys worked hard for those.
Yeah. Plus, you get benefits when people want to get them.
Yeah,
purchase
right.
them, and that's directly anyway.
At least Zeka did use his Akali skin in the last game, even though he didn't use it the first time he played it.
Not all players are
there's at least
known
that.
for their entrepreneurship.
But they need to be known for their ability to play League of Legends.
Yeah, so, we'll take it.
Oh, now I understand why the LeBlanc ban came through in game number 2. It was to deny Showmaker the advertising.
There you go.
That's what it was. Surprised they didn't ban Twisted Fate. He's got that one.
So the situation here now for the bottom half of the map is going to be quite unique in that the Rel and Kai'Sa can obviously win against the Alistar early, but there's going to be experience advantage here for Deft, and he will be able to have an all-in opportunity at level 6. He'll get it before Life and Viper have their ultimates available. Assuming, of course, nothing goes wrong, though, disasters early, but with Grizzly playing Nocturne here, he shouldn't be able to make an impact here pre-6, and this is going to feel very comfortable for Deft and Kellen as long as they don't take too many disadvantages here on these first 2 levels.
I think the thing is, against Anila, you have to be denying farm, and you have to be denying CS, because if you end up just trading evenly in farm, that extra XP advantage makes such a big difference. The whole point of that passive is just to offset the fact that you're playing a melee champion, not even a hybrid melee like Samira, like a pure melee champion who only gets a bit of a range.
And they get 2 first, even in this situation, and this is not
With
ideal.
Alistar as well, getting 2 first.
I mean, they obviously have that experience passive as well that's a threat, but you're not worried about level 2 Alistar and Viper and Life. Is kind of letting this happen here, and this is, I don't want to say it's disastrous, but it's definitely not the ideal situation that you want.
And we saw this actually. We saw aiming get completely obliterated in a very similar matchup as this Neela. But Deft and Kellen have managed to wiggle themselves into a much better position here. And once the wave stacked up like that, I mean, it must have been just a slight error in the early game to really make things a problem. Speaking of problems, Showmaker is just very happily ordering his Sand Soldiers to destroy Zeka in the mid lane.
Well, it's not a good start.
The laning phase here is just absolutely a travesty across all 3, as obviously Kana is going to have the advantage against this early game Aatrox as well, and so 3 winning lanes, one of which shouldn't really be happening like this here for D+, and every early game has gone wrong, and they know that Grizzly pre-6 isn't going to be able to salvage any of these lanes either.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's a great point. The fact that you have a Nocturne as well, everyone's wanting a bailout, no one's going to get it, and Grizzly's trying to fight here.
I don't know about this, as Grizzly is just trying to keep his back away from the wall, but Showmaker's moving in first. There's the heroic charge, splash out from Canyon, and first blood to Showmaker again!
And Ari behind on the play. Zeka didn't have prio. He just teleported back to lane. Showmaker should be able to get out. Wait.
Oh, Zeka is going to flash for it. Tries to find the Orb of Deception. Doesn't quite get there. The Charm is going to connect to Showmaker. He still has his flash available. Zeka not going to be able to flash to follow. Kana also in a whole host of trouble as Showmaker flashes to the wall and manages to get the soldiers over. But he's not out of the woods just yet. We will have another Foxfire. Zeka will have another opportunity at a skill shot as he looks for the charm and doesn't get it.
I'm so perplexed about that passage of play. Like, Canyon just kind of hangs around for too long. Showmaker ends up being flash result. And ignoring what happened there, Kana just got absolutely massacred by Kingen in the 1v1. So, we were like saying how great the laning phase is going, and then it just quickly kind of backfired on the top side. I mean, still, D+ got the kill, they got the advantage, but definitely not smooth sailing.
No, down here the same situation has happened, of course, as well, as the tables have turned and Deft is now defending these waves under turret.
Yeah, so maybe it's that Caster Curse is just a little bit too powerful. Let's have a look at this once again. Yeah, no, it's too much.
So Poppy obviously gets a lot of resistances here at low health, and so trying to index into this when you don't have mid prio is not the greatest idea. Obviously still a lot of damage here on this early game Nocturne, but Showmaker gets in, Canyon flash away. Then there's a disrespectful back timing here as Kana then gets engaged upon, because guess what? Zeka is communicating to Kingen, like, hey, we are actually going to win this. They're stuck here, and if you actually help me push the top side, maybe we turn this into a double. Showmaker flashes here, then gets over the wall, and Zeka chases all the way, and then Showmaker has this huge grin on his face when he escapes.
Yeah, just barely getting away there as Crashdown comes through from live. Showmaker in a bit of trouble. Dustbringer going to connect, but sometimes you have an E button and Sand Soldiers.
You can see Zeka was trying to move through the minions to get the charm, and then just as Showmaker dashed to came out, ends up hitting the minions. So nearly would have been able to get Grizzly in range, get some hits down, but Showmaker once again dodges away.
Ooh, slice, dice, Dominus here for Canna, doing a lot of damage to Kingen. He tries to find the Q, does get there as Grizzly turns up. Flash is available and not even used. Grizzly gonna get them on the board.
All right, Grizzly making some plays here, top side, trying to get the pick on the Canyon, was unsuccessful, but then is able to, this one happened is down here.
Yeah, Pulverize does come through. Life gonna have to crash away from this one as well. The flash forward from Deft, he's looking for it and he'll get it. Now Viper trying to fight back as Deft is relatively low, but look at Kellen. The bodyguard Cow is going to be easily able to stop Viper from getting a follow-up.
And here's the thing with the Realm of support role into Alistair. If you make a mistake, if you end up overextended, you'll get bounced around, and the Alistair's so much tankier than you are. The Neela as well, even if you flash, even if you try and get away, 2 dashes mean you will get chased down.
And that's pre-6 for Deft, who just gets it now, and Viper is going to be able to catch this wave here. They're not going to look for the dive right now as Deft is down his flash, but man, this could have been a lot worse as well. And then up here, top side here, Kingen is down his ultimate, so Kana decides to commit his W here and all in with the ultimate, but unfortunately Grizzly comes down here and Kana decides not to flash, so ultimately is killed.
Yeah, and Kingen actually hitting the minion with his Q to get the level up, so getting a bit more healing from that third Q as well. Just confident you get his jungler backing him up, and yeah, here's the play. Once you're in melee range, like, they just can't do the damage in return. The Alistair's so bulky, and Deft able to mitigate so much damage with his W.
Yeah, that was absolutely massive for D+, being able to get control towards this bottom side. Deft has his Serrated Dirk now completed. Also going to give him that added power in this early stage of the lane, and just having a pretty good time from the looks of things. I think we need to reiterate something that the space had already spoken about the woes of life so far in this series. I think his game 1 was kind of fine, but then since then has had just some whoopsies, yeah, I guess. I think it's the coordination with the rest of the team. Life kind of feeling on a different track.
His experience disadvantage here is in part due to the passive of Neela, of course, but also the fact that he roamed mid, wasn't able to get that pick on the Showmaker when he was down flash. He does have it back up now, and we're going to trade Herald for Drake here with this late Drake take, but no way to contest Dragon against level 6 for Deft, level 6 for Kellen. So I do like the proactivity here from Hanwha Life to group up faster and take out this Herald. Knowing Showmaker still doesn't have flash, he has to play respectfully in mid. And Hanwha Life keeping this gold even despite being down a kill here has been pretty nice for them. And Showmaker spent so much time out of lane and was forced out of lane a second time without teleport. So CS advantage, you could definitely feel it.
I do feel like this is once again one of those stories very similar to the last game, and this is something that you were talking about, Wolf, the fact that sometimes the value of the gold doesn't matter as much. And I feel like D+, their team fight is just kind of horrifying. If Showmaker can get himself into a good position this game, the amount of layering of added CC, control of team fights with the Keeper's Verdict, not to mention the fact that Kellen can get into that backline and cause a ruckus on this Cow. I do feel like it will get difficult in 5v5s for Hanwha Life Esports if they're not able to get some leads and play the map way better.
Yeah, I will say though, the Renekton and the Neela are 2 picks where if they're ahead, they can feel very oppressive, but if they fall behind, they can feel really underwhelming. So the fact that Kingen's been having a good time in the top lane. You know, bot lane, I think Deft has been doing pretty good, all things considered, but we could definitely see a scenario where Hanwha Life Esports start to pull ahead, and I like this composition, having the Aatrox in those 5v5s. If he's not shut down, he's just such a menace.
And this time they have really strong synergy with jungle mid. Hanwha Life Esports, that is to say. Obviously the Poppy Azir is pretty good too, but we have the Ahri this far ahead with 20 CS up and the Nocturne sitting on a Herald right now. You have a lot of opportunity to threaten Showmaker here, and so he has to play back, he has to play respectfully, and so you gain a lot of map control here. We'll see how they decide to use this Herald, in fact, because tough to actually get a ton of value on it bottom side here. The Aatrox not going to be able to have a massive amount of control top, so if you try to drop it for Ahri and look for that dive on the Showmaker, he's got the defensive setup, but using it for this Drake, if they could have timed it a little bit better, obviously could have staggered those, would have felt much nicer. They won't have that opportunity either. See what they do here in the interim in these next 3 minutes and see if they can find an angle to drop Herald and maybe look for a pick.
I honestly think the slam it mid, get a couple of plates, weaken that mid tier 1, and then eventually hope to break it. Maybe with second Herald is the best play, because I think as well, when Hanwha Life Esports can start to open up the map, it allows more opportunities to make picks happen with the Nocturne when you do have the mid tier 1 not being that safe net now. They go for it mid, but they have weakened their bot side, and Life Esports play respectful, but they won't actually lose too much. You can see D+ win, ready to go for the dive there.
Yeah, both summoners available for both Viper and Life can, of course, crash down. Look for the Q. Also has his Magnet Storm. It's just really tough to pull that one off, even with Poppy there. I think it was a wise choice to back away. Showmaker also will weather the storm here in mid. Not going to be under any threat. They don't commit anything. He doesn't have to use his flash or Emperor's Divide. So just dropping it to gain plates, as you said, not going to push anything more. Now, away from turret, these champions are vulnerable.
Yeah, they're not going to fight this one out, but it does mean, like, when you see a Neela just able to take control of a lane like this, I get a little bit worried because oftentimes in the early game you do expect Neela to be shoved in and really having a tough time. Maybe not like 50 CS down, like aiming. That's too much, I would say. But if you're down like,
if you're up
CS, you're probably pretty happy.
If you're down like 5 to 10 CS, you're also pretty happy. But this is a pretty
He's
even
down
game state.
negative 2 CS.
And obviously the Neela, spikes come much earlier than Kai'Sa's because she goes for Shiv for wave clear. That's not going to be great for her in teamfights. It's not going to offer any poke, whereas Neela is now kind of ready to go out of the box, essentially, on these next teamfights, this next streak fight. It's pivotal.
Is Kingen going to be okay is the question. There's the flash headbutt pull from Kellen, and Kellen's saying absolutely not. He's not even going to flash, doesn't want to waste it because he knew he was very dead. And Canna gets a little bit of help towards the top side.
Just really good angle found, and Kellen, who's been so good on this Alistair yesterday up against DRX, really good return to form, and it's a role where D+ throughout the season were kind of humming and hawing with who they wanted to be their primary support, and I think Kellen in the regional gauntlet has been such a good force for this team.
Now, the safe play here from Deft, because he doesn't know where Grizzly is to just walk way far away from the turret because he's alone there. Viper could set up an ultimate there, but Grizzly is just on the top side of the map. Wasn't able to help Kingen out despite being topside, nor able to cross map here on Deft, and Grizzly just looking invisible in this moment. And Deft's like, well, I guess he's just not going to do anything, and I'm just going to get this wave for free. And now, with the timing of that pick, Kingen teleports topside. Kana can back and then go bottom here for the faster Drake take.
Well, Kellen is already hex splashed over. They're looking to try and deny this Rift Scuttler, and they will be able to do so. D+ trying to grab themselves this second dragon. They've had a monopoly on the Drakes. I think it's won all series that Life Esports have been able to take, and it was in trade for a Baron at that time.
Not going to commit Kana. He's just going to go back up and catch that wave. Kingen picks up a plate here, and they didn't feel confident enough to start the Dragon. They don't have high damage. They have fantastic engage, but Life will wrestle away control here. Only one missing, of course, is Viper.
And the Keeper's Verdict means that even if the Crocodile isn't here, you can still force this, as the Drake is getting pretty angry. Hextech does a fair bit of damage if you are in range of it, as Kellen just having fun with his Hex Flash. And here's the Flash Magnet Storm. Life finds one with it as Kingen gets into the backline. Emperor's Divide is fantastic. The Infernal Chains come in, but the Pulverize from Kellen. Grizzly going down so low, but he'll be able to take the Azir with him. They're looking for more. Kingen is gigantic, and Deft will be taken down. This is the World Championship MVP Kingen coming for you in this Game 3. And he'll look for even more. The Infernal Chains log it down, and he still lives.
And the Aatrox just unchecked in that fight. You could see, Showmaker gets a good ult off, trying to peel for the threats, but the Nocturne, his job is done, and the Aatrox was just untouched, running rampant in the backline.
Yeah, there's just not enough follow-up. Now we're going to go way back in time here to this pick onto Kingen. Pretty simple to break down. He knows he's dead, has no flash, so this is as simple as it gets.
This was when they annoyed him.
Yeah. And then now he's mad, and now he's here on the flank because he pushed in, grabbed a plate, and Kana's behind on the plate. He's able to push mid and then wrap around here for this follow-up, but yes, he is caught by the Emperor's Divide, but unfortunately at this point in time, Deft is just an engage button. He doesn't offer damage back, and with Crown here on this Azir, even though he knocks them back, there's no damage to speak of here for D+, and so this Aatrox is just going to wipe the floor with him. Zeka also offering some support over the wall here. A nice try here from Canyon to push him into turret, but he'll still go down. Kingen narrowly escapes with a sliver of health.
Man, incredible play from the top laner of Life Esports here. Canyon's still going to come back to the Dragon and secure this, but that means they're going to lose control of this top side. This top outer turret will be taken by Zeka. Something that Life Esports have done better than D+ so far this whole game. It has been control of side lanes, outside of possibly here on the bottom side, as Orcs. Buddy, we've had this conversation.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Had to make it a 10th series and then pull it out in Game 3,
Just to mess with things. Valdez will be upset because of the
Think
super mega
about...
cones.
Hang on, wait. Think about how strong Poppy's going to be, though. Because you get down to low health, you get all of the extra resistances, and you've got Chemtech.
And the healing and shield power is pretty good for multiple champions across this. You know, I will say that. But the soul still kind of...
It's okay, we don't have to pretend it's important. Like, it's all right. It's a 2-Drake lead. They're 2 solid Drakes here for D+. It's an Elder spawner. It'll be all right. We'll take the plants. You know, plants are really good for engage. Both of these teams have really nice engage, but at the end of the day here, the problems that need to be solved is that 9k damage here that Kingen has. He picked up Dustblade and also grabbed an extra Dirk here. That turret is down here, and yes, D+ did get the first one with Showmaker, so got that extra first brick bonus. But this Aatrox is a problem that needs to be solved. And these fights get harder and harder if Deft is not able to set up engages together with Showmaker. Now, Showmaker went for Crown first, so he's low damage now. Once he gets that Nashor's Tooth, that will change. So there are some, as Deft kind of falls off a little bit in terms of long-term damage versus Kai'Sa, the Showmaker damage will be there to shore it up. It's really just going to be about who sets these fights up better, because it's kind of hard to come back with these compositions once you start losing control.
Yeah, when the Apotheosis starts being a real threatening tool in these fights, when it's paired a little bit better with all of the chain CC. I think in the last fight it was just a little bit of a mess, and I think Kingen getting in on top was just icing on the cake here for Hanwha Life Esports. D+, you can see how the wombo is supposed to work out.
I just think it's hard because everyone's so mobile or slippery on Hanwha Life Esports. You know, obviously the ideal is they all dive on you and you hit them all at once, but is Zeka really going to be in range of that? Is Viper? You know, yes, you might hit Kingen. Does he care, really?
That's a good point.
I feel like that might be the issue, especially if they're ahead. Especially if Hanwha Life Esports maintain this momentum, have a lead, then you're not going to burst through the Aatrox, and Zeka and Viper can just play it a little bit more range, so it's harder to find that sort of AoE damage coming in that's enough to decisively win the fight.
One of the things I think D+ can definitely do, instead of trying to look for the big wombo or the turn with Anila, is actually just engage onto Kingen when he's flanking. If they can actually find him and blow him up first, because they've got a Poppy that can kind of hold the Aatrox at bay for a while, and then Renekton gets on top, and then Neela goes in, then you kill him, then you've got the Azir to help out win the next fight, and then you don't have that big threat. And yeah, Ahri can help pick with Viper, but if you get to be the first ones on the play, I think the advantage is really huge. Is Kana in trouble?
He's going to get ulted, does Dominus, makes sure that he can get that one out, but it's not going to save him. That's going to be a very comfortable kill for Hanwha Life Esports underneath the turret in the bottom lane.
And with you being this far ahead as an Aatrox into Renekton, the Renekton's going to start to feel really useless, and even if you're even at this point in this top lane matchup, the Renekton's going to feel like he hasn't done his job. To be this far behind, to be getting punished by Grizzly on this Nocturne is a little bit devastating at this point. And now, with the mid tier 1 down, with the bot tier 1, with all tier 1s down on the side of D+, it really allows Hanwha Life Esports to make plays like these aggressively with the Nocturne ult, and you have so much follow-up from your team.
Just have to see where D+ are going to be able to go to try and get themselves back in, because I think you guys have paved the way for how Hanwha Life are just going to continue suffocating. They've had better control of sides throughout this series thus far. This one is feeling like one that they are actually dictating the pace of, instead of playing to D+'s tune.
Now 70 seconds till this Drake spawns. Baron's also coming up here. You win one fight decisively on this Dragon. You get both objectives pretty much straight up for free here. There's not much D+ can do to contest the second, so you've got to be careful about, as D+ here, contesting this one, because it is a Chemtech Drake. You don't have any of those advantages. You don't have your Nashor's Tooth ready for Showmaker. I think it'd be wise for D+ to just try to set up some Baron vision here and continue to sit this Azir in a side, because I think now Showmaker is kind of becoming the main character of this game, because he's your best disengage, and the more damage he can offer after that, the better chances you are of being able to win those team fights.
Kind of almost getting the cancel there, but not going to be able to. That is going to be Edge of Night completed
He's
for
so
Kingen.
ahead.
He is
so big. It's a big problem.
There's a large Aatrox. There is definitely a large Aatrox on this map. 17 seconds on the Dragon as well, as Kellen starting to get a little bit frustrated at these Void Seekers that are going to continue to hit that bottom lane.
And Asher's picked up that item value here, not actually showcasing it, so misleading, because he does have that item for this fight. They were able to buy enough time.
Well, now they're able to get into the river as well. Life getting some vision down, but D+ answering with their own. Kingen coming on in. Clears out that ward, teleport from Canna. So 5v5 on the cards. Life Esports. They have the split right now. King looking for that flank angle as the Dominus does come through. Life looking to get in there as they do break away. And now Emperor's Divide. Oh, it's going to break off Zeka. But can they actually find more is the question. Def flashes the wall. They managed to pick up two, but the Neela will still go down. Canna deals with Viper though. And I don't know whether Kingan's going to be able to do the same heroics this time around. They take down Def, but they lose Soul Point and so much more.
And Showmaker just does such a fantastic job of disengaging there, and Def ends up playing Peel for him, catches Zeka and Grizzly, able to clean them up. The Azir survives, and they're able to turn around this engage.
And Kellen as well, keeping Kingan at bay as best as he can here as well. And when this engage comes through, Showmaker's reaction time is perfect, catches the RA. Look at Kellen pushing them out. Meanwhile,
yeah, in the meantime, Canyon is just going to kill a Rel. Kingan's here, but Showmaker is going to come through as well. The Baron's going to get upset at the Aatrox. This might actually be Baron time, but no, the flash going to come out. Kingan will keep himself alive. Wow, this series definitely started to heat up.
But D+'s team fighting is just so clutch in that last fight there. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened there with Life trying to maybe set up a pick for Kingan onto Canyon there, but they turn it around and they don't get the shutdown onto the Aatrox. Looks like they might have there, which would have been massive for Showmaker, but the map control now goes to D+. I'm not sure which fight we'll be watching here. Okay, this is the attempt.
Oh, they caught Canyon.
Yeah, technically. Not really the case. As what happens here is Kingan won't get the chains and won't be able to hit the Q here, and just barely gets out here despite Baron being angry. Has to expend his flash.
And you know, they had a Mega Cone there. They did not need a recall in that position. They could have easily just taken it and walked away, but a little bit greedy in that situation, and as a result, Life just dies essentially for free. But I think for me, the big difference between this Drake fight, the previous one we had Kingan on that fantastic flank angle, whereas here, Life Esports just try and force through one direction, and the peel from D+ makes that feel almost impossible.
It kind of reminds me of exactly what happened around the Herald yesterday. You know, the Malphite found that incredible angle the first time around, just destroys Deft, and there's nothing he can do. Second time around, it feels like D+ do try to take that into consideration when they look for their next fight, and it's that level up that I think we really need to give D+ credit for, because it's something that they haven't been able to do. As I say that, it is going to be a bit of an engage onto Canyon. Not going to get stunned up here, and he's pretty tanky. Looks for a potential angle, but doesn't quite find the ultimate. Magnustorm comes in as well, and now they're down there. Poppy, Showmaker trying to get the autos in. Grizzly is so incredibly low, but Kingan grabs two. Cannon's kind of big, but it's not going to be big enough. As the charm connects, he shifts the sands. He gets himself out, but now it's just Showmaker left alive. King and Zeka and Viper, they might be able to just do Baron.
I think they should be able to, even without the Nocturne here for Smite. Showmaker's just going to try to push mid. That's the consolation prize he's going to get here. But D+, you lost your Poppy. It's going to be doomed. Yeah, he buys a lot of time, but you don't have to force your way into the meat grinder there, that choke point, into all of that engage. And the Rel, definitely a mistake here for D+ in that lead. They just got back, just tossed back over to HLE.
You know, this kind of feels like Poppy syndrome, where you're like, I'm invincible, I'm immortal, I'm dead. Where Canyon feels like he can do anything he wants, he's so tanky, until Life Esports said, actually, we can kill you, we do have the CC, we do have the damage, just survive a long time, but he starts giving over resets to Zeka, and despite the attempted turnaround, two members already dead for D+, a third goes down, and Zeka, he's just got stacks and stacks of his ultimate to make use of here.
Yeah, I think if Showmaker is there with Kana, then that turn absolutely makes sense. You're as Deft looking at, okay, we got a choke point. I'm going to be the one who presses that circle before Life does. We're going to win this fight, but you don't have the damage here, unfortunately, to follow up. Your Poppy is dead. And it's a numbers game you're not going to win, even with the trade back of kills here. Honorable Life now picking up this Baron. Map control for this next Dragon fight. Really big overextension here, and Canyon getting caught is one thing, but committing to the fight is something completely different.
Yep, 1,500 gold going to be the Baron power play so far, so just baseline money picked up at this point in time, but still 2 minutes to go on that buff. Within that time will be this next Dragon also. It might be that Life Esports don't really care that much, it is just Chemtech. I mean, neither team may give it too much thought, but we will see, as the Elder could be coming up pretty quickly if D+ collect it.
I think D+ should just give it up. You know, there's still some Baron buffs on the side of Life Esports on quite a few members. There's still this Aatrox who is such a problem right now. I mean, you look at Kingan having 2.5 items, and Kana has Gore Drinker and then a collection of who even knows what, if we're going to be honest. It really is not a situation where they're on parity, and he's 2 levels ahead as well. So I think D+ need a bit of time for Showmaker to get stronger. I don't think that the Aatrox scenario is going to get any easier, but at least you can hope that Showmaker gets some more items under his belt.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that Showmaker's picked up a Void Staff right now is a good sign for D+'s ability to fight some of these upcoming really critical objectives. So the fact that he's been able to really maintain item advantage actually over his opposition here is quite huge, but I'm concerned about what happens when Viper starts offering that poke, because this time around you can't itemize as fully into the AP here as D+, and that poke is going to chip away at a composition that has been so reactionary, has been turning to win fights but not starting them themselves.
Well, Canyon is going to get slightly engaged on. That is so much damage
Showmaker is
that
big.
Live takes. Yeah. Wow, was that like a... You just
It was like one Sand Soldier poke.
WQ auto?
Yeah.
Like, oh god. Okay, well, he's going to go home. Understandably so. 11-11 is the kill score. It feels very, very close. The Drakes versus the Gold, I guess you could say, is there's a flash pulverized, but Zeka is just going to be able to get himself out. They get a Paranoia for it. Unbreakable Will going to be there for Kellen to keep himself alive. And now the lights come back on again. D+ are grouped up. They are in position, but the Keeper's Verdict doesn't get a lot of value.
Aatrox.
And they are spotting this Aatrox on the flank angle.
And they're going to try to chase him out here and turn on him. He's trying to bait this in with Zeka, but this allows Hanwha Life to actually take the dragon here. And I don't think Hanwha Life really need to push into this choke point any further. And they finally realize when D+ walk away, we don't have to follow. We could just kill the dragon and win these fights separately. As Kingen is always a threat, he's always going to draw the attention of D+, but that pulls them away from that choke point where they're safe, where Def wants to look for a turn, and they just won't have it.
And I think the setup was so good because they don't overcommit despite the fact they have King on the flank, but he's threatening. But also, if you look at the items for Hanwha Life Esports, obviously, King just finished GA, but Grizzly's a little bit away from GA. Zeka's on the cusp of having Rabadons, Viper's closing on Ginsu's. As much as they could have taken a fight there and maybe could have still pulled it off, wait for these spikes and you'll be in a much better position. And they're going to coincide with the Barons up in 2 minutes. So I hope they look for a setup on that, and they should be in a really powerful position to contest on that objective.
Yeah, my point I was making before that fight broke out is really just that Viper can offer so much poke, so when D+ is kind of waiting for Showmaker to do the damage over the wall, as we saw in that last fight, where he's just sitting there going, oh, if you guys walk towards me, I'm going to chunk you out. You just can avoid that and continue to toss in Void Seekers over and over and over again and force D+ to come out of that hiding hole, come out of that choke point, because on red side here, that is going to be where they operate, and that's when these flanks from Aatrox become problematic. That's when you can force your engage with the Rel. You have the charms, you can turn the lights off and prevent D+ from fighting. And Hanwha Life should be able to continue to be very oppressive with this composition. Because it's not an impactful soul here, D+, they do end up walking away from that last fight. But Hanwha Life are like, cool, we'll take Baron and 115 and we'll meet you there in the same situation where we'll have control of that choke point. We won't walk into it, we'll just chip away at you from the other side.
You can see the difference now as well with the fact that Hanwha Life have so much added control, and the fact that Grizzly is kind of massive on this Nocturne. You could see Deft and Kellen standing a long way away from the minion wave. You could see giving a lot of respect to this Paranoia that could be coming out at a moment's notice. Doesn't quite have the GA built up just yet, but he is still a force to be reckoned with, especially with an unbroken stopwatch. In fact, there are 3 of those in a GA on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. GA done for Deft, but we don't have a stopwatch for Showmaker. We don't have one for Canyon or Kellen either. Canna still does have his, and his Chempunk Chainsword.
And I just struggle. If Showmaker dies in the fight, unless the fight is already overwhelmingly won for D+, I see them really struggling to follow through. So the fact he doesn't have something like a Zhonya's right now, I think is the right call. You need to be building damage, but also means that he is that target the Hanwha Life Esports really want to be looking for.
Yeah, that's why the Crown is so important, and obviously his Flash. These are 2 tools that he's going to want to have at all moments in time, because if he's trying to go in for that damage and he gets caught by a Charm, that's the biggest enemy. Because, yeah, it will be able to survive a lot of that follow-up damage with the Crown when it's broken by Charm, but there's so many other ways it can be broken, like a Void Seeker, for example, and the engage and the burst that Hanwha Life have is in spades with this Aatrox, who has GA now as well. And this is what I'm talking about. You just keep poking and say, come to me, D+, because I'm not fighting you in these chokes. I'm not walking into that Azir damage. I'm just going to slowly choke you out of vision, and then we're going to start up this Baron. And Kingen obviously does have teleport here so he can join at a moment's notice, and he's just chunking this Renekton out.
Yeah. With it being a Chemtech map as well, the scrying plants are so hard to deal with because you saw Grizzly pop on just a second before. So easy just to walk through with them and sweep out all the vision with one auto each. So D+ really struggling to have any sort of eyes on the Baron. You can see there, dropping a control ward and a blue trinket at the same time, but very easy for Life just to clear that out, but still looking for more and more poke. Kellen,
half your health.
Yeah, gets a control ward out just because he thought he must have been on vision, but he wasn't. A little bit of a worry there as vision goes down once again. And Life Esports realize that they have full control over this Baron pit. They might just start it up.
And the thing is as well, with a lack of vision, it's obviously not great when you're trying to contest Baron, but also if you're getting poked, it's so much harder to dodge when the Void Seekers are coming out the fog of war. But Life Esports, they feel confident they're just committing now.
Yeah, Mega Cone does bring Canyon in. I don't know whether that's exactly where he wants to go, but he breaks the chains and now looks for a stun. Does get it onto King in here, who doesn't quite have the shield available. Canyon is incredibly low. It looks like this Baron will just go over to Life Esports. Are they going to win the fight as well? Is the question. As Def has the apotheosis, so much damage as everyone goes golden. Everyone's down to a GA, and Showmaker's the one doing it. The GA is going to be popped from Def, but he'll come back alive. And they lose the Baron, but they win the fight.
And I wanted to give him so much credit. Look at how slow they played it. Look at how they kited back to the Baron. Look at how they set up for this, and yet they do chase, and yet they do go in.
Well, Viper looks for an angle. Canyon has his friends, though, as King, and also on that flank. D+ wanting to get here towards this dragon. Showmaker moves in, can put up these Sand Soldiers. They will be able to get this vision out of the way. Once again, there is that flank.
King nearly has his ult again. He was such a threat before.
Oh god. Okay, let's see. Kellen is going to move on over. Kingen gets himself back, and now Life Esports want to deny this soul. They're not going to be able to do so, but can they find a fight here as Canna? He goes golden. Breaks that stopwatch. Kingen in the back of the pit. Diving forward is Zekka, but takes a lot of damage for it. And now Showmaker just dives onto him. And that is so much of their damage down. Viper gonna have to flash away because he was sharing the Acathian Rain with so many D+ members. He's unable to get the kill, and now it's Canyon. Steadfast presence in hand. Looking for the opportunity. Magnus Storm from Life used defensively as Zekka takes down the kill. Now it's Grizzly's turn to dive on in, but going in one by one is not how you win this. And the Nocturne will be taken out. Def gets so much health back as well.
And these champs are actually getting value out of the Chemtech Soul in this moment as well. So
man.
100% health.
Ox, take it away, buddy. You did it.
But I think the key difference from the Baron till the end of that play was that D+ were grouped and Hanwha Life win. And you can see here, Hanwha Life make the right call. They're like, let's finish the Baron, burn the ult so they can't approach. And the King is like, wait, look how sick this damage is. But they're so scattered when they go for this engage. Already, 3 of the frontliners are either in stasis or in GA.
And look at Showmaker's health.
Yeah.
He's full health.
He's not touched.
Their health's going away.
He had to be the one being focused, and then a repeat here as well. It just feels like permanently D+ are clumped and able to defend their backline, and Life Esports are just getting picked apart.
Yeah, I mean, Showmaker just carrying this game, and he came to this Worlds qualifier and said, I am going to Worlds because his performances yesterday on top of what we've seen from him today is just insane. We don't do MVPs for Worlds qualifiers, but right now he'd be the front runner because he is playing incredible League of Legends. And now Def here, so difficult to take him out. There's a GA that is proc, but there's no follow-up here. Grizzly wants to get on top of him and kill him.
That 11% damage reduction going hard right there.
Yeah. I was also going to say, like, Jubilant Veil is a pretty cool ability that stops damage from happening to your teammates and yourself. And Def utilized that one quite effectively.
That's the thing, when you're clumped, it's very easy to proc it on multiple people, and it's like everyone is Jax now.
Yeah. Oh, it's so true, and it's very frustrating to deal with. Now we have an Elder coming up in 4 minutes' time, the Baron in 3. D+ with some control, or at least a semblance of it. But I think Life Esports need to keep playing like they're winning, because they are. They do have more money than their opposition. They still have a lot of tools to try and get towards these objectives.
I think the thing that this game and last game have kind of illustrated is that gold can sometimes be fake data.
Yeah. It's straight up map control is way more important, and how you fight these fights, especially with the dichotomy of compositions like this, is the most important thing, because Life, they won the Baron. but then they threw right into the pit. And that's every single fight that D+ has won is Hanwha Life opting in to Showmaker's damage, opting into the Apotheosis re-engages. And Showmaker, yeah, he is massively ahead. He has been this whole game, but that lead is now ballooned even further. This is, of course, held items. He has 10 stacks of another Magi Soul Stealer. Got that Void Staff and the Death Cap now. He does so much damage. He's been level 18 forever. But there's still a chance here for Hanwha Life if they can get map control back. The problem is you had it until you threw on that Baron fight, and now getting it back is going to be so damn hard.
And the thing is, Magi is really cheap, but when you have 10 stacks, you're getting that movement speed, you're getting a good amount of AP, but it also counts as a legendary for the Mythic passive, so he actually does have full build and is super strong right now as a result.
Yeah, this he even looks like the alien suit from Independence Day as well with this particular skin, and it's kind of intimidating. You know, it's a little bit frightening. Not Independence Day 2. I'm going to go with 1.
Sure.
On that one. As Canyon moving throughout the jungle, looking for their opportunity, and I think it's going to be Baron that is the next thing to look for here for both teams. Hanwha Life Esports do have an avenue to get there. There is a lot of vision for them to get towards the pit, but you can see also a lot of pings wondering what D+ are doing, where they're going to have control.
And while we've seen Hanwha make the right choices on these team fights and play extremely well around these fights, the objectives rather, we've also seen them make the opposite choices. Grizzly.
Yeah, Grizzly going to have to flash here, but there's the flash. Heroic charge from Canyon. Slows him down. There's the knock-up, and Showmaker grabs the jungler with 50 seconds until the Baron.
His death timer is almost identical to the Baron spawn. He will have some time to get back over there, and of course he does have Paranoia, but this is going to be D+ getting control of the choke point around the objective itself. And I was going to say, they've got one more test. Like, can they actually fight correctly? We've seen them do both sides. Have they learned? Do they know how to beat D+? But now, fighting a man down, fighting without prio. Kingan's trying to at least side lane pressure here. This inhibitor, but D+ should be able to get this Baron.
Well, Kellen is going to move on in, see what he can do to try and deal with Kingan, and he's going to headbutt Paul and find him. Death diving forward as well, and Kingan is just dead. Down to the GA, but I don't know whether he's going to last much longer, and this is another pick. This one, I think, means a whole lot more. I think we'll guarantee at least a Baron. They might even be able to find the game.
Yeah, I mean, the TP is going to be available just as the Elder spawns, so Hanwha Life Esports haven't lost that objective yet, but the Baron's just gone, and honestly, the Grizzly pick, it feels like this is his biggest weakness as a player since we've seen him in the LCK, is getting picked off in the setups for these objectives, being isolated and alone, and now Kingan makes the same mistake, overextended with your jungler, with your Nocturne dead. D+ secure the Baron. There's still time for Hanwha Life Esports to contest this Elder, but it is not a good feeling, given all that extra gold over just before it.
Now, at least they have the bottom push that they had with Kingan, so they at least have some prio down there they can operate around. They're going to go underneath the Elder pit here. Viper is going to be able to kind of hold this angle here, can clear this wave mid very quickly with his Shiv, and then they will be able to try to poke towards D+. The problem is, D+ here definitely ahead in terms of itemization right now in the mid lane. It's a pick composition versus insane sustained damage with this Azir and so much setup, and they're just simply not going to be able to get control of the pick. Grizzly here on the other side. Who do you pick now? GA for depth. Showmaker, nigh unkillable and has that insane self-peel. You're dealing with the Poppy here as well.
Yeah, the Keeper's Verdict is going to be so incredibly important. Thankfully, there are Banshee's Veils, there are Edges of Night, but this Dragon is going down extraordinarily quickly. Kellen getting himself into the pit. There's the Hex Flash being charged. The Paranoia comes in. They're just... Oh, massive Magnet Storm from life in the backline. Emperor survived. He's also huge. Apotheosis! It destroys them. It's Wombo versus Wombo. And D+ have found it. The Dragon getting in there as well. The Acathian Rain will take down the Crocodile, but somehow everyone else on D+ survives.
Kingan no flash, but
all
he's
right.
on the edge.
Go make a huge, huge shield from that Shifting Sands, and these Void Seekers are scary, but Grizzly, he's running for the hills, and I think this is almost the end of the game.
And look at the damage Def did there. 6.5k most in his team. The composition.
Whoa.
4D+ comes together. Everyone dives in. Def says thank you very much, and he does the reverse Wombo combo. And with the Elder in pocket, they can just push.
And it was a great engage from Life. No one will deny him that, but it's not enough here. There's not enough follow-up damage, and Viper's poke is huge. But unfortunately, D Plus had everything they wanted. And once again, D Plus turn on the fight. They have won every critical fight in this game defensively. And Hanwha Life, they had no choice but to opt into it. The Elder was taking down. They had to look for something, but they're going to come up empty. And it looks like D Plus should be able to push themselves to match point.
Yep, 6 items on depth now. As
They're on the wave stack. They've won the end now.
Yeah, they're going to look for it. And Keeper's verdict is going to be a little bit of a short one because there's a fountain there. They're going to annihilate these turrets, though. And look at all of them just diving on top of King. And the Nexus erupts. And match point goes to D Plus Kia. They are 1 game away from the World Championship.
So back and forth throughout this game, but that team fight, that final one was phenomenal. And from the draft set up for how they wanted to play into the dive of Hanwha Life Esports. And after a really subdued game 2, Hanwha Life did so much more in this game, but it just was not enough.
It was not enough, and I think it was arguably their best game in the series. They really had a lot of control of early mid, but they tossed advantages away. And while Kingen had that massive lead on the Aatrox, it was Kingen giveth and Kingen taketh, because he also overextended on that fight on Baron that they secured, which really put the game back into the control of D+. Then hard push bottom to try to make sure they had Elder Prio, but died there as well. Grizzly getting caught, and it's reminiscent of his predecessor in some of these really critical Hanwha games. You can't go down before the Baron that leads to Elder, or you're not going to Worlds.
And you know what? Similar to game 1, it really doesn't matter until the last fight. And that's the important thing. You win that last fight, you win the game, and I feel like this is kind of revenge for that game 1 D+ tinning around under Hanwha Life Esports.
It's exactly the opposite situation. You're entirely correct. Man, I think that D+ definitely looking the most in control that they have almost all year, right? Like, this is getting to a pivotal, very close late game situation, and they managed to pull it through. Time for a short break, though. When we get back, it will be the space, and then match point for D+.
기다려. 나
아,
8점.
내가 끝은-
천천히 천천히 끝내. 천천히 끝나.
나 빙글빙글 돌릴게 공으로.
나 바로
카이사
칠게.
W만
피해.
피했다.
아, 됐다. 8초. 나 존에 있으니까 찌를게. 앞라인 쩍 그냥 볼게 나 이거.
나 카이사 날릴 테니까 타워쳐. 날렸어. 야 타워. 두 명 왔어.
아, 천천히 봐.
야 아직
타워 치면 타워. 나이스! 캐리 감사해요.
어.
고생했다.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 3, which was quite the banger, very back and forth, but in a different way. It wasn't as swingy, felt pretty close a lot of the way. We had a lot of crazy fights, and in the end, DK just barely able to pick up the win after getting the Elder. What were you guys' thoughts on that game?
I mean, it was hectic, it was chaotic, it was a really swing, and I mean, still, like, the Deeple's gear as a composition, it started with the problem compositions, like, they have a really, really great disengaging comp, and that's how they wanted the 40-minute. And I really like the Poppy and Alistar, and even Nilla. I think it's a really strong as a melee against a lot of the melee champion, which is Ari's in fighting, the Aatrox is in fighting, also the Nocturne, even Kai'Sa. You are pressing W with the Kai'Sa, but the thing is, like, in the later in the game, you're not able to put the damage with only pressing W.
No, and I don't think that Viper is the problem at all but I do think that we see that even his play is kind of suffering in a series that is this intense, this hectic. Obviously, the two big underperformers are being Grizzly and Life. King had a much better game in this one, but as mentioned by the casters repeatedly, looking at this draft, Hanwha Life have no choice but to dive, and I think even with a Kai'Sa, which is such a good champion when you have dive, you have the Nocturne to enable, you have the Aatrox for the flanks, and even through all that, once you get to a point where there's enough defensive itemization for the enemy team, it becomes so hard to actually take down a target decisively, right? And I think that Hanwha Life, even in this game, could have won until the very end, but we did kind of see the comp diff come through at that point in time.
Yeah, I mean, they got the perfect engage, pretty much.
4 men.
Even then,
well mock-up, yeah,
wasn't enough. So we can take a look at some of the highlights, especially this first Drake fight which we had, which really set up for DK. They lost on the Drake before this, but this time able to handle the pressure much better.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. They're coming with the multiple angle, but the thing is, like, in the small choke, they are fighting in the same spot, and they're being able to find the angle that they can just keep hiding with together as a team. That was the most important for the DK, even though they were, you know, like, it could have been a lot of the multiple angle, but the thing is, like, they were stacked up as a team.
And these early Drakes meant that I think for the third game in a row, courtesy of D+ their early laning leads, they had very early soul point, which allowed them a lot of pressure. Was obviously not the best soul. We saw how relevant it was, definitely, guys, the damage reduction there towards the end.
I mean, actually did kind of help eventually.
Actually
and
did,
The cam. Yeah.
Final engage.
Pretty good. It was pretty good.
Nothing. Also, Elder came in through, right?
Yeah, Elder was good, and they had 4 Drakes, so that was nice. Let's take a look at the second highlight we have, which was this fight on the Baron. This was the beginning of, like, oh man, DK could actually kind of stand their ground. I mean, this did not look good for them at the start.
And what's really big for me is D+ fighting from a deficit and actually doing it, because so much of their story this year has been the opposite. The complete opposite of them getting a lead and then not being able to play it out. And here, obviously, this fight turns out to be a complete mess, which just continues here towards the bot side as well. And yeah, as mentioned, Viper is trying desperately to get anything done here. They do have the Baron buff, but it just isn't enough. Showmaker is having an insane series, and this, to me, that's like Viper's tilted, because that is both Sum's use as well as his ultimate to not get anything. And I think Viper being tilted is very understandable, but him not having his ultimate and being completely out of it is what enables them to turn on. And Grizzly here, very unfortunate to engage, but by this point, the play is already lost, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to know this is a 30-minute, and you are playing Ahri into Azir, which is like no matter what, the DPS, they're gonna be the huge gap. You have to make a play with the Ahri side, but the thing is, like, with the playmaking, like, someone has to take it down. But the thing is, like, I think it's too late in the game.
And it was late, and it got even later, actually, because 8 minutes later, we had this fight for the Elder, which, you know, they got the Chemtech Soul, and this looks like the perfect, okay, Life Esports is going to win. Like, how do you not win after this rel engage?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, like, once you got the playmaking side, the thing is, like, I mean, this is, like, the best, but the thing is, like, it's just complete. Like, it's a little, I would say a little team comp gap, and also there was the Chemtech Soul, but the thing is, like, they should have done it this, like, way faster.
Yeah, because what happens there is they got shuffled into a deft ultimate in the choke point, right? And that's just kind of the problem with Dive, is that especially in these champions that have a strong AoE CC, as the ones on D+'s side do, like, the moment that you get on top of them and you don't actually take out all the targets, the defensive itemization is there, there's GAs, there's stopwatches, you don't actually get to take down the targets the way you need to. And then in the longer fights, the DPS of particularly the Azir is going to always come out ahead.
Yeah, and I always go back to that 31-minute Baron fight where it's like, Life Esports are so in control. Canyon's like running into the river by himself, and yet then, even then, he's able to back away, absorb the pressure, and win the fight. And it's just kind of crazy that Life Esports weren't able to clutch it out from there. But they're going to be going back to the blue side here for one last go of it. They need to win this one and the next one if they want to make it to Worlds.
It's such a weird series because when you look at much of it, like the kill score, the objectives, it looks like D+ is winning all these games, right? Even game number 1, they actually lost and it felt like kind of a throw. But at the same time, Life is so close in each individual game. Obviously, was able to win the one, although that was more of a courtesy. So I have no idea. I think that D+ is favored because they are the ones with the early control, but the series is very chaotic.
Yeah, it's getting kind of crazy, and we'll have to wait and see if DK can close it out and make it to Worlds, or will we get Silver Scrapes one last time? Let's go back to the casters for game number 4.
Thank you so much, astronauts, for the breakdown of what could be the second last game of this series. If D+ are able to close it out 3-1, they are poised to do so. You saw a big grin on Showmaker's face there to protect the president of his Azir in the last game. Absolutely beautifully orchestrated in the end by D+.
Yeah, and I mean, Deft essentially became like an enchanter in the final fight with the big AoE CC into the shield. Kind of felt like there was a Lulu there, but obviously doing damage as well. So worked out pretty well. Clutch moment in the final point of that game. And now they are on blue side. Sorry, they're not on blue side. Now it's... Wait, is D+ on blue side now?
No.
Life should have side
remain
selection.
on the blue side.
Now, D+ are on red side, sorry. So Honor Life Esports again have the priority in draft, but having lost one of these blue side games, which are so valuable in the series, is going to set them back.
Yeah.
King and
families
parents here.
Yeah. A lot of fans here not giving up on Hanwha down against match point. They will choose blue side confirmation here once again. And
so many of these players have been in this position before, right?
Yeah.
Viper, he won Worlds from doing exactly that. 5-game series throughout the entirety of the knockouts, and just last year, Kingen and Zeka did exactly the same thing. They are never down and out until you actually knock them out of the tournament. And that hasn't happened just yet. One last opportunity, Nico Tristana to be taken away alongside the Poppy as well.
And quick bans. This is very similar to Honor Life Esports bans they had in Game 1, banning the Poppy once again, whereas last time they banned the Lulu.
I think
so
the Xayah still going to come through here. It will. See if the rel priority stays low here, or if Honor Life want to pick it up early. Viper hasn't looked very successful, let's just say, with the Kai'Sa thus far, because obviously there have been some good points, and I like this instead of actually grabbing that Kai'Sa right now, because it has just been so one-dimensional, not giving you a lot of opportunity. And Viper also has been a player who's so good at scaling AD carries. They played around him in spring season so often just because he's like, I'm going to 1v9, I'm a Felios, I'm getting items, I'm going to carry. The Kai'Sa doesn't allow you that type of skill set, as we do see the Alistar Rel coming through from D+.
And I'm a little bit worried here, right? Because I really liked how D+ drafted around Rel in the last series. They pick up the Alistar, and then they say, it's your move. Do you want to take the Rel, or are we flexing the Poppy top lane and taking that Rel jungle and having that one again? The Kai'Sa going to be the response here, but I mean, I'm seeing Silas written all over this draft already. We'll see what Zeka is going to lock in. There is the Rakan. So not going to be taking away a jungler just yet. Showmaker, he might just do it.
They might just grab a Felios here as well.
Yeah, that's another one.
I think it's a safer pick here. You don't have to lock Silas in right now. There's still a plethora of champions that are viable into the Azir for Showmaker, and the Talia, for example, he's very good at. It's another one of those pocket picks we haven't seen yet in this series that you might have to consider with that as your priority. So I like just saying, Deft, I'm going to put you on this champion. You've got great engage and a great front line. Carry the game.
What about the Yasuo?
Not as sold on it, and ultimately Honor Life Esports going to struggle to ban everything they want to ban, because the Silas is open available, the Talia, as you said, also the Jax, which they've been limiting, especially with Canna being on red side, not something they want to face up again. So we'll see what they do, but ultimately I think picking up that Azir and having that solid mid lane pick makes a lot of difference. Again, we see the LeBlanc, which I think makes more sense here when you have the Azir, but still, this has been a pick we've seen banned a lot, but not really picked and not really executed well on for such a long time.
I think we're getting some overflow from some scrim results, maybe, where the LeBlanc has kind of popped off or something like that.
You know what's the great thing with scrims is often they end them before you have to actually finish the game. Said, oh, LeBlanc's 5-0, well, we'll just end and go to the next scrim. Yeah, you know, sometimes struggles with carrying it through to the later stages.
Might explain why D+ have been doing so well in scrims.
I think they'll probably ban Jax here based on what we've seen so far. Take away the LeBlanc side lane issue, the Jax side lane issue, and then we'll see what comes next here for D+. It'll actually be the Talia ban, so one of those other fringe picks here for Showmaker that he likes to play into the Azir, but now he can just play Silas and feel pretty confident. Now, they will wait, though, to see if, for example, the Gnar, well, that's actually bad. My bad on that one. That one's just taken away. What else is going to come through here before they lock it in? And how many good ults do they have? Because right now, you've got two really decent ones, obviously, with the Rakan and the Azir. Frontline here is obscene for Deft. Like, he has such an easy time of things, and not a whole lot of dive to follow up with this Kai'Sa either.
Yeah, so Renekton going to come through. Of course, Kingen had a decent win rate. Never mind, going to be switched over to the Viego. Grizzly, one of his most successful champions in Challenger and LCK. And he's going to be bringing it out here today.
Not super sold on it here because there's so many tanks on the side of D+, it's not easy to get resets. Realistically, the fight is going to be about can you kill Deft, and if you kill Deft, you're probably pretty good, and the impact of the reset isn't that major. Regardless, though, we see it come through. We see the Renekton as well for Kingen. D+ wanted to put priority on Showmaker. They wanted to make sure he had everything in front of him before he picked, and he's toying with a lot of options.
I mean, the Xerath is good here. The Zoe, I think, is fine.
Oh, the game for Kassadin?
I actually like the Zoe here a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Because you have such a great front line, it's really difficult to threaten her, and then you just basically set up picks onto the Viego.
Oh, cocky.
Similar situation here in terms of the poke damage, but it's not going to be as pick-based as what the Zoe could have offered you, but now you have so much power around these objectives when the Aphelios isn't just a fountain laser quite yet, so you have this counter threat where you can engage really well with the packages, you can help protect depth in these moments and layer some additional damage. Now, he is one of those squishy targets that Grizzly could look to reset with, grab that initial pick, then continue to push through the fight. But I'm just not sold either on this Viego here. I think it's just a comfort pick, and he will need to make an impact early. Azir versus Corki, maybe that's the angle.
I feel like the whole team needs to be pulling ahead early because you have, you know, an Alistar on the enemy side. You should be having that advantage early. You have Renekton into Cassante. You should be having that edge. You need to find the momentum because if you come into the mid to late game, even in gold, and the enemy team already has some Drake stacked up, that Corki is going to make your life hell. So Honor Life Esports need to have a very convincing early game here.
I think they're set up for it better than they have been in almost any of the other games so far in this series, though. So maybe we can see the Hanwha snowball. We can see them have the better laning phase and come out ahead. Because I think Grizzly also is a player that just in general plays much better from ahead. And yes, this is a thing to say about almost every jungler ever, but he looks so much more comfortable. Looks like he can make the right decisions when he does have that advantage. Might be able to get it here in this game and then start being that oppressive player that we know he can be when he does get the Rift in the position that he wants it.
Grizzly on his debut champion, a champion he is so comfortable with. They're putting him here in this position here to try to bring us to 5. I'll respect that choice.
100%. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. This could be the final game of the series. We're on the Rift for game number 4. I have to say, like, I think that Khan's intro to like the D+ whiting it's probably my favorite.
It's the best one.
Yeah,
I think it's actually the best one.
Yeah. I mean, Kesman's fine. I mean, some of the others, like Nuna's fine on KT side, but I don't think anyone did it better than Khan, who apparently like came and said hi to the D+ team as well when he came over to record it, and it was just like a cute little heartfelt moment as he does come back to his old organization just for a little bit for a check-in.
Now, Viper, he will have his contract expiring at the end of this year. If he loses this game, will not go to Worlds to represent Korea. Maybe the last time he plays in Korea if he goes back to China.
Yeah.
And when he was on that stint of Hanwha Life Esports last time around in 2020, nobody knew at the end of that 9th place finish for him that he would actually end up going to China and would leave Korea. He's since returned. The results have definitely not been what he was looking for. He wanted to come back to Korea to prove that he could get an LCK title. Maybe he can get a title on Korean soil here in Worlds, but he will have to win these next 2 games. And who knows if he'll be playing in this region next year.
Yeah. It's
crazy to think.
It's a scary thought. Don't want to lose him again. You know, we've dealt with that heartbreak before, and he definitely found a whole lot more success.
His reputation
in
in the LPL was so good, and even when EDG wasn't always doing fantastically, there was still so much faith in Viper, so definitely want to see him get similar results as he managed to achieve with EDG in the LCK, but it comes down to bouncing back in a series. 2 games will allow them to go to Worlds, 2 wins in a row.
And he has to try and bring Life and Grizzly with him. We're going to be having a look under a microscope at their performances in this game because it might tell a story as to what could happen if there is that game 5. If they start to step it up, if they start to find the momentum, that could be the opportunity already. You can see the race to level 2 going to be won by Hanwha Life. Just the joys of being Alistar, I guess.
Deft has offered a lot of damage back in lanes like this before, but not actually finding the Calibrum damage he's looking for this time around, so I think that advantage is going to remain here. Viper and Life massively outperforming what we saw, of course, yesterday from Pada in the bottom lane and Barrow. They weren't able to stack up when they had these advantages at level 2. Deft was able to turn that one around. Not going to happen this time around, at least in this early laning phase.
Yep. Phosphorus Bombs raining down here in this mid lane as one of our oldest matchups ever, and not necessarily one that sparks the most joy in the majority of LCK fans of old.
definitely not. We did actually see, I believe Showmaker was the first to bring this out during the regular season.
I think it was, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, he played it in the regular season, and then Faker brought it out in playoffs.
Yeah, and Showmaker built Shiv, farmed massively, and then really didn't amount to much on the retaining end. But hopefully goes better for him. But I do see Grizzly making a contest for the Scuttle. And when you have triple prio in all 3 lanes, I want to see him doing something with that. He has let Canyon go pretty uncontested in his first clear, but he's now trying to force him away from the Scuttle.
But he's not going to be able to get the smite, unfortunately, because Canyon has better buttons.
Yeah, that's the problem with this matchup here. And even though Azir is pushing in mid, he's not going to come down and help out for the chance at a Scuttle. He wants to continue to put the pressure onto Showmaker instead. So Zeka is going to say, sorry, man, that's not going to be yours. And topside, you see Kingen is going to be picking up that Scuttle here as well, just to make sure. And looking like an early game here for Hanwha Life that kind of went default well, but is starting to fall a little bit by the wayside here bottom, as Deft was able to pick up that additional trade there onto Life with Cullen getting the knockup.
And I think you remember in the earlier games when D+ were a team with a bunch of the lane prior, you saw Canyon invading, challenging, and I feel like you had that window for Grizzly, but understandably, maybe after the previous game, not having the confidence to go for that, but any opportunity, like I don't feel like Hanwha Life Esports need to like die or lose out on objective. Just to miss opportunities is enough for this comp to start to feel like it's losing relevance.
It's true. So far in this laning phase, Kingen's been doing a pretty good job. Canna losing a bit of his health bar and is down about a wave for now. At least most of those will head towards this turret, but Kingen is trying to do his best to keep Canna at as low health bar total as possible.
Yeah, he's
just
just
as difficult as he can.
Repeatedly stacking up Fury to go E into empowered W, then E out. Just has taken a fourth of Kana's health bar both times, now sitting at half health, will force him to back away towards that turret. We'll have to be wary of Kana hitting level 6 with this next set of minion waves, so it doesn't get all out and under the turret, but this is going to be about as big of an advantage as you can get in the Renekton versus Cassante matchup. Even going to start proxying this wave to stay away from Kana as he does hit level 6, so he's not going to be vulnerable. Very well played here from Kingen, who has had, I think, a big turnaround in this series.
I would agree. Going to be now looking for that cute little back and not have to teleport by clearing the wave in between the turrets. Feels pretty good about that one. Might be able to get a bit of added information here as well as he does peek his head in. But actually deciding that he's going to stick around and catch another one, because sometimes that's just what you feel like doing. As the Renekton. And now Hannah's going to get a little bit annoyed about it. Does head over towards him, but isn't actually going to find too much. Level 6 is gained. Here we go. Flash headbutt pulp does come down. There's the grab at him as Canyon will show up. Viper's in so much trouble, and he will be taken. Oh, does have the heal. But now we're Alcove Gaming. I don't know whether it's going to work out. Here's Deft taking a lot. Has to flash over. Viper almost manages to stand his ground, and it does not work out. Still Grizzly able to get the answering kill. Great little sidestep from Kellen, but I don't think it's going to save him. He does pulverize, but that's not going to be enough, and Grizzly gets the double.
Viper, though, playing that so well. Yes, he goes down, but buys so much time. Chung stepped out, and this is a prime scenario for Viego. Doesn't actually need the resets to get the kill, but D+, so much committed for, you know, a kill that clearly Canyon was like, he's dead. I don't need to do anything. Yeah, well, I mean, perhaps you did.
Yeah, unfortunately, this went very badly for D+. They thought they had the secure, they did not, because Viper just outplayed it so well, from the heal to the flash to getting back into the alcove, buying so much time for Grizzly to come down, because the start of this analysis point for me, I thought was going to be, and once again, Grizzly's a little bit behind on the play, but they buy enough time for him to come down and pick up 2 kills, and accelerated Viego is definitely exactly where you want to be here as Hanwha Life. Now they will, of course, lose this Drake on the subsequent return here to the lane. Why Canyon does have level 6, so not going to be able to get that first objective. But the fact that Grizzly now has this huge advantage means he can continue to contest jungle. He can be a huge factor in these upcoming fights. And if he was behind the curve, getting those resets we talked about before, so much harder. But man, is he fed now.
Yeah, and I think once he gets to level 6, that's where he's really going to pose so much of a threat in these skirmishes, in these fights. It is big, though, that D+ got that early dragon. Obviously, with the Corki, you have such good control over neutrals, so securing any early dragons when you have a mid who's not the most active will put them in a good spot, but looks like they're setting up for a dive here. Kellen doesn't have 6, though.
Yeah, pretty aggressive headbutt does come through as now Canyon looking for the Magnus Storm, finds it onto Viper. He has no summoner spells left available, and Deft going to be able to lock that one down. Canyon tanking the turret for just long enough. They're moving away from Grizzly, though. He's once again making his way in. I just don't think he's going to be able to get here in time. It's a great double knock-up, but the interruption. Oh my God, Kellen, you monster! He's able to deny it. It is going to mean a 1-for-1 in the end, but that could have been way worse.
Yeah, I mean, that was a triple kill. If Kellen didn't play interruption, you could see what Zeka was looking for. He's trying to slide in, get double shove, but prevented. And yeah, here's the play where Canyon just thought the kill was done.
Yeah, he thought it was done. Viper here has the heal. It almost looks like he goes sub-zero and then actually gets the health back while he's chugging this pot. Does a bunch of damage to Deft here over the wall. Forces Deft to flash, then reacts and flashes away. But by the time that Grizzly gets here, there's not enough damage actually here to win this subsequent fight as Kellen is trying his best to get a pull here and save Canyon's life. He won't be able to save his own. He will also make that same sacrifice here on the bottom side. Those that Kellen waits till the last possible second to hold that pull. As you mentioned, Ox, they know that Viper has no summoners down here. Canyon ults in. Kellen waits for the perfect moment there to allow Deft to get that kill. But then Grizzly shows up and Kellen has to once again sacrifice himself with some heroics here to get his teammates out.
Yeah, and you can see the angle for Zeka because he wants to slide in and flash.
Oh, God. So sick.
That was legit a triple. It was just there. You could see Grizzly will be so disappointed because he knows what that could have been. But Kellen, such a good read on that play. And this guy has been so fantastic on this Alistair today and yesterday, but really delivering on this pick.
He's like, I mean, this is a gigantic glow-up for this player. Remember, they were experimenting with Bible throughout the entire end of the season. There were shot-calling issues, but we always knew that Kellen was the guy with the hands. And my God, he has the hands. He got the hooves as well here today. And it's his engaged support play that has really impressed me because he was, you know, the Melio, the Renata. He was the more Enchanter support guy. And in that meta, he was brilliant. But if he's now got an Alistair like this, we're going to be feeling pretty good.
Deft's going top here, trying to set up a little bit of a lane swap right now scenario. And Kana does have ult. If King and overextend, this could end up being a disaster. Looks like it's not going to end up meaning anything just yet, as they are going to start up the Rift Herald with this. Ooh.
Gets the flash.
Good flash.
What a great read from King, because I don't think he really has... I guess they know bot, because they have the vision from Grizzly and Life that, wait, no one's shown a bot lane, you should expect something. But yeah, information passed over. Kingen thinks maybe there's more than just the Cassante going up against me. They back away, and this is a positive trade for HLE. Yes, the Herald secured for D+, but so far, plates are up for HLE, and they can clear this wave out quickly.
Yeah, Deft was sitting on Calibrum and doesn't have Crescendum here at all, so just cannot actually offer the damage required here to actually take this turret out. Sure, he can clear waves with this Infernum really quickly, but he's not going to be able to actually hurt this turret very much, so definitely do favor this for HLE, and they are significantly ahead in gold here, about 1,300. Some of this will be shored up by the Herald, assuming it crashes.
They're looking for it. Magnus Storm is fantastic as Deft trying to keep himself alive. Moonlight Vigil comes in. Another interruption from Kellen, and now he's going to try and walk it off. This time he's got the Unbreakable Will, so he'll be fine. What did he have for breakfast? And this guy's a god.
And before the series, I was telling you guys, you know, on camera, but also off camera, there's no way Kellen gets Alistair in this series after what happened yesterday. And they just keep giving it over. They keep giving Canyon the rel. And I mean, these are two picks that have been so pivotal here for D+ in this Worlds qualifier. Now, Kana's going to pick up some plate gold. Some plate gold goes over to Showmaker because of all those resources committed here from Hanwha Life to try to stop the Herald crash and get a turn. They get nothing. And plate gold here for D+ in 3 lanes will equalize the gold.
You know what, Wolf, at least if Kellen keeps playing like this, he will not get Alistair again because the series will end 3-1.
That is true. That is true.
So at least on my Feasibles don't have to worry about that.
There you go.
But yeah, I mean, he's just been playing such a good bouncer bodyguard role, interrupting these plays. And man, Grizzly, really strong start, but it feels like he could be like 7-0 if the plays had gone the way that Hanwha Life Esports had hoped for.
Well, we're going to have a trade of Drakes, so for the first time, as we have a teleport in, and he didn't actually pick up the package. So Showmaker looking for a different opportunity for that one. Drake should be secured here by Hanwha Life Esports, and we'll have a look at what the next soul is going to be in this series.
Oh man, Showmaker forcing the TP here, and we'll get the plate. Go on, Oxford, what do you going to say?
I was going to say, with when they changed the package timing, which kind of took Corki out the meta, because it's now 5 minutes like solid, so if you're not contesting a dragon, then you know, before you would just take it anyway because it'll be back up in time for the next dragon. But I think now, if you're not contesting it, you should just leave it and wait for a more significant objective, perhaps a second herald or just the next dragon in itself. But you know, D+ doing a decent job of.
Well, there's a flash Magnet Storm. Viper is going to be able to get himself out of the way of at least that, but there's the Pulverize. He's not able to ult out of it, and the headbutt's just gorgeous. Oh man, I wish we had POGs because I would give 11 of them to Kellen.
I'm giving it to Kellen.
I mean, Viper as well on the player cam. He looks upset, but he also just looks like he admits the play is sick. You know, what am I going to do? I've got both thumbs, got to blow him, and still Kellen's got me. Still he's getting behind me, and I'm going to go down. There's just nothing I can do on this play if he's going to play it that well, and he's just everywhere where he needs to be. And yeah, you got the second Drake here as HLE, but D+ are getting gold everywhere else. And this Aphelios that already was ahead from that play bottom side is feeling fantastic. The Corki's starting to come online, even though he itemized into the Hex Drinker. He's got a completing call. And watch Kellen on this play here. Big headbutt here. And then another pull to allow his teammates to get away. He's got ult and flash, and there's no way he's going down either.
And you know, Alistair's ability to engage is solid, but when you have to use your WQ in tandem, you're getting like the value of one ability. But I mean, that's so good as well. But you're getting the value of like, you know, you're closing distance and you're knocking them up. But when you're using them separately, when you can knock away and pulverize when they close the distance, it's so obnoxious to play into. You gap close, you knocked away. You gap close again, you knocked up. And Kellen just playing it so well here. Every time knows exactly the sequencing he should use with his ability.
And he says, I feel bad for Viper as he's doing it as well. Viper, you know, on the player cam, if you guys watched when I was mentioning it, he looked like he was impressed more than anything else. He's frustrated. He's 0-3 on this Kai'Sa. Def is a whole item ahead of him right now, essentially, in terms of damage, because Krakenslayer is going to offer you a ton in fights. The chain damage here for the Shiv is only going to offer you wave clear for trying to get Prio. And he's behind the curve here in this game for sure.
Yeah, and a weird book and a dagger ain't exactly as good as the best friend sword that Deft has picked up as well. So he's well on the way to his next item and Zerka's Greaves. And Showmaker just having the greatest time on his Corki, feeling very good about it.
You know, there's a lot of discussion about Crown and when it's good. Like, obviously last game, Showmaker built it. It's phenomenal. Enemy team will dive into you. But here, against a Corki, and the enemy team doesn't have that much dive. I think I definitely would have preferred like a Leandries from the Azir, something just to give you a lot more damage with cutting through this tanky front line. And as well, Showmaker's gone pretty uncontested. The ult level up spikes, like level 11, level 16, are so big because the 80 ratio of your ult goes up with each one. So he's happy to just farm up.
Oh, there's a headbutt pull from Kellen. He knows that the rest of them are turning up though. Showmaker, he just Valkyries out of the way. There is so much damage from this Corki. They take down the turret though, and they should be able to get out alive. Sundisk will be put up. Nicely played from Humble Life Esports.
Yeah, but D+ sneak away with this one. Kellen hiding there in that pocket of lack of vision. Showmaker's got the Valkyrie, and they will escape. So still a win here for Humble Life, but they wanted so much more. And so far here
it's the story of the series. This game, I swear.
I just feel like I was going to say, it feels like D+ just wanted more today. I mean, Kellen is popping off. Showmaker has had his best series of the year here in Best of Fives. You really have to believe that he is at peak form right now. And D+ at every turn are just looking so fantastic. Now, the game's not over, but it's definitely looking very good when you look at where the gold is here. Again, for Humble Life, it could be misleading. It looks like, oh, only 200, 300 gold behind here. But a lot of that money is on a Viego versus on this Aphelios that's so massive here. Very concerning. Next Drake here is going to be the second of the game. Red-white here for Deft going into this next subsequent fight, which looks like they're going to opt in for Dragon rather than Herald.
Yeah, you can see Showmaker resetting now. And can pick up the package if he wants. Does have TP. They could contest the Herald if they really felt like it, but I think they're playing for the slower game and looking potentially towards that Dragon. With 3 massive tanks on your team, the Mountains are going to have a lot of value.
And there's also now, like, the Rift Herald's going to reset once again. Showmaker doesn't have that package yet. It's still sitting in base, I'm pretty sure. The collection of Corgi treats. And so they are going to use that to try and grab themselves this first mountain. I think it's actually going to be, like you say, very, very important to start stacking those up. It's such a snowball effect when you do get those for the extra resistances, especially with Canyon and Canna and Kellen.
Yeah.
And even like Showmaker's got an Hex Drinker and will likely build into a more later. It's something that Def can go as well. I think what's crazy is obviously tanks with mountains get super tanky, but when you have like squishy champions who pick up like one defensive item and suddenly have like 200 resists when they get a few mountains under the belt, it's insane.
It's the percentages that are going to add up. Teleport here committed mid. This fight is so important here for the side of D+. Showmaker also has TP, is grabbing package.
This Rift Herald ain't doing anything. It's just going to have its eye poked. And like you say, package going to come in. Showmaker teleports forward, and I just think that Harmful Life have no option but to give this one up. These big ones. Look at Showmaker. He's teaching Viper's champion what it was like in the good old days.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, yeah, this is what real poke is like, my son. And they're going to take down this Drake with barely any contest, I believe.
Grizzlies on the flank here, but they just don't have the position to look for a pick. Kingen also trying to find an angle.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Kingen has already ulted, but he's on vision. Canna can always just get rid of this Crocodile if he does try to come in. Grizzly looking for the secure. He's against Arel, though. It's going to be very difficult. We'll see what he can do. Not going to happen. Great Pulverize once again is into the back line. Goes the Rakan, but he's going to get knocked up. Canna trying to get himself out there. He gets a big old shield, and in goes Zeka. Everyone goes out, though. He finds nothing, and the Rockets are hitting for 1 billion damage each. Deft is going to grab a double. Kingen is slicing and dicing and finding the air as D+, they'll back away.
And so often you see Corky's Valkyrie in at the wrong time with the package. They end up dying immediately, maybe have a bit of impact, but that was such a good read from Showmaker. Held it after the initial play, and then Zeka goes in and he basically layers across the entirety of Harmful Life Esports, chunks them all out, kills Grizzly, and secures the teamfight win.
I mean, they part like just straight up like this is it's Moses who's Zeka here as he goes in, because look at this engage from Life. It looks fantastic. Kana is so tanky. They don't have a ton of damage here to take him out. He's got a shield, and look at this. What? They flash left and Showmaker gets out with Valkyrie? It's just insane. And that's not a play you can coordinate perfectly from D+. You just have to have it in you. You have to have the reaction time. You just have to be that clutch. And they pull it off, and Viper is like, oh, this low health bar on Deft, and I just can't do anything. His Corki is too big. Now he's got his Muramana transformed here, and that's the first of the Mountain Souls stacked up for D+. Harmful Life, each individual one is going to hurt them so much.
Yeah, I think the watch Azir calls in the comms after that one, that's they are definitely valuable, because that was exactly what it looked like. They were all watching. They were waiting for Zeka to get in there.
And this is how he plays it. You know, Zeka is so good at reading team fights, finding the engage angle.
Kellen is he just about had his ultimate back up.
But I feel like when you compare Zeka to other Azir players, there's a lot who like to play that backline DPS. He is the playmaker. He does look for those angles, and they just had him read to a T.
Really nicely done.
2 items here for Deft. Obviously, the spike here for Viper as well comes through. He does now have that Nashor's Tooth, so he can offer a decent amount of poke back here. Very much more so than what he was able to do in the last fights against the Corki. Now he can kind of start stacking those up if he can continually hit them onto these prio targets. So then, if Zeka makes that same play, maybe the health bars are low enough you actually end up catching somebody, you win the subsequent fight. Same with Kingen, of course, who's been having some pretty good flank angles here in this game. But it just feels like this Corki is going to be more and more inevitable as the fights go on, especially because the package value is so incredibly high. There's the second item here for Zeka as well. Huge spike for him, but no objective to fight for just yet.
Well, when it comes to item spikes, I'm pretty sure Corki has the most of them and some of the best ones as well, and he just completes his Ludens. I don't know whether the story gets much better from here, right? I think, you know, he could complete a more of Malmortius, he could grab a Void Staff as that third one, he could just build so many things and get so much value. Corki just gets more and more dangerous as the game goes on.
Level 16, because your big one has a 90% AD ratio before 16, 150%
it's
when you get to 16. So at that point, he will just start to eliminate your squishies with one big one. They'll just be out the fight. So, you know, Harmful Life Esports are trying to contest, trying to find angles because they need to. They know this game feels like it's on a timer.
Yeah, it really is, because the Corki is just going to be higher value than this Azir. The Azir is pretty high range, does a lot of damage, but it won't matter if he gets engaged on, because there are so many threats here for D+, and he's just going to be poked away by this Corki. You get hit by one of those, your crown is gone. You hit by a second one. If it's a big one, you're just kind of unable to go into these fights. There's no way for him to itemize against this Corki at all whatsoever. And that's why Corki doesn't even care about getting a Void Step. He's already got his Sork Shoes, and I think he probably will just finish them out, Marmorius, because it's going to give him that extra safety and protection against these AP threats. The same, of course, of Deft, who's built his own as well.
More, and then GA with Triple Mountain,
Oh,
and you're just
God.
tank Corki, but also doing 1 million damage.
And if Hanwha could pick up these Mountain Drakes as well, the shield that you get from Soul is going to be so impactful into this poke. It might be what could have saved them, but they're a Drake behind now, and with not enough map control to contest this next one, it just doesn't feel likely.
It's feeling pretty dire for Hanwha Life Esports. They have found late games in the past, though. There is definitely a lot of clutch factor remaining. We remember in that game one, it was because Zeka was on the Azir that they were able to find so many of these angles. Life has so much playmaking ability as well. But, I mean, the problem I have is the fact that Kellen is playing like he knows things before they happen. And when you're trying to surprise the enemy team, that sounds like a pretty valuable skill to have.
And if Showmaker and them could just buy time, D+ could just buy time here. Look at what Deft is sending to this turret. Slow down this Baron take. Showmaker will have another package ready for the Dragon. It's spawning in 5 seconds here. And the fact that Hanwha Life are unable to actually commit, this is just a good thing for D+. They're winning more as a result. And there's a big flank maybe attempted. It looked like it might have been from Kingan, but he's going to decide to just push this wave in instead and force a reaction out of D+. That's the only grip of this map Hanwha has, and that's what I'm talking about. Buy enough time, package is ready, Showmaker's got TP, rinse and repeat, show up for this Dragon fight, and D+ in prime position.
Yeah, and the big ones are armed and ready as well. D+ going to be able to make a road for the Corki to get over. And that means that once again, we have a package fight. This one's for Soul Point. Teleport in from Hanwha Life. Zeka will get here, but stealing it, very difficult. Starting a fight, very difficult. We'll see what they can make happen here. The crown's still up and available for Zeka. We need to hit a few of these rockets, Showmaker. If you want to get this one started on the right foot, the Sand Soldier's doing a fair bit of work. All of these rockets have been dodged thus far. Every single one of them, in fact. Like
Zeka's crown still up.
Kind of crazy. And the Drake is just going to go to Hanwha Life Esports. That was just a bit of a flub.
Yeah, I mean,
are we going to hit any of them? Okay, Magnus Storm goes in from Canyon. They're starting to look for it as Viper dives his way out. Life trying to stay alive. The health bars are very low. Deft is free hitting, but I don't know whether it's quite going to work. Showmaker now finds himself on the wrong side of the fight, and I think they're going to go 1-for-1 in this one, but the Drake still goes to Hanwha.
And they just kind of feels like a desperate engage, right? We lost the Drake, we didn't get the poke down, we have package anyway, let's try and make it happen, and they end up trading evenly in terms of kills, but Showmaker just, he had full ammo. You get a full ammo reset with the package, and he just missed. You can see this is when he's already low, but he missed every single one.
Every single one. The crown is still up here, and Zeka's offering way more poke damage himself here. And then they're like, okay, well, if I can't hit you with rockets, I will hit you with the package. And then he puts himself on the wrong side of this fight. Unfortunately, here as Viper has a really nice ultimate to get himself at arm's length. And really, if Deft is not in a position to pop off in this fight, I think this could have been way more disastrous. Kingan gets a little bit disconnected here. Life and Viper can't help out, but it still ends up being a trade. And now it's 2 Drakes to 2. And a very close game we have on our hands. I mean, Hanwha Life still not in full control. I still give the edge to D+ here, and they have that gold lead. They have that late game Corki problem. But if we get to a game state where another Mountain Drake comes over and Hanwha Life can threaten Soul, it's not over till it's over.
But I think Hanwha Life Esports have illustrated a great point, right? Is that poke means nothing if it doesn't hit.
That's what I was going to say. Just dodge it, Forehead. Like, obviously that's the answer. Just don't get hit. And poke does actually nothing. It's terrible. Like, it's just not even a very good.
And the thing is, because
don't use those compositions.
It's this poke Corki build as well. It's not like the Corki of old where like your autos still did a ton of damage.
Yeah, the Trinity Force version.
Your autos aren't really doing that much, so every big one you miss, you feel really bad about. And also, because the package timing has changed, what you used to be able to do is you could poke a bunch, then reset, grab the package, and be there in time for Dragon. But because it's 5 minutes now, you don't get that window. You have to grab the package and then arrive with your one set of ammo to use to lay down the poke. And Showmaker definitely suffering. And this feels a bit reminiscent to that first game I was talking about in regular season where he got fed, he got ahead, looked great, did nothing. And yeah, for D+ fans, hopefully it doesn't go that direction again.
See what he can actually find as this game goes on. Because, of course, there will be other team fights, maybe ones that he can land a couple more rockets in. Hanwha Life Esports getting themselves set up for the Baron. It's been up for 7.5 minutes. As D Plus just zooming.
The problem with Zeka here in this game, too, is that itemization. It's not that the crown is bad here. It's just that what you lose, the trade-off is the Leandries. It's really hard for him to get through Kana and Canyon, who have itemized AP once again here. The cowl done for Kana, and already getting the completion of the Visage here for Canyon. So it's really difficult for Zeka to actually break through those health bars. The poke here from Viper is once again going to feel fairly lackluster. So I mean, kind of the way it goes for Corki is eventually some of those rockets should hit, and they should be able to win the war of attrition. We'll see if HLE can continue to be dodgeball champs, though, on these next few objective fights like this Baron they're trying to get some vision set up for.
Yeah, next one going to be very, very important. And he's not going to have that package up just yet. I believe there's still a minute or so on that one. Correct me if I'm wrong, as, yeah, we do have a minute and a half on the next streak, and that spells about the right time. Level 16 for Canna as Canyon moving on in. They don't have vision in the pit right at this second. I think they have an idea that they're not doing it just yet.
This game is so tense. I mean, everything on the line here for Hanwha Life. They're behind in gold here. The poke is such a big problem. They don't have enough map control to start Baron. They are not going to actually have a massive advantage here going into any of these fights. It has to be something they clutch out. They don't have amazing engage either outside of that Rakan.
And I think the angles is going to be so important. You know, Life did find that massive engage at the end of last game, which obviously backfired. But the thought process was there, and if you get on top, Showmaker or Defty, it's going to be big. But now Showmaker has gone for that GA, has the Hex Drink as well. Deft has a more, so these carries aren't just going to fall over the second you look at them.
Yeah, they're all just augmenting their MR, which will, you know, increase by massive percentages here once this next Mountain Drake is secured. If it is, in fact, secured by D+, the timer of that package here going to line up decently well for this. If Showmaker, which he does have teleport, can line this up. Yeah. Really simple fight here for D+ to try to set up and do this. So Hanwha Life either have to force that out early and then run to the other objective, or get a pick first, as Kingan, so he's trying to pick up his GA here. Almost there, no doubt. And he does have the ability to teleport into the fight. There it is.
Oh, there it is. So able to collect that one. The Drake is now live, and I think Mountain Soul, a very important one to fight over. Corki going to go for that back. The package is going to be there. And Corgi looking absolutely adorable as well. We do have to highlight that. That is very, very important. And there he goes. Gives the Corgi a whole bunch of treats. And let's see whether it's actually going to work out this time around. Hanwha with control of the Drake. D+ wanting to index into this Baron. Grizzly going to be moving on over. But now he's out of position. Just caught. And that is the all-out from Canada. There is now no jungler. That should mean Soul Point and Baron for D+. What a beautiful trap, but so sad for Grizzly.
So sad for Grizzly. It was he who was picked last game right before the Baron to enter and to go into the dragon fight that won the game for D+. We'll see if it happens again here as they're pushed away.
Oh, no.
Soul Point going over.
Just barely not able to get towards this dragon in time, as well as Canyon will just come on over and steal it away. There it goes. Oh, this really does feel like the backbreaker in not only this game, but the series.
And Grizzly didn't ask for this. He was an academy player. He was a tier 3 player who got called up in an emergency situation. A crisis for Hanwha early on in the season. He's on his debut champion of the Viego here, where he had a pretty fiery start when he did replace Clid after the controversy, and now picked again before this critical objective. His lack of experience shows here. And D+, this is almost an unlosable position from here.
It's just Kellen. Again, Kellen once again finds this window, shuts out Grizzly, the worst person to go down there. You got to feel, and now we have the GA for Deft as well. Double GA on your carries. It's going to be double more in a second. Double Mountain. The resists are going to be insane, and I feel like Hanwha Life Esports, this is their last chance to extend their year to make it to Worlds, and it's slipping away.
Well, these turrets are going to start falling very, very quickly. You can see bottom side control is where D+ are focusing right now. They will be able to march this very small conga line towards his inner turret, but Canyon can tank this for days. Hanwha looking to try and defend for the minute. this Siege Minion is just going to chip away, and there's not a lot of options. When they do hit, they hit for a lot. These rockets, as it turns out.
When you have this much setup here, it's really easy to just poke and siege, put the Cassante in mid, and Canyon looking for an engage.
There's the Flash Magnet Storm, finds two, and immediately Grizzly just goes down again. Life going to join him. Zeka in trouble. He's going to get stunned up. The rockets can hit a stun target pretty comfortably as Showmaker tries to chase after them, but now they might even continue pushing. Kingen was looking for a flank, but who is he flanking? Why is he flanking? There is no one left available. And Viper just taking subsequent damage. Red-white now for Def. He's putting down these turrets. In goes Viper to try and go for one last ditch effort. The more comes in for Def and he stays alive. But his eyes are set on Worlds. They're set on the Nexus and he's gonna take it down. Welcome back to the World Championship, Def, for another final dance if you want one.
What a performance. You know, D+ have not had a great spring. Summer had some hiccup, but when it matters most, the final game of the Regional Gauntlet, they come in and Def proves he has the greatest unbreakable spirit.
And I think that if we could have seen this peak form from D+ in playoffs, who knows what the ceiling could have been, because this team outperformed expectations yesterday against a weaker opponent in DRX, but today, once again, they showed up, and like I said, I really feel like they just wanted it more. And Beryl is gone, defending champion Beryl. Juhan's out, Kingen's out, Zeka's out, and it's only Deft and Pyoshik here for DRX that will be going to the Worlds here in Korea in 2023. D+ gonna qualify, and Deft gets one more chance for another dance.
And for Kellen as well, I feel like whenever you're a player where there's doubt about who should be starting on a roster, to come in and in the most important match of the year, to clutch it in this manner, what a performance from him. Absolutely super deserving of this spot at Worlds.
And game 4 as well. Like, he comes up, he like sees match point, he sees victory in his eyes, and he's like, you know what, guys? Don't worry about it. I've got this. Because honestly, the majority of the plays that game was just Kellen orchestrated. He was writing like this beautiful tune, and they were all just dancing along.
And Showmaker points to the star on his jersey, and that is Damwon Gaming's title that he picked up with Canyon. They will not miss Worlds. They have gone to every single World since they joined the LCK, and it's going to be another year of that trend continuing.
So now we have our 4 teams confirmed. KT, they managed to secure their spot a couple of days ago. D+ going to join them, and of course, Genji, our first seed, qualifying quite a while ago now, and T1 there as well, as they were in the final. They're the team that did have the most championship points at the end of those playoffs. And so those are your 4 teams. I think we've got some pretty solid representation over at the World Championship.
The 4th seed was always a big question mark. I think the top 3 after T1's performance, when they started ramp up in playoffs, just kind of solidify these would be our big 3. The 4th was like, who's going to have it, right? Is it going to be Hololive? Could DRX do the miracle run? But I think the form that D+ showed in these gauntlets, the fact they had such a clear view of what they wanted to draft, how to execute, they have definitely shown that they've earned it, and also brought back a lot of faith in this team.
I actually think losing game 1 gives me even more faith, because I kind of thought that after that it was going to be so hard for this team, who have historically tilted a fair bit after losses that they feel like they shouldn't have suffered. They just got straight back on the horse this time.
They have been super emotional, and I think it's also certain periods during the season where you see this team struggle with shot calling, you see them seem very emotional, the drafts don't come together, the early games fall apart, and if D+ aren't dominating, like dumpstering in this season of LCK in summer, it looks like, oh, well, they can't win it unless they absolutely smash it and have a huge lead. But that's not what this series looked like, and it makes you wonder what would have happened if D+ played against KT Rolster, for example, in this Worlds qualifier, if they were a higher seed, because this D+ and the D+ we saw in playoffs are 2 completely different teams.
And I think it's easy to recognize adaptations in draft throughout a series, but what was so good for me was that D+ would have fights that went badly. You're seeing one of them in front of you in the games, and then they'd go, okay, what went wrong? Why did it go wrong? What can we adjust to make it better? And they rarely made the same mistake twice in these games and improved from it. So it just showed a team who are very very logical when they looked at what was going wrong.
That was never them as well.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, the adaptation.
It's just growth from this team, and as soon as they started getting a small lead in that game, there was just never a moment for me where I doubted that they were going to pull it off. They just seemed like they were in complete control from start to finish, and poor Grizzly, man, he's in a really tough situation, right? So inexperienced. I think he had a great summer season regardless, obviously outdoing expectations, but look at the happy faces here as once again D plus Kia are going to Worlds.
And I think with the Grizzly situation, we kind of saw with Kobe as well, when you're not prepared, when you're not given the time to sub in, it can be rough. And I think Grizzly had a great debut, which really rose our expectations. He obviously did struggle in this series, but still, hopefully with more time, we'll see him more.
Yeah, and you saw the absolute elation on the D+ players' faces. Canna, huge grin. Showmaker, overjoyed to be back at Worlds. It was the most emotional I've ever seen Canyon. I'm pretty sure, outside of what looks like the baby photos of him winning Worlds in 2020. But now, to celebrate the D+ victory, it's time to throw it over to the space. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for the wonderful cast on the day. And yes, DK is going back to Worlds. We got Deft back in there, Showmaker and Canyon, Kana, and Kellen to join us once again at Worlds. Very good stuff as they take game number 4. They take the 3-1 this time around. Thoughts on the games, gentlemen?
I do think that we saw, even as chaotic and close as a lot of the games were, the thing that really set apart for me and why I think I'm happy that D+ won is that they were, even though the decisions weren't always crisp, we saw them get better over the series. Like thinking back to game 1, right? Some of the fights that they took, and they were very often the aggressor and the playmaker. And I think that it's better to make plays and sometimes mess up. We actually saw, right? Like Kellen going throughout the entirety of this series kind of insane, than be on the receiving end of them.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. Like, it was a really good to see, like, from the D+ Kia actually bring back their aggression, and it's like generating all the lead, and it's like, it's a next step, try to make the lead actually more solid and having more concentrated. But the thing is, like, today it wasn't good enough to beat HLE, so I think that's why that they did prove today, and it's gonna be great throughout to go to worst.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We were just talking during the break, like, this is going to be such an interesting team to send to Worlds because, when they're on, they're really on. Like, they do have so much potential within this roster, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Let's talk about this 4th game, as we did have this draft coming through. What do you guys think about this one?
So for Hanwha, it's another example of something that I think has plagued this team throughout the entirety of the year, and that's that it feels like they don't really adapt that much. And that's something that I think D+ sometimes do too much, right? There's something that go a little bit too crazy. Not in this draft specifically, but I think the Nocturne ban is a really good example. Even though it didn't work, they almost lost the game to that. But like this LeBlanc, for example, I think bans like that, you have to drop in a best of 5. When it's very clear that there are other things that are like being a problem, maybe just let it go and try to get something else going, because it just feels like they have a very set idea going in. And in a best of 5 in particular, I think you have to let that go, right? Which is why the KTT1 series was so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that bring back to their original team comp, which is like in the last game, the Azir kind of pop off. So it was great to see the Azir probably went up, but the thing is like D+ Kia, as you said, I think Showmaker just had a more answer. It's just like even more clear than, at least it wasn't like Ari, like anything that is like, it actually just, you can actually go later in the game and then just playing around the object. It's still really good on the Corki. So as you said, I think the LeBlanc ban is kind of still, like, I would say it's a little blunder. It will limit it.
Yeah, I was also pretty happy on the side of DK to see the Kellen Alistair priority coming up here, as we will get into that in just a little bit. Also the Rel, once again, that combo together. You're always going to have fantastic disengage, follow-up engage, and also hard engage. So you kind of like check all the boxes with the like support champions on your team. Speaking of which, let's talk about Kellen's Alistair, shall we? Because he had an incredible game.
And Kellen being this clutch is so cool to me, because I really, really highly value Kellen. Even though this play obviously ends up going, like, in the long run, favorable for Hanwha Life, it's still what I was talking about. Playing proactively, being the one that set up the play, because he was never the player to me that really embodied clutch. He was just really consistent. His Renata was amazing. Very good player, but not someone you think of like making the difference in high pressure situations. But in this game, he really, really did.
Yeah, I mean, I was like really impressed with like actually the D plus Kia. They did lost the first highlight, like the first highlight scene, like they really pop off and it's got double kill there. But the thing is like they didn't stop. Like they just keep going, and this Alistair actually saved the game right here. It could have been more dash, like it could have been potential triple dash, but he saved the game.
Yeah, I mean, they were behind. Like, Viper got like 3 free plates, and then he comes in here as well. He saves the play again. This isn't like your Alistair that's going in and getting like a 5-man pulverize engage. This is the one that saves you from getting absolutely boomed like that. Twice in a row, throws up the Deft Alpaca thumbs up, and then he's just back here again, just making plays aggressively and defensively to get his team across the line and in the lead in this game.
It's also another example of why the Alistair priority has been so high. It's because he's in a really special position where he's simultaneously a great follow-up engage. I think if he's main engage can be a bit rough, but you have Rel, but then also his PU is really good, so the amount of playmaking versatility you have is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing banking today. I think it was incredibly well. I mean, just there's no any mistake, like, just until the end of the game. Like, I think he played like almost a perfect, and that's how he got, like, if there was a player of the series, I would actually give to him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Oh, yeah. Definitely Kellen. I remember, like, even on that one team fight in the last game where he popped out Viper so that Viper couldn't do any damage on the low-range Kai'Sa. Just, like, little things like this to get your team ahead. Now, Highlight 2, not quite as...
this one's going to sting.
Not quite as fun. So, Grizzly, obviously, you know, called up. It was a very unfortunate situation for Life Esports. He gets caught here, right? It's as straight as that, right? And DK, they get a free Baron off of this. It's just a catch. And after this, Life Esports just fell apart. DK, they push in bottom lane and they end the game.
And for Grizzly, there was he didn't have vision initially, and the moment that the ward comes down, if he ults, maybe he stays alive. But it's twofold for me. It's Grizzly getting caught there is a big mistake, but the rest of the team also, like, it feels like they are behind the play, and I think it's indicative of the bigger problem. Grizzly individually had a really rough series, really got, as expected, I think, exposed as one of the lesser inexperienced, bullied as one of the lesser experienced players, didn't have to actually get to have an impact on his Viego, even though he got fed. But I think the criticism towards like King and Life most notably, I think, are really what you have to look at, because those are players with a lot more experience and pedigree that you should expect to step up in these moments.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is like top of the biggest gap what we've seen, like especially today's series, like the concentration, the middle game especially. There was so many people who were getting caught, and actually just the whole game, like there was unnecessary death. But I would say also D plus Kia, the aggression actually, it worked really well against HLE, who actually make the mistake kind of consistently.
Yeah, it's definitely true, and I think when you get down to like the Worlds qualifiers, you get to the 4th seed, like we had our 3rd seed, which was KT, now we get to the 4th seed, the final battle. The nerves are so high. Everybody's trying to get to Worlds. This is the last spot, right? So you can understand that. Even, you know, with all of this pressure on these players, they're not all at 100% either. It can get to you, and we saw that Life Esports not quite able to get to the up to the task, and DK were.
Yeah, I also saw a very, and I think that's good on DK as well. Like this, the series opened with 6 bans towards jungle, and 5 of them were from D+, right, towards Grizzly. So I do think it makes a lot of sense. For D+, though, if they can maintain that team fighting form with this level of aggression, they could be a big threat.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the high highs are there, so we'll have to wait and see just how well they do at Worlds. But guys, we have the interview ready right now with the entire team before they do go over to Worlds, so let's throw it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you guys, this is Deer for the winner's interview translation. We are here joined by the players on the side of D+ Kia, who just secured the last ticket to Worlds as LCK's 4th seed. Congratulations. Kana, you are back in Worlds after 2 years. How do you feel?
사실 다시 갈 수 있을까라는 생각도 많이 했었는데 어찌
To be honest, I used to ask myself, can I even make it back? But I was able to meet such great teammates and was able to come back here. I think I'm just so grateful for my teammates. And your matchup against Kingen was a main highlight for many fans today. So what was the key to the top matchup today?
하나생명이 전에 KT전 하는 걸 봤을 때 탑에서 거의
When I watched HLE versus KT,
그리고 저희도
felt like
미드원딜 좀 세게 가면서 좀
the
받아주자
top lane was more of like a
선택지를 했는데 근데
weak side as compared to bot.
그냥 사이드 픽 센 거에서 세게
But
가자라고 좀 준비해 온 것 같아서
I feel like they prepared a strong top lane today and tried to pick something that's good for a side lane. So it kind of made the match a little difficult for me. So what are your goals at Worlds?
사실 오늘 마지막 경기 빼고는 1인분을 잘 못하긴
Except for the
했거든요.
last game, I feel like I didn't really do my part.
너무 잘해줘서 이길 수 있었어.
My teammates just played really well for me, so that's why we won.
다시 또 기회를 얻은 만큼 더 좋은 모습으로 돌아오도록
Now that we have another opportunity for Worlds, I hope that we come back even stronger.
월즈에는 또 더 멋있는 플레이 보여주실 수 있도록 응원해 보겠습니다. 이어서 캐년 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 캐년 선수 오늘 D+ 기아가 승리를
Canyon,
하면서
with D+ Kia's victory,
LCK 팀 최초로
you guys hit another amazing milestone. This is the first LCK team to qualify for Worlds 5 times in a row.
자부심을 느낄 것 같습니다. 기분이 어떠세요?
And you must be so proud of your team. So how do you feel?
올해는 한국에서
Yes, this will be the 5th time in a row. And I really wanted to go to Worlds since it's in Korea. I'm really happy that we made it.
5개의 밴 카드를 정글에 모두 쓰게 되셨습니다.
Game 1 had 5 jungle bans.
오늘 그리즐리 선수의 정글 대결
What was the key point of the polar bear versus grizzly bear matchup?
세주안이랑 마오카이 승률이 워낙 높아서 그 두 개를 밴했을 때
Sejuani and Maokai has a lot of a high win rate. So
전에서 뭔가
given that we banned those two picks and considering that I have a wide champion pool,
중요했던 것 같습니다.
I feel like those bans were actually essential when it came to drafts
아까
today.
말씀하신 것처럼 한국에서 열리는 이번 월즈입니다. 그래서 더 가고
So yes,
싶다라고
as you
하셨는데
mentioned,
그렇다면
Worlds will be
만나고
held
싶은
in
정글러가
Korea this
있을까요?
year. Is there a jungler that you'd like to meet?
이제 일단 월제 왔다는 건 모두 다 최정상급 선수들이라 그냥 누굴 만나든
Since everyone who comes to Worlds is a great player, so I feel like no matter who I am up against, I hope we have a fun and great game.
많으실 것 같은데요. 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하시겠습니까? 목표 들어볼게요.
일단
And what would be your goal at Worlds?
우승이고요.
My goal is always to win the championship, and in the process of getting there, I hope that we get to build a perfect synergy within the team.
쇼메이커 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 5년 연속
And
월드
Showmaker,
챔피언십 진출에 성공했습니다. 기분이
this
어떠신가요?
is your 5th consecutive Worlds appearance, so how do you feel?
일단 5년 연속 좀 제일 큰 무대에 진출할 수 있어서 정말
5 times in a row at a big stage. I feel so lucky.
되게 기분 좋습니다.
I feel like I did pretty well. I'm very happy.
모두 재밌게 봤지만요. 특히 2세트에서
The entire series was full of excitement, but Game 2 with Showmaker, Silas, and Zekali skills matchup kept everyone on their toes. So how was the matchup for you? Zekat is so good at laning, and since he owns the skin for Akali, I feel like he's really experienced with Akali himself from last year's Worlds as well, and it was definitely not an easy matchup for me during the laning phase, but I'm really happy that I was able to overcome that pressure. Even if it's your 5th Worlds in a row, this is your first Worlds in Korea, so is there anything you're excited about?
해외에서 하는 뭔가 대회에 좀 약한 것 같아서
Personally, I felt so weak in international stages.
좀 좋은 컨디션 유지할 수 있을 것 같고 꼭 우승까지.
And I feel like now that Worlds will be in Korea, I feel like it'll be really easy and good to maintain a good condition. So I'll make sure that we win the championship. And Deft, With today's victory, it'll be your 8th Worlds, breaking the record for most appearance at Worlds. How do you feel?
뭐 최다인 줄 몰랐는데 최다.
I didn't know that that was a new record for most appearance, but now that you tell me that, I'm very happy to hear that. I don't think I played very well in Game 1, and the way we lost, I felt really bad for the team, and I felt very sorry, but we were able to overcome that, and my teammates did so well, and we were able to secure today's victory. I'm really glad. We wouldn't expect less from depth of qualifiers. All of HLE's players have experience at Worlds, and you won the championship with some of them. So what was your main focus for today's match?
그냥 감정적인 부분에서 좀
I feel like
감정적이지 않으려고
I didn't really pay
신경 썼던 것 같아요.
attention about anything to focus on mainly, but I felt like I've tried my best to not be too emotional today.
만나고 싶은데 이제 갈라 선수가 저랑
Any
밥 먹고 싶다고
AD carry you want to meet? Gala actually said that he wants to eat with me. So I hope my team allows me to, eat something with Gala in the future. Is there any message for your team as the eldest Hyung of the team? Oh, your Hyung is actually, your older brother is actually here at Lowell Park. Any message to him? I didn't know that was my older brother. Thank you. Now a message for your team.
뭔가 진작에 다 같이 잘해서 이렇게 좀 빨리 올라갔으면 좋았을 텐데.
I feel like it would have been nice if we did well from the beginning and were able to advance and qualify for Worlds early, but I'm really happy that we're able to showcase what we have at Worlds. Let's do this, guys. Kellen,
엄청나게 열심히 노력하셨잖아요. 2년 연속 결국
you have put in so much effort this season, and this is your second Worlds in a row. How do you feel? I feel like in my professional career, I haven't really been a part of big stages, but I'd like to do well on a big stage now that I have the opportunity. With many people uncertain about today's match score, did you expect it to be a 3-1 today? I thought it was going to be pretty neck to neck with like a 3-2, but my team had such a strong performance today. And Kellen, your Alistar was incredible today. The way you saved your teammates and the wonderful headbutts. So are you satisfied with today's performance? I was trying to look at some VODs for other players, and Delight happened to be a really good Alistar player, and a lot of my teammates told me, hey, you should probably try watching Delight's performance, he's really good. So I think that's how I ended up learning a lot from Delight's VODs playing Alistar. So Showmaker, any message to Kellen? I feel like Canyon was the one who said that more. Enough said. Canyon, any words for Kellen? Oh, is it my turn to speak?
너 오늘 딜라이트였어.
You were Delight today.
엄청나게 짧고 굵은 한마디로 칭찬을 해주셨습니다. 자, 좋습니다.
What an incredible praise.
점점 기량 오른 모습을 보여주고 계신데요.
Kellen, you are showing such a strong growth as a player. What can we expect from you in depth at Worlds?
오늘이 마지막 경기일 수도 있었는데 협규랑 해서 되게 좋았던 것 같고.
This could have been our last match today, but we're able to wrap it up in a positive way.
네, 좋습니다.
And we'll make sure that we're ready for Worlds, and we hope to display strong performance there. And Showmaker, as the team captain, would you like to send a message to the fans?
네, 오늘 또 기분 너무 좋은 날이기도 한데요. 그래서 오늘 또 왔으니까 많은 팬분들을 상대로 끝으로 팀을 대표해서 쇼메이커 선수가 팬분들께 각오 한 말씀 해주시죠.
Please share your resolution for Worlds to your fans.
일단 올해 좀 다사다난했는데 이렇게 그러니까 어제 제가
This
이기면서
season wasn't a smooth sailing,
웃을 수
but
있었으면 좋겠다 다 같이 그런 말도 했었고
back then when we were in a rough spot, we said, maybe at the very end of the day we'll be the ones smiling and laughing about it. And Death actually promised me that he will be the one saving me. And so we want to keep it up and make sure that we don't give up and keep on showing you a good performance. So if you win the championship, can we ask you to sing a song for us? Yes, okay. When we get there, we'll see. And this will be the end of the interview with the players of D+ Kia, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that wonderful translation. As Showmaker, you never know. We didn't think that DRX were going to win Worlds. Maybe you guys in the 4th seed from Korea could also get it done. As I already said, you never know. As this one was a 3-1, the first game. Obviously, DK were in the lead for the majority of that, so pretty dominant victory. As here are your LCK representatives at Worlds 2023.
And I'm feeling pretty good. I think the Cosman should do as well. I think we do have Genji, T1, KT feel like they are a lot closer to one another. Even with Genji's decisive victory, I do think that there's a bit of a triangle there with who beats who. D+ have some more weaknesses, but if they can fix those, as we see today, everyone in this team is good enough to make it very far at Worlds.
100%. I mean, the moment we see the momentum, then when they are feeling confident, so it's more so, it depends on them to make a mistake or not.
Yeah, pretty much.
4th seed from Korea, it's fine. Def's there, it'll be okay.
4th seed from Korea, Def's on the team, happened last year.
Yoshik is also at Worlds.
Worlds in Korea. What does it mean? Where do all the dots align? We'll have to wait and see. As guys, the schedule for Worlds 2023 is going to start on September 11th after the LEC season finals 2023. And then, of course, we will have that's going to be the draw show. And then we do have the series starting on October.
For play-ins, which we won't be in.
Yeah.
With the new schedule. But that World Championship Qualifier series, that's my Christmas. I can't wait. We have no stakes. We're just going to watch it happen.
It's gonna be so fun.
GG versus LEC's 4th. Are you kidding me?
It's gonna be so fun.
So fun.
You play one game, it's gone.
One best of 5. Roll the marbles.
It's gonna be crazy. I can't wait to watch that. It's gonna be at 1 p.m. in Korea, so that's a pretty interesting time as well. That's 2 hours before we started today. So generally earlier than you would expect, but yeah, that's going to do it for all the days that we do in this normal format outside of Worlds. So pretty fun stuff. We're done here for the year until Worlds. Hope you guys did enjoy it. As any closing thoughts before we go?
I had a great time on the desk. I'm glad I got to spend so much time with Big Kahuni.
Same. Feel good. Kind of feel sad it's actually last one, but you
got to spend time with yourself.
Well, there's a chance that come back. Maybe there's no chance now.
Don't do that, Hooney. Don't do that to me, man. Come on.
We'll see at the Worlds, right?
We hope to have you back, Hooney. We hope to have you back, Chronicler, as well. Lots of potential.
I think I will.
We'll see. But yeah, we're done for today, guys. Hope you guys did enjoy it. We have our 4 seeds going to Worlds. Will be a lot of fun when that does happen. But until then, have a good day or night wherever you are. See you later.
I'm
밀어줘 밀어줘. 나이스 나이스.
Never believed love could set me free. You break down the